Okay, y'all, I pinned the link to the top. So when y'all come in, just hit the link. Hey Daniel, how you doing, sir? Y'all, I'm not even gonna count. When I tried to start that new broadcast, I was not watching where the fuck I was going and almost ran off the fucking road. Hey Asiatic Lion, how you doing? No sound. No sound. Okay. Okay, is there sound now? Let me know if there's sound now. Oh, sound is good? Okay. You. So we're just waiting on everybody to come back. I'm just driving right now to drill. I'm super fucking late, but they're gonna be okay. And this whole time I've been driving, and like 10 minutes ago, I just realized I had my shirt on backwards. How's everyone's morning going so far? Put a 1 if you have to go to work today, and put a 2 if you're off work today. I really hate having to drive to the middle of nowhere just to go to drill. I do not want to see these folks. And we got to do change of command today. And I'm gonna lock my knees so I can pass out. We waiting on Queen Cascade, Indigenous, and Goldmine was on the panel, but I'm not sure if he was still there because he wasn't talking. But if anybody else wants to come up on the panel, you can hit the link. Okay, I'm back. I'm in this very bad service area, and they keep telling me that my audio is disconnecting, so I be having to log out and log back in. StreamYard is so ghetto on the iPhone. Okay, so I'm back. Hey, Queen Cascade, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Girl, I hit a complete dead zone. My GPS stopped working. I couldn't connect to the internet. So I get off at the next exit. Tell me why all the business is closed because the power out.
Oh Lord.
So I'm lost in the middle of nowhere. So I just gotta keep driving until my GPS, everything starts to come back on.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yes, I got my GPS back on. Lord, mm-mm. See, that's why I hate coming out here. It be the middle of nowhere and no fucking service.
Oh Lord. Well, I thought that something might be up with your connection and stuff because traveling through different zones hits different towers. Main thing is
Mm-hmm.
that you're okay and you're alive. My brain was starting to wonder if something had
Yeah,
happened
yeah,
or
because I was thinking
oh, you're
I'm
bugging a bit, sis.
already like what 3
Okay, you're bugging, sis. Technology. It's always the way. Oh Lord. Okay, let me see if I can bring the screen next to the chat because I can't see what's going on. Can everybody hear though? So Indigenous, hopefully Moonflower will get her connection back. If you want to come up and we can continue into different topics of conversation. If you don't want to, that's okay as well. It looks like she's got disconnected again. Okay. Well, until Moon comes out of a clear dead zone, you're stuck with me for a hot second, it looks like. Lord Jesus. Indigenous, if you want to continue, come up. Otherwise, somebody drop in the comments a topic we can discuss or I can talk about while we wait. Just drop it in the chat if you can actually hear me. Put a thumbs up in the chat if anybody's in the chat. Is there a debate tonight? I'm not completely sure if there's a debate tonight. Bear with me a hot second. Let me bring up a tab and see if there is anything on SVDL's page and see if it's got anything showing. I'm not seeing anything on the community page. And at present, I don't see anything. Like you get what do you call them? Like the upcoming show that you can set the reminders. I don't see anything like that on there at present. So I don't know what to tell you guys right now. I'm not sure whether there's a debate or not. When Moonflower comes back, I'll ask the question. Okay, somebody give me a subject topic to talk about. What's on people's minds? I can't believe it's December. I still keep accidentally writing October on things. What is everybody doing with their December season? So, like right now, for me and my family, this is a time of reflection, a time of preparation. Usually, this time of year, I'm usually prepping all the stuff that the family might be doing with the grandkids in terms of, buying certain items and making sure that the family is doing whatever they're doing. It usually tends to be November where I sort of have that reflection period and sit down and start looking at, well, not even start, but sort of try and objectively set goals and think about what I need to work on for the next year. But to me, November went so fast that it was kind of like, well, I had to turn around and blink and be like, okay, it's December. So it was more so like now, okay, I haven't done that sort of preparation, reflection period. So let's spend some time doing that now, setting my goals, setting things that I think I need to work on. And even in regards to the kids that are around me, it's something that I set them also. So with my daughter, I've given her tasks and thinking about the same things that she wants to work on with school, with education, with after school, depending on what happens with the restrictions here in the UK with the Vaseline situation. And just in terms of building her skill set, sorry. Other things that she's interested in working on for the year ahead. So what about y'all in the chat? What do you guys do with your Decembers? What are you looking forward to in the festive season if you celebrate it? I'll give you a minute to put a response in the chat. I don't know if Indigenous is round the back. Indigenous, just drop in the chat if you're still coming up or not, or if you're in the back, because I might not be able to see you. If you're in the back, just drop a message in the private chat so that I know whether you're there or not. Hey, New Marie. Good morning. New Marie says summer bodies are made in the winter. Yeah. Well, some of us, will start with as it goes into the new year, you get people that'll be like, okay, I'm going to get back in the gym. I'm going to get my body together, is it New Year's resolutions and stuff. And then for like a month or two, you'll be in the gym and then it's like, oh, I'm done. Some of us, it's hibernation. Just get fat, enjoy the season, being fat and merry, and then start fresh in the new year. Lilith says new video game releases and sales for other stuff. What video games are you looking forward to releasing, Lilith? I know you like your games. And yes, I do enjoy a good New Year's sale or here when they have Boxing Day sales and things like that. Let me just check if Indigenous is in the back. I don't see any message. Yeah. I mean, personally, for my side of the family, we don't really celebrate Christmas like that. When Madam was younger, I'd do the whole Christmas thing with the tree and stuff. But I was never really into it. I just really wanted her to have that kind of experience. And as times got on and kids grow, I gave her the research to find out about Santa Claus and Christmas and all those kind of things, so she understands my perspective. And we came to the conclusion that, in general, for ourselves, it's not something that we really want to celebrate. Though, when my parents have something down the house for because I've got younger nieces and nephews, they want to do the whole Christmas thing with them. So we'll go support and do our little bit for the grandkids. Outside of that, it's chill, it's eat, it's be merry, it's look online for the sales, get those New Year's bargains, prepare for the kids to go back in the January. Lilith says there's a few city builders that I'm in. Oh, is it, Lil? Is it? Okay. Lil's got the eagle eyes out. Okay. Can't say I blame you, girl. Do your thing. Just, we don't want no dust. We don't want dust, okay? So yeah, what topic would you guys like to discuss? I'm having a brain fart now. So it's like, we were having the conversation on the last stream to do with, I think it was relationships and dating, and we were supposed to continue the conversation, but I don't think Indigenous is in the chat anymore. He might have lost because he was having issues with his phone. So on the previous stream, he kept cutting out every so often when he was talking. So, but it's okay if he's not able to join us. People change their minds about continuing the conversation, and that's okay as well. So, I'm boggled about what to do. If there's any topics off the top of people's head that they're thinking about, feel free to say. Lilith says, glitter goes in sale. Oh. Yes, girl, I'm feeling you on that. Glitter goes on sale this time of year, so I buy a lot if it's around this time. In brackets, I'm a nail tech. I need glitter for business. Okay. Yes, Lil, get that glitter. I don't blame you. It's interesting you should say about being a nail tech, because that's something that my daughter's really interested in. So, oh gosh, when we had the Black Friday sales, they had like the nail drills and that on special and stuff. So I bought her some glitter. She got a nail drill, and she got some other accessories and stuff, and acetone and stuff to be able to practice. So I'm trying to teach her different skills or things that she might be able to use in the future if she continues to have that interest. But also, as a community, we're very good with having side hustles. So when I was younger, my parents said to me about certain things in regards to music, or like my interest in aromatherapy and stuff, like learn those things, get them under your belt, because you might be able to use them later on. So I'm taking that approach with Madam, in her having, a nice hobby. At the same time, it's something that might be, sorry, tongue-tied. It might be fruitful in the future as a trade. Yeah. To be honest, like things like that, Lil says it's a cool career, but it's a labor of love. Yeah, the time and the energy it takes to go into that, because even like doing the research and everything, and my dad's partner, she's a nail tech, so she's been helping my daughter with different aspects and teaching her little tips and tricks, and you know, going on YouTube and looking at all the tutorials. It's like an art form in itself. I was explaining this to my dad because he was like old fashioned about the whole, teenagers and stuff. And then, every parent's different with nails and beauty and stuff like that. But I was also explaining to him it's something that, it's an art form in itself. The time and stuff and the passion that goes into creating, like, my dad's partner, she does so many beautiful intricate designs and stuff, and she was showing us all the little brushes. She did this whole painting on a lady's nails, over the 5 nails, and it was just so beautiful. So I was like, that's a whole art to me. You know what I mean? I see it as an art. Liv says, have you sought an apprenticeship for her? We're looking into those ironically at the moment because she's got the in the year coming up, it's apprenticeship, it's work placements. So we've just had the letters come out to parents in the last couple of weeks. So we're looking into it, though with the nail tech part, there's been issues in where she wanted to do at the salon because of the restrictions with, Vaseline and the pandemic and stuff like that. So we're looking into other aspects. There isn't as much placements, it looks like, as before the pandemic because everybody's got, there's different restrictions with workplaces and stuff. So I suppose people are trying to work that out in terms of the apprenticeships and the work placements for kids moving forward to make sure, safety measures are really in place. But we're looking into other things as well for her. Lil says, you never stop taking classes. There's also a lot of science involved as well. Actually, I never thought about that, Lil. You're right. With the way that you guys have to mix the acetone and the acrylics or the different things that you're using within it and applying it to the nails and all that. Yeah, it really is a science. So I'm going to try something and see if this works because I don't know if, because I'm only see, usually the person that sets up the stream has the has control. So I don't know if I've got controls to do anything right now. So I'm just going to check something. Okay, no, I'm not able to do that. Okay, I just wanted to see if I could share my screen, but it didn't do anything. It was just showing behind, so I think whoever's controlling it has to give you access to share the screen. It's okay, we can continue where we were. So what about everybody else listening? What's going on with your preparation towards Christmas and the new year? Is there anything that people want to discuss topic-wise? And then I suppose the other question is, what are, if you have any, goals towards 2022? Lila says, if she wants to get ahead on the science end, she should read the Nails 101 book series by Doug Shun, Sean. Okay, thank you for that information, Mel. I'm gonna copy and paste that and look for that. See if I can find it on Amazon or one of the sites here. Cheers, love.
Hey,
Hey, Moon. How you doing?
I'm doing well. I drove back through a dead area. That's why I hate coming out here. We be in the middle of nowhere, all these trees.
Oh gosh, the dead zones.
It's only six food places out here.
Six.
It's, yeah, we got Dairy Queen, Jack in the Box, McDonald's, Little Caesars, a Pizza Hut down the way,
Mm-hmm.
Wendy's, and something else.
Well, I
But
suppose
it's a
the
little
six is better
town.
than nothing.
Yeah, it's a little town. I don't know why they do that with all like the little National Guard bases or whatever. They are in the middle of nowhere. Service be poor. Even when you be on like a military base like Fort Jackson, service still be sucky. Then I just had to force my nose ring out my nose, and now it's bleeding.
You're having a right all night right now. Tell what you say.
Right. And I'm late by like
Oh gosh.
almost 4 hours.
Did you contact them and let them know you're gonna be late?
Yeah, because I told him it was a tornado in my area. I told him I was gonna be late, and then I got on the expressway, and I guess it was a car accident on the expressway, but we were stopped, not moving.
Wow. I did see the footage. When was it? It was either yeah, because we're on Saturday now. I think it was yesterday or the day before. The bus driver, the black bus driver that got caught in the tornado and it flipped the whole bus.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was like,
And then,
wow.
the buses don't even be having seatbelts for the kids. Like I don't understand why the bus driver the only one to get a seatbelt.
Yeah, really and truly, if they don't have seatbelts within their buses, it should be something that's really brought in, especially if you that kind of weather and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean weather, car accidents, folks can't
Mm.
drive. You must want folks' kids to die.
I did see a clip. When was it? The other day with a oh god, what do you call it? It was in the middle of the road. It was like one of those drainage things, like
Mm-hmm.
to a plate, and it was lifting off the ground, and it caused the bus to sort of like jump in the air and nearly tip over. I was like, what in the
Oh
who
my
wrote this?
gosh. Oh no. See? Mm-mm. Nope.
Oh,
I just hope this formation is not outside because I
God.
want to go in the building and go hide in the bathroom.
Get yourself together. Oh.
That's
So
what
what
I'm
have they
about to
got you
do.
doing training, or I don't want to if it's something that you can't discuss because I know some certain things with your work. It's
No, we're doing change of command. So we getting like a new commander over our unit and stuff.
okay.
And he's talking about something he gonna enforce the common courtesies, which is like addressing sergeants by yes sergeant, no sergeants, and
Mhm.
the higher ups by yes ma'am, no sir, yes sir. But I can't read rank, so I don't know what none of y'all are. The only rank I know is mine. So I hope don't nobody say nothing to me, cause I'm sure gonna be like I can't read rank. Cause this one lady, bruh, I came up here last Friday because we had to come up here. And so I went to sleep in my car because I was tired. I wasn't doing shit. This woman gonna come up to my motherfucking window and knock on the fucking window. Now, mind you, she's a white woman, so the first thing that come out her mouth is, "What are you doing here, bitch? I'm in uniform. What the fuck you think I'm doing here?"
Oh gosh.
She just started talking to me like I don't belong. Then she started talking about my nose rings and all this other stuff. Then she sent a text message to everybody in the unit talking about some. She found me sleeping in my car and she said something to me about my nose rings. Bitch, fuck you. And I went right back to sleep.
So hold on, she's a part of. I'm assuming because she was able to message everybody that she's a part of the army in some way, shape or form.
Yeah, she knew. She a newer person to our unit, so I don't know who the fuck she is. And she do active National Guard. That's where you're in the National Guard, but you're like on active orders. So you go up
Okay.
to your unit and you do your job every day. I don't do that.
Mhm.
I'm not finna move to this little hick town with nothing to eat, and you gotta drive 30-45 minutes to the nearest small. It's still a small town. The nearest town is still small, but it got like
Mhm.
actual restaurants.
Mhm.
Like, I don't even. Apparently, she knew her though. I don't know who she is. And then she just knocking on my motherfucking window. Like, I was like, bitch.
You know what you saying that story reminds me of. I don't know if you've seen that video that's going around, or there's people that are doing the sound to people will take the sound and use it for something else. But it's like black
Mm,
people. It says like black people are never alone because there's always a white
always a
person
white
in
person in
your
your business.
business.
Yep, there is always one in your damn business.
Oh god. So we got Army Karen.
Yes, because my thing is, I didn't even have nothing to do, and even when I be up here, I have never touched the National Guard system. They don't have a computer for me. They don't have a desk for me, so I don't ever do shit but sit in there and go to sleep. That's it. I've been at this unit for a year and a half and still have not done anything pertaining to my actual job.
Oh Lord.
But when the white dude, our paralegal, got there, he get a computer and a desk his first day.
What?
Yes.
Where's
And
your computer phone?
that's what I'm saying. And he a fucking paralegal. So he don't have to do nothing until we have some legal shit that he have to take care of. So he not doing shit in there but playing games on the computer. So I said, okay, well I'm gonna go sit in the bathroom and the little room that I be sleeping in sometimes when I spend the night up here. And I
Mhm.
just be going to sleep. I go give me a vape. I go smoke my little vape in the bathroom. I
Mhm.
go chill in the fucking supply room. But I don't
Mhm.
never be in my actual office. I be like, fuck y'all.
Lord. Dear, dear,
They
dear.
still don't like black folks. No way. They don't like black folks. They don't like Jews. The Black Panther Party is a communist, Marxist movement and all that other shit. These folks just be talking like we can't hear their ass.
Mhm.
I can't believe I really just made my nose bleed, and I'm gonna put that bitch right back on in 3 hours because I'm leaving early today.
Ouch. Have you got any peroxide around or?
Nah, I'm just gonna push that bitch right there. I done had my nose pierced like 5 times. I done had the septum. I done had two piercings on one nostril. Then I had to take those out, so I got two piercings on the other nostril. Right
Mhm.
now, I got three piercings in my nose. So I'm just gonna push that jump right back in and call it a day.
Do you know the funniest thing is, it's like now seeing everybody pierced up and tattooed is normal, but back when, because I've got a labret piercing, um, and I've had some other piercings over the years, but when I initially was doing it, it was like a whole thing. It was like, oh, she's rebelling. It was like
Yep,
I had committed the worst sin. I was evil. I was going to hell. All
yep.
these different things I had. church mothers trying to take the piercings out. What are you doing to your body? This is a sin against God. And they really, it was
I
like,
mean, my grandparents were the same way. Every time I get a new piercing, my grandma be like, "How many holes you gonna put in yourself?" And I be like, "As many as I want. It's my body." I remember when I got my first tattoo. It was a week after my birthday, my 18th birthday, and me and my cousin went and got matching tattoos, and I had got a tattoo of a wolf on my ankle.
okay.
And so, I had been hiding it pretty well because, it's on my ankle. I wear socks all the time anyway. And so I was hiding it pretty well. But I was in this organization at my church called the Junior Daughters of St. Peter Claver. And I was the grand lady of the organization. So it's kind of like, being the president or whatever. And
Mm-hmm,
we have like this ceremony for girls when they first get in, and you have to
mm-hmm,
wear, the little all white stuff, flesh tone tights and all that shit. So I had my tights on and a tattoo. My grandma ended up seeing the tattoo like way later on in the day, and
mm-hmm.
she was like, "Is that a tattoo?" And I was like, "Yeah, it's a temporary tattoo. I just put that on the other day."
Oh, I remember like when after I like hadn't been in the Caribbean for a hot second, and then I came out to Barbados, and everybody was like thinking that I was a part of the LGBT community because that's what that they used to think that people had who had tattoos and piercings that you were on the other fence, and I was like, no, it's just the way that I choose to look. But now, go out there now. Everybody's tattooed. Everybody's got piercings. But it was such a sin back in the day. It was such a bad thing. You were so evil.
I swear, like that type of shit get on my nerves. But nah, they not outside. I'm finna go buy me another vape, and I'm finna take my black ass in his bathroom, and I'm finna hide.
Lord, please try not to get caught, marshaled.
I'm not gonna get caught. I'm gonna go up in the upstairs bathroom that don't nobody be it. Cause I know they in the drill hall doing the ceremony, so that's on the other side of the building. So I'm gonna go up in this bathroom and hide. The parking lot full, so obviously there's a lot of folks here with high ranks, so I gotta hide from their ass because I can't read rank. I don't want nobody to say nothing to me because you ain't gonna get the answer you gonna want, especially since I can't read rank. Y'all gonna be like, "Yes, what? Yes, what?" And I'm be like, "I don't know. I can't read rank." They're gonna be mad as hell.
So you spending the rest of the month celebrating your birthday as well?
Yeah, cause I got that new kitten for my birthday, so it's just gonna be me and the kitten.
Oh.
Yeah, but I
How's the
get
new
like,
one getting on with your other cat?
um, not really. I mean, I'm keeping them separated because my other cat keep hissing at the baby cat, and I keep having to tell her ass quit all that goddamn hissing and quit being mean.
Okay. She being
But
territorial.
yeah, but she did walk up to him and sniff him in the face and stuff. So that's
Okay.
a good sign.
Yeah.
Cause
Hopefully they'll.
normally she won't walk up to other cats, but she
Wow.
sniffed them in the face. And I got my cousin going over there for right now just to
Mm,
watch them to make sure
mm.
Koi don't try to eat them.
Well, that's the thing. She's been in your house. What's your cat's name? Sorry.
Yeah,
No,
but
what's?
I had to kick her out the bedroom so the kitten could be in the bedroom. So she'd be sitting
Oh.
outside the bedroom door just watching. I'd be like, please don't go in there fucking with that cat, because that cat don't be doing shit to you.
Well, for how many years it's been her territory in it? She hasn't had to really compete with anybody. And now you've got a
Yeah.
new kitten, young, cuter, in
Yeah,
the
because
home.
he is adorable. He is a cutie pie.
And there's different scents and stuff going on. You get what I'm saying? So,
Yeah, but she need to be grateful because I got her some new toys when I got him some toys. So she got some new stuff too. She got some new food, so she need to be happy. Shit.
well, hopefully, because they're so spoiled. These animals, they're so spoiled.
Yeah, them cats spoiled. My grandma finna buy them some Christmas sweaters for Christmas. So
Christmas.
Yeah, I'm gonna put them in some sweaters. I'm gonna show it to you when we get them damn sweaters. And I'm gonna
Maybe
get that little.
do
I'm
a
gonna get
little
that little
Christmas card
the
with the
little toast
migrant.
hat that you put on their face, and it's like in the shape of a piece of toast.
Lord, poor cats. I suppose it's a small price to pay.
Yeah, I mean they living good, they eating good, they get whatever they want. She got this goddamn cat. She got two cat scratches. My grandma bought her one when she was up here from a surgery, and
Hmm.
then I bought her a bigger one. That cat better be grateful. She get all the treats she want, all the nice food she want. We get her the little soft food. We call it bougie food.
Okay.
And we mix it with the hard food. She be tearing that up, and then when I get ready to make myself some tuna salad, I
Hmm.
give her some of the tuna out the pack before I make it
Hmm.
into some salad, and she get everything she wants. So she better be grateful.
Cats. In a hopefully in another lifetime I can come back as Moon's cat and just get spoiled. I was thinking about, you know what? Do I want to be a whale? Do I want to be a parrot? Do I want to be a dolphin? Maybe a turtle? Nah, I think I'll come
No,
back as
I
Moon.
can't be. I can't be no dolphin. You know they gang rape each other to death. I'm good.
Well, yeah, I heard you saying about that on I think a previous stream, but uh, no, something that can travel. I like sea. I like water.
Yeah, water is fine and dandy till you start seeing shit that look like the damn Kraken.
Well, I could come back as the Kraken, or maybe Megalodon.
Now, okay, I could do that because then you'll be the predator, the biggest predator, or an octopus, because you know octopus and squid, they like to go around pinching fish for no reason just to start shit.
Do they? Okay, I learned
Yes,
something new. The
yes,
provocateurs are
the fish will swim by them and they'll reach out and pinch them, and then float away.
oh, the octopus is the school bully of the playground in the sea, you know.
Yeah, y'all don't know. Animals really be assholes. If you watch the Animal Planet or you just look at trivia facts,
Mm.
look at your if you get Snapple, look at your top on the Snapple. It be telling you the little fun facts and stuff, and you can look it up, and that shit really be true.
Don't get me wrong, I like some of the Animal Planet and what do you call it, Nat Geo World, with the guy, what is it, David Attenborough narrating, and there she is in the wild with her cubs.
In her natural habitat.
Do you get what I mean?
But now my mom used to force me to watch the Animal Planet.
Okay.
So I didn't have a choice. That's why I know so much. So like I know did you know that frogs reproduce by so the female frog hops along the road and then a male frog jumps on her back and she's supposed to carry the male frog all the way to the river. But on the way to the river, other male frogs come and try to knock him off her back and get on her back. So you know they fighting over her back. And then once they get to the pond, lake, wherever, they
Hmm.
both she hop into the water and they just poop out. She poops out her eggs, he poops out the sperm on top of the eggs, and then they just gone about their day.
Okay. I didn't know that. I learned something new. Mm.
Yep, I know how a lot of animals reproduce. My mom even made me watch a video of a woman giving birth, and I was like, "Bitch, I'm in like the third grade. I don't want to see this."
Oh, well, our parents have got a lot to answer for some of the things they've used as punishments.
It wasn't even a punishment. It was just like, since I'm watching it, I'm gonna make you watching it, even though you was doing your own thing in your room. You gonna stop reading your book and you gonna come in here and you gonna watch this with me.
Well, I suppose in the long run it hasn't been such a bad thing because you've learnt so much.
Oop, can I not hear you anymore? Let
I
me
can hear
see.
you.
Okay, you can hear me. Okay, I hear you now. Okay, it's just because I took it off my car.
Hmm.
But yep, I'm finna go up in this store right fast and get a vape, and then I'm gonna go hide in the bathroom.
Oh, gosh. Check what's going on in the chat because my eyes were off the screen a minute. Lilith Ferenge says at Cascade, the series is called Face to Face with Douglas Sean. He's a top contributor to the cosmetology, cosmetology and nail tech books. Okay, thank you, Lilith, for that information. I will copy and paste that. And then I will be like, Lioness, here you go. Look into this dude. Just copy and paste that. Don't pay that weekend warrior no mind me. I sneezed, my nose ring out. I never remembered to get it rebused. Damn, that's sad. My mum went with me to my first tattoo. She had a panic attack. I fell asleep. Nothing too funny. That's really good that your mum was able to do that. If, parents can support. Like, we might not always like the decisions that kids, get involved with, and certain ones, I can understand. At the same time, when it comes to things like piercings and tattoos, if a parent can go with a child, it's usually the best thing because you're able to keep an eye on things, research things, make sure the procedure's being done properly. Like recently, in the last 2 months, my daughter's had her first piercing. It's a because she suffers from severe migraines, and we've tried everything with different medications and different types of therapies and stuff, and nothing's really stuck or worked. So she's had her first piercing, and it's actually working. She hasn't had a migraine since, because it's on
Yeah,
way
you gave her the
acupuncture
dates,
points.
the
So
dates
hopefully that will
piercing, because
continue.
my cousin had that for her migraines.
Say that again, Moon. You just come back. Moon?
Um, I was saying that you got her the dates piercing, because my cousin had got that for her migraines.
Okay. I know there's a specific word, but I couldn't remember it off the top of my head. But so far, so good. No migraines. So hopefully that will continue. Otherwise, outside of that, for other things, she's going to have to wait until she's older. I'm just going down what people are saying in the chat. Hey, Sacred Beauty. Good morning.
But yeah, even if she removes that piercing and it closes, she still shouldn't get migraines. Cause my cousin then had it removed, got another one, and had that one removed as well. And she's, her migraines are no more.
Okay. Well, like I said, we're in December, so it's been about a month and a half. We're just about going into the 2 months, and she hasn't had one since. Because I remember when I was doing the research into it, acupuncture and stuff. But obviously, if you can get something long lasting, and I don't want her to keep having time off school with severe migraines. Do you get what I mean? So it's worked. It's doing the job. Lil's asking, is CBD legal in the UK? CBD oil. Yeah, CBD is legal in the UK, but it's the CBD element. We're not allowed the THC. I think it's the THC element within our CBD oil. And we've got, the last time I checked, we've got limits when it comes to the amount of CBD per, is it milligram or something? So yeah, we've been pushing for them to legalize. I think there was some
But
changes.
yeah, be careful with the CBD because it still makes you pop on a piss test.
The thing is, with the okay, you might be able to answer this question for me. Moon. When you say it pops on a piss test, in what way does it pop in the piss test? Does it show up as just CBD, or on a normal test, does it just show up as weed?
It shows up as weed.
Okay. I know there was a young man. I think it was there was a young boy who had severe uh, epilepsy, and he was on some kind of CBD treatment or something, which wasn't legal here, but he was here for a period of time. So I know there was some kind of, you know, me and my brain, certain parts don't work. I know that she went through some kind of legal battle to get them to allow whatever his prescription was here, and that helped change certain laws. But in regards to the THC element, no. Because I use CBD, and CBD in my own like peppermint herbal drinks that I make. And just in terms of it's all oh, that would be another good one for you, brother Joshua, if he's still listening. The CBD oil, I mix that in with my oils as well. So that sometimes I do a combination of the CBD, lavender, rose hip, and coconut. Obviously I'm a woman, so you might not want to smell a certain way, so you might want to use more masculine oils, such as burdock. I'm trying to think of the other oils that men prefer. Some of you guys prefer the peppermint or the pepper. Did I say bergamot? But with the peppermint and the pepper, you have to be careful because it might be a case of if you're on any types of medication, sometimes there can be side effects by using certain oils, like pepper. That's it. Yeah, sandalwood. That's a good one. That's a lovely smell. What kind of Lil? They're doing certain oils that are edible what do you call them? Edible oils, so that you can ingest with certain ones. There's certain ones that are for skin and external body use, and then you've got other ones that you can mix in with your cooking and stuff like that. Now they're slowly moving to that begrudgingly. Oh no, no, no. The sandalwood, don't eat the sandalwood. When I was talking about edible, I was talking in regards to certain CBD oils, not the with peppermint. If it's in an essential oil, then you'd have to check the body and see what use is that for, because you can get the edible ones and the body ones. So just be careful. People don't just go out and eat frankincense and eat sandalwood. I'm sorry if I confused you for a hot second. That's not what I was talking about in terms of edible. Because there's a company here called Just Hemp, and they do CBD cookies, they do CBD honey, they do a CBD oil that you can mix in with your teas and stuff. They were supposed to be launching some other products, but that got put on hold with the pandemic. And then there's a sports massage oil that I absolutely love that they do, which has got like I think it's like ylang ylang, coconut, and some other essential oils in it. But there's also the men's version that has frankincense, peppermint, and some other. I think in the women's one there's patchouli and stuff. But they also do like sports therapy massage oils, bath bombs, shower products and stuff like that. That's the main company I use here. There's other companies that are just starting to get into it, though hemp oil's been around for a long time here, but in a different way. But yeah, I'd love them to legalize. Because it's annoying having to travel to Europe all the time. Don't get me wrong, being the experience and the journey and going to Europe, I enjoy. But in terms of the legalization, like you see in like Amsterdam with the weed cafes and the different edibles and stuff that are available, it would be lovely if they brought that here. But yeah, usually like sometimes with when I say to you I'm drinking my peppermint tea, I've got some of the CBD honey and I'll use that. I'll pour a little bit of that into my peppermint tea. No problem, Moonflower, do you think? Asiatic saying. Asiatic Lion says moon is a feminine motif among other things. Okay. Lilith said animals are total dicks. Yeah, you can see like certain family and stuff that have animals and stuff, they've all got their own personalities. And some of them are so feisty. Like I noticed with dogs, certain people's dogs, obviously the dogs have been with them for how many years and they have like a complete sort of loyalty. And then with the cats, you have to earn that from them. They're not just gonna give that up straight away, and unless they sense that they like you, you're gonna have to earn that trust. And in regards to the CBD, I know there's other groups here that are pushing for other stuff because there's a problem here with what's that stuff called? There's like a synthetic marijuana, but it's dangerous and it's been known to leave people with severe side effects, but it's I think it's is it cheaper than weed? I think it's cheaper than weed. There's something called Meow Meow and there's another one called Black Mamba. But those things are dangerous because you see people like there's homeless people here that you see munged out on those things. Yes, Lilith, that's it. K2. They've got another version of that called Black Mamba. Like I remember going into Birmingham City Centre and it looked like this guy was having like a complete fit. So I rushed over to go and get the police because of the way that he was zombifying and he was just like drooling out of his mouth, literally foaming. And the police officer turned around and said to me, I was just taking Black Mamba, don't worry about it. I'm like, do you not need to call an ambulance or something? He's like, no, he does that all day, every day, walking around munged out like that. I'm like, that is dangerous. Like every time they call the ambulance for him, they pump his stomach and then he comes back out and does the same thing. So I know there's certain parent groups and other groups that have been trying to get them banned. And to me, it's kind of like, well, if K2 and the Black Mamba and the Meow Meow is that dangerous, you might as well just legalize weed with all the problems that you're having with the Meow Meow and the K2. Because is weed killing anybody like Meow Meow and the synthetic stuff that they're bringing out? So we'll see. We'll keep pushing. People will keep campaigning. Otherwise, I just have an excuse to come visit the states in America that are legal. Mm. This is the thing. My birthday was in October. Usually, if depending on how the month falls, I like to go away for my birthday if it's possible. So we were supposed to go and do Amsterdam or Barcelona this year, but obviously the pandemic and everything, we just were like, you know what, it's not the right time to travel. So able to go enjoy some wonderful jazz music and street culture and go to the weed cafes and stuff, museums, art galleries, go see the different things that are happening. But that'll have to wait until after things kind of settle down. So, as far as I'm aware, outside of medical use, which I know somebody was able to use their medicinal card and bring certain things here medicinally, but I think the agreement was supposed to be that you use your weed, you're not to give it to anybody else, sell it to anybody else, and you take it back with you when you're gone. Well, like I said, just check that information. If you plan on coming here and you're a weed user and you have a medicinal card, just check the rules before you come here. Wouldn't want you to get into trouble for anything. Yes, I said jazz. I like jazz, I like blues, I like R&B. I have very eclectic tastes. There's musicians that are in my family that, you know, are jazz artists. So, yeah. So, anyone got a topic that you want to speak about or talk about or hear my thoughts on or Moon's thoughts on? Drop it in the comment section. So where I am in the UK, it is just after 5 o'clock in the, I suppose you call it evening, late afternoon. What time is it where everybody is from your part of the world? So Lilith's asking, I have to ask this since you want to go to Barcelona. Does the rain in Spain stay mainly Does the rain in Spain stay mainly on the plane? Lol, I'm being funny. 11 a.m. where Shalimar. I apologize if I've pronounced that incorrectly. 11 a.m. Lilith's on the West Coast and it's 9 a.m. It's okay, Lil. Crack me up anyway. You're a hoot. But yeah, I think the last time, I've been to Barcelona once before, but if I remember, it was like a school trip. We did how many days, and Barcelona was one of the stops. And I remember going near the football pitch. I don't fully remember that whole experience, but it's been how many years since that school trip? I think it was probably about my daughter's age, maybe a little bit younger when we went out there. I think between the ages of 13 to 15, maybe 16. I was a bit older when I left school, so we got on a coach. I remember it being a Euro coach and getting on the Euro tunnel. I remember a couple of things, but I don't remember the whole experience. So it would be nice to be able to go back, and people that I know that have recently been out there over there, well, before the pandemic, they were saying how it's changed and how great it is. And the different cultures that have sprang up from there. So and there's a lot of I like art galleries and museums and different things and seeing different sites and stuff. So it'd be lovely to be able to do that in the future, God willing. Yay, I pronounced it right, Shalimar. Okay, good, 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 good. So what y'all doing today? It's Saturday. Is it just me? I don't know if it's just me. Time seems to, like, over this last couple of years, it seems like a day just goes like that. And it's like now it's the weekend. The weekends don't even feel like the weekends. It's literally I get a whole heap of things done around the kids. Do you get what I mean? Laundry and all those kind of things, their activities and whatever else, online stuff at the moment. And then when I turn around, it's like Sunday, and I'm preparing everybody's stuff for the week ahead and cooking and all that kind of stuff. And then it's like, boom, back at the week again. I don't know if it's just me. That's what it feels like to me. It's like literally when Moon started the first live, I tuned in. I didn't even realize that I dropped to sleep. I woke up and it was like something o'clock in the morning, and it was just like, what in the? And then I looked at the time and I was like, oh snap, I fell asleep. And then I was, because my tablet's gone to sleep, I've switched on the tablet and the life was still going. I was like, rotted. You sleep through the whole thing. Shalimar says, laugh out loud, I saw something about K2, man. That shit will kill you. Yeah. That stuff's really, 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 really bad. Shalimar says, yeah, it feels like that to me, especially working at night shift jobs. All the days just feel like they're glued together or something. Laugh out loud. I'd be thinking I have work on my days off and stuff. What's literally pop puree? K2. K2 is literally pop puree. Is that what these people are smoking? Pop puree. Rotted. Just clarify that for me in the chat, please, Shalimar. Because I'm like, what in the... I know like some of these companies have changed it and said it should not be digested and or ingested, but people are still buying this stuff in like, I suppose, our versions of your 7-Elevens. People can just go up and ask for it from behind the counter. I know there's certain shops in certain other like states and cities that are trying to ban it or trying to get their local shops not to sell this stuff, but at the same time we've got an issue with the homeless that are consuming it. That sucks. That stuff is literally pop puree. It says on the package. My cousins and I. Oh, okay. Wow, I didn't even know that. Lord of His mercy, people are out here smoking pot puree. Wowzers. I didn't know it was pot puree. I know it said something on the back about, not ingesting in, but I didn't know that's basically its comparison. I've seen the not made for human consumption part, but not the pot puree. This is the thing, because I don't work in certain areas anymore. Certain things used to say just not for human consumption, but wowzers. These dudes, like a packet of that stuff or the Black Mamba. I think they said it's like 10 British pounds, which I think is like the equivalent to between 13 to 15 US dollars. So it's like people are getting high on pop puree.
Hello.
Hey, Moon.
They said I can go home.
After all that,
I went in, I reported to my shop. They know I had a wedding today, and they was like, you know what? You really, since you was late, you really could have just stayed at home, so you can go home now.
couldn't they just have phoned you and told you that? You had to go all that way to be told to go home.
You sound. Let me go out and come back.
Okay, do you think? My mind is blown over the pot puree thing. Shalama says, "Yep, that's worth about 3 blunts of incense." Oh damn! If that's the case and that's what it is, I'd rather smoke weed. If that pure, Lord have His mercy. I'd rather smoke the weed or the hookah if that's the case. Because that's pot puree. Sorry, my mind is just thrown by that because it's like growing up around, elders and grandparents, or even in the front of my by my door, I keep some pot puree, and every so often I go and put the essential oil drops on it. You know what I mean, to refresh it. But to sit down and smoke that stuff, hell no, not me. But wow, mm-mm. Damn. I'm intrigued now to go and look on the back of an English packet and see if it says the pot puree thing. The next time I'm going past one of these shops that sell it, I'm gonna ask to have a look at the back just to see whether it says. I'm just fascinated to see whether it actually says the pot puree bit. Wowzers. So what's everybody doing with the rest of their weekends? What's everybody else got planned for Saturday, Sunday?
Okay, hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay, I hear you perfectly. But yeah, they said I can go home.
What? How many hours did you drive?
2 hours and 20 minutes. But see, what happened was when I first started driving, first I was like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna be late." So I went to motherfucking Starbucks. Then I ended up locking myself out of my StreamYard account, so I had to turn around, go back home, go get my laptop in order to get my password and stuff. So, I'm just late.
Lord have mercy.
But I guess I still get paid for the whole day, so it don't matter.
Well, I suppose, hey, you benefited from it, and still paid. It's all
Ooh,
good.
this gas $2.99. I ain't even gonna go here. Let me turn on around.
That's like me driving all the way to London and having to drive back. Oh,
Shit, that just mean I'm gonna get home around 1 and I'm gonna go smoke me a hookah. I mean, I gotta be back tomorrow anyway, so it really don't matter.
Okay.
But yeah, as soon as I walked in, everybody was like, "Where you been at?" I was like, "Not here driving. I just got here," and I said, "I'm finna go home." They was so mad. They was like, "How'd you get to go home? And we been here." And I was like, "Cause I'm special." The fuck.
Yes, it's oh Lord.
But I really took both them nose rings out for no fucking reason. Made my damn nose bleed, and that bitch finna bleed again right now.
Oh gosh, take time with it. Take time with it. Lord have mercy.
Queen Cascade, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear
Nah, she can't hear me. God damn. These folks be calling my motherfucking phone. Let me put this shit on. Do not disturb. Cause I'm tired of y'all motherfuckers calling my fucking phone.
you. The moon cracks me up. Wow, she's doing her thing.
Hello.
Hey.
Now I hate this StreamYard on the dang on phone. Somebody called me, and every time somebody called me, it cut my dang on mic off, and I had to go out and come back. I put my phone on do not disturb.
Hmm.
If they need something, they can leave a voicemail. Don't beep your horn at me, sir. The fuck? Cause I will sit here, you in this fat ass truck. Don't be see, turn on my GPS, and these folks want to drive wild. I don't know. I'm just tired of these people. You can still hear me, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just clicked the link that Shalimar sent.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, it does. We were talking about K2 and stuff because we've got issues with that here within like
Mm-hmm.
the homeless and stuff. And
Yeah,
my
isn't that
opinion,
the synthetic weed?
yeah, yeah, yeah. But as far as I'm aware, the ones that we have here don't say that on the front. But that's just like, wow.
What does it say on the front?
I was here. Oh
The
Lord.
one, the one he just opened. You just opened.
It's got Snoop, it's got Scooby snacks, and then it's got pot puree, and then it's got Scooby snacks 106, and then the next one next to it, because there's two in the picture that I've opened, Mr. Happy, and then it's got pot puree, but the stuff in front of it looks like grounded up weed.
Mm.
Wow.
So those must be like the name of the flavors.
Something so. All I know is if out here they're spending like a bit around the same amount as you'd buy for like a would you call it like a dime bag of weed, you might as well just buy the weed than smoke this stuff.
Right. I know we have a bad issue with that in prisons.
Okay. Yeah.
So,
Wow.
but yep, I'm gonna drive this 2 hours and 20 minutes back to the house.
Mhm. Nothing wrong, Shalama, with enjoying your family time. Enjoy your boys.
But what happened to Indigenous? Did he ever come back or not?
He was in the chat. The thing is, after the live ended, we were in the back of the live because I wasn't sure if I was to. This is the thing. I wasn't sure if it was to click out and go into another StreamYard link or if you were starting, because everybody's got different packages when it comes to StreamYard, or whether you were starting a fresh live from where we were. So we were there for a hot second having a conversation. I won't go in because I said to him I'd keep certain information private.
Mhm.
But he did say that he was going to come back to the live. So I was here and he was in the chat for a bit. And I said to him, I'm in the back of StreamYard just waiting for Moon to come back. Um, and then I think he disappeared. And I was saying to him to come up in the back. But then the last message I saw was much love, Queen Cascade, and that was it.
Okay. Yeah, maybe he went and did something else.
Which is fine. It's not an issue. It's not a problem.
Yeah. So I'm trying to. Well, no, I'm gonna do that tonight once the wedding is over. When I get home and
Hmm.
switch to my laptop, then
Hmm.
I'll probably find some things that I can pull up and we can go over. But
Hmm.
I'm gonna say the list of questions that we made earlier for either tonight after the wedding or tomorrow night.
Okay. No problem. That's cool. It's not an issue. Lil says, Lilith's Revenge says, I'm going to be brave enough to go into Toys R Us and buy a Lego build one day. Oh. Well, whatever you guys are doing, and gals, ladies and gentlemen, she emotionals and he emotionals are doing today, enjoy. See, this is the thing. I'm the type of person, I want to play music and jam out and chill out, and I can't do that anymore on YouTube. I don't want to play anything that's going to get the stream taken down. People are going to have to bear with Moon because she's going through, she's driving back and she's going to hit dead zones and stuff like that on the way back. So, looks like you're stuck with me a hot second again. Lord. My stomach is here making all sorts of awful, god awful noise. Hopefully you didn't hear that. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, that's what I meant to do. I meant to copy and paste what Lil was saying about that dude. What's his name? That did the nail technician stuff.
Who?
Say that again, Moon. Sorry.
I said, who we talking about?
No, Lil gave me some information on some nail art and some contributors towards cosmetology.
Mhm.
Because my daughter's got an interest in being a nail tech, or at least having the skills under her belt. So she gave me some info earlier about a couple of people I should look into. So I'm just copying and pasting that information to give to Madam.
Okay.
Which is at that stage where I'm trying to, take the interests that she's got and expand on them. And, when I was her age, my parents were of the opinion, or we're hustlers within our community. We hustle, we learn skills and trades and things, but they always sort of taught me that if I could get an education in it or learn it to a point where I can make money out of it, then different points in time when I was doing music or when I was doing sexual health or doing voluntary work, and you needed to make quick money or different types, pay the
Yeah.
bills. It was something that I could always fall back on. So I'm trying to do the same with Madam in terms of using her interests to teach her different things.
Yeah, that makes sense. It makes sense. That's good though. You're finding what she enjoys because I think we were just talking about that earlier with John or
Hmm.
Tan John about finding what your kids are interested in and building upon those so your kids don't feel like they need to compete with siblings or they're making you feel like disappointed.
Yeah. See, this is the thing. When you started the original stream, I was there, and then I knocked out asleep, didn't realize it, and then woke up how many hours later and was like, oh shit, I fell asleep. Fell asleep. So I'm gonna have to go back and watch what I missed.
Okay, okay. I mean, I did it real late. I was late because the kitty, that dang cat. Now the kitten, I made him his own food, but he still decided to come in the living room and eat koi food.
Just tested his boundaries. See what
Right.
he got away with. Thanks, Lil. I'll see it in the chat. I've got it. I've copied and pasted it. Thank you. I'm gonna test his boundaries, his territory, see how much he can get away with.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I had to be like, no, no, no. I had to move the food to a different location because he just kept going back to it. I was like, sir.
He's trying to see if he got cute privilege, pretty privilege.
Right. And it's like it'd be okay if they, could eat the same food, but kittens get the kitten food and then adult cats get their food.
Hmm. I suppose it's no different to sometimes when you're kids and you see your parents eating something and you want to eat it.
Yep.
It's like, I want to eat what they're eating. So, what topics you got on your brain, Moon?
Um, not right now because I kind of want to steer clear of the questions that we were asking earlier.
Okay.
Well,
Outside of
pose
that.
it. Let's see. We talked about Ghislaine Maxwell's trial at the beginning of the stream because we were going over the news.
Maxwell, Maxwell. That name sounds familiar. Is that the essay case?
The woman who was the right hand man to Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, yes. Um, because when was it? A couple of months back, they had the situation with Prince Andrew, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And the Met Police have dropped it here. So I was hoping that the Me Too movement in America would pick it up because then they're not going to arrest the Queen's son. Do you get what I mean? So they've handed
Yeah.
it back to America to do something with it. So I need to check in on that case because I follow certain ones to see what's going on, but my mind's been somewhere else.
Yeah, I doubt America's gonna do anything with Prince Andrew's part in it.
Hmm.
But right now, Maxwell, she has four victims that's testifying against her. Only
Okay.
one of the victims is using like their actual name, you
Hmm.
know, and the others are just either going as anonymous or just by first name.
Okay, which is understandable with this climate.
Yeah, but yes, she's talking about how she met them when she was what 16, and
Mm,
that Maxwell had convinced her to go to Epstein's ranch. And she think, they're telling her that they're trying to help her with her college debt and stuff like that to go to school.
mm,
And she's kind of feeling a little comfortable with Maxwell. And so they get to the ranch, and Maxwell starts to make her feel uncomfortable, offered her a massage. And
mm,
in the process of giving her a massage, she began fondling her. And then she was like, the victim was like, she just knew that Epstein was near. She was like, I couldn't see him, but I felt like, his eyes were on me and he was watching me. But then he ended up coming into her bed later on that night and was like playfully saying that he wanted to cuddle with her.
mm,
And then, without her permission, got in the bed and proceeded to cuddle with her. And
mhm,
she made up the excuse that she had to use the restroom,
mhm.
and she got out of that. But she said after that encounter she never met with them again. And I think that was like her second encounter with Epstein.
Okay. Using all the grooming techniques.
Yeah, but yeah, so the prosecutors, they have rested their case. So the defense is up next, and the defense say that they're going to prove that any activity that Maxwell had with the girls was not uh illegal sexual activity.
Hmm. That's what they'll stick to. But really and truly, I don't believe it.
Yeah, I don't either, because these men who do that, they always have a team of people helping them. Because even if we look back at R. Kelly, he had people who would go to the malls and to the schools and pick up girls for him.
I remember seeing one of the Love and Hip Hop episodes, which was focused on, trafficking and that. And one of the young women that was on the panel was saying that she was a scouter. She's an activist now. I can't remember the lady's name, but she used to scout for them, for girls and stuff. And she was saying how she'd go into mega churches, she'd go to homeless shelters, she'd go to the mall, she'd go to all sorts of places to look for girls.
Yep, I saw that clip, but I didn't know that was Love and Hip Hop. But yeah, I don't know
Mm.
who that lady was, but I know that one girl, Alexis Sky, Fetty Wap's one of Fetty Wap's baby mamas. She
Yeah,
was a victim of sex trafficking. So
I think I did
she's
watch a, like sometimes they'll take the live from Instagram and put it on YouTube. I remember seeing
uh-huh.
a live where she was talking about it and about her experience and what happened to her. It's,
Yep. Yeah, I remember she ended up getting into it with another lady on the show about the lady trying to tell her what she went through. And I was like, girl, you need to leave her alone. You old and you trying to mess with this 20-some-year-old woman.
are you talking about Carly Red?
Yes, that messy old heifer.
Oh gosh, it was a whole heap of mix up because her husband then pretending to be her fiance when she was already married, but then he was with Alexis Sky. Oh, what's her name? Have I got the right person?
Yeah, Alexis Sky.
Yeah, he was with Alexis Sky before he got with Carly Red. There's a whole heap of mix up, mix up, mix up.
Yep. What's his name? Mo.
Mm. Then he's got a whole case on it to do with PPP loans and stuff.
Yeah, I think so.
He was allegedly pretending to be some kind of, I don't know, import or export for like Walmart or something dodgy, really, really dodgy,
Mm.
and collecting money for fake employees.
And it's crazy how people really be thinking they got money, but then you see them getting caught up doing PPP loans and scams and fraud and shit.
Mm, this is the thing, isn't it?
Ooh, Ooh wee. Damn. I really just sat here and re-pierced my nose, and that hurts so bad.
Ouch. But you take time with your nose when you get back in if you've got some antiseptic or lemon or, peroxide to just clean it off and things. Because you're going to have to end up back at work tomorrow and pulling it out.
Oh, I ain't gonna pull it out tomorrow and put a mask on.
Okay.
But I know that, I had to show up today, showing that it was out because folks had already said something to me, and then all the people with the high rank were here today because of the change of command ceremony. I'm
Yeah.
assuming that they won't be there tomorrow.
Hmm.
So I'm just gonna put on a face mask, and push come shove, I might put a band-aid on under the face mask and be like, I got a nosebleed type shit.
Hmm.
But yeah, I got the little piercing cleaning spray, the little H2O thing that come in the blue bottle that they give you at the piercing shop.
Okay. Yeah.
So yeah, I'm cleaning when I get home. But I can't wait to get home and make this hookah. And I gotta make sure that Koi ain't trying to get the kitty. But yeah, Kylie Red, she is so messy, and I'm like, girl, you too old to be that messy. I hate when like being messy is a young bitch sport. You supposed to grow out of that. You still hear me?
Hey, Moon, hold on a second. Bear with me a second. My daughter's just here. Hold on.
Okay. Yeah, yeah, Scar Beauty. Yeah, Carly Red supposedly in a relationship with Lamar Odom. Yep, that's supposed to be her man now. So I mean, but who ain't her man? She had Jock, but Jock was everybody man. Ha! I don't think she really shitted on Pooh Sheets. I think Pooh is just, another messy old woman and she just wanted some shit to talk about. Honestly. I don't think that shit happened. And then she put out them sheets talking about some $400 sheets. Now, ma'am, my mama had got them exact sheets. Them is not no $400 sheets.
What sheets are not $400?
Carly Red and that man looking ass lady Pooh. Pooh was like,
Oh,
her and her husband fucked Carly Red, and Carly Red shitted on her sheets when her husband fucked her in the ass.
that was a whole hot mess. And the fact that she brought like a sheet and some diapers to Trinidad, and
Yeah, but
God, she.
I personally don't think it was true. I think Pooh was just being a messy, bitter bitch. And those sheets, I was looking at them and I was like, those ain't no $400 sheets because my mama got them same sheets.
But then it's like, okay, if say for example, yeah, you've got that kind of wealth where 400 to some 400 ain't that much, to others of us that's some money, that's some change.
Hmm.
After that situation happened, why would you keep the sheets if that had happened?
Exactly. Because
Like,
when she did that, that was like months after. So first off, why would you keep the sheets? But secondly, even if you were gonna keep the sheets, you ain't clean them this whole few months. I know they stink.
and then it's like, what you put them in a bag waiting to give them to Carly for not acknowledging you, just.
Exactly. Like I don't know. That's why I don't believe the shit. It's not logical. Hey Melinda, how you doing?
Let's see what's going on in the chat because I haven't been looking. Sorry, people.
And no, it's just Scar Beauty was asking a couple questions about Carly Red, and then Melinda was saying, "Hey,
Hey, Blue. Hey,
Oh
Sarah.
yeah,
Linda.
oh yeah. Scar Beauty. Yeah, she had that lie detector test. It wasn't true. It was all a lie. And it's crazy because I don't even watch Love and Hip Hop, but I be watching the clips on Facebook.
Oh, Lord.
And then Carly daughter had tried to fight Pooh daughter, and she was running up on them like, "Bitch,
Yeah, so that something about it only took me it doesn't take you 7 years or something like that, screaming at
yeah."
the
She was
end of
like, "It
it.
took me 4 years to finish college. It shouldn't, it don't take seven or whatever." And like, I mean, everybody college journey is different. Like, it could have took her seven because she took breaks and shit.
Some people it does take them that length of time, you know. Stuff happens in between that affects people sometimes completing their education. But it just seemed really, really petty to me. Um and then it's like, okay, that's your legacy now, Pooh, from being on the show. That's what people are gonna remember about you: sheets and
Remember you
diapers
for?
and poo stains, and your claim to fame of sleeping with Carly Red with your husband. It's just like, really?
Exactly. And there one girl from Atlanta, Akbar. I can't stand that bitch. I hate her. She is such a fucking bully. And then she always be like, "I'm the queen of Atlanta, bitch. I grew here, you flew here." Girl, so
When she started coming after my girl Spice, I was like, Spice, mash her up. I'm not even gonna lie. I was just, mash her up, Spice. Mash her up. Sis Melinda, no,
and then when
you haven't
when Spice
offended
took
me
her
at all.
shoes off and Sierra did that little kumbaya trying to have Tokyo Spice and Akbar get along, and Spice took her shoes off,
Mhm.
and then Sierra gonna be like, she always do that. Sierra, don't be sitting there lying. You know she do that when she about to jump across the damn table. Like, Sierra was fake for that. How you gonna say you want them to get along, but you gonna be like, oh, she just do that all the time. Don't be worried.
The uh, the thing with the Spice is I get it, and calling a woman a bitch. Like Jamaican women within our cultures, we don't. That's one of the words on the list that you don't call a Jamaican woman, or you're not gonna like the reaction you get. So I get where Spice is coming from because of the cultural significance to that word and how it's used in Jamaica. But I understand obviously from the other cultural aspect with America, you know,
Yeah.
the way that women will use it. So I get why her reactions were that way. And it seemed like Akbar was trying to provoke her.
Her
Ooh,
a
I think,
bitch, but she mocked her ex.
yeah. And then when she came to her event, when her and Spice were actually getting on, and she invited her to the launch. I can't remember whether it was the launch of her wigs or a single release. And Akbar lost it and started smashing up the place and throwing things. It's just like, wow. I can see why she was kind of like done with her. I don't know if you heard me earlier. Sis Melinda, no, you haven't offended me at all. You haven't offended me. I was just dealing with some gross food and putting it in the bin. So no. You're still my good sis. Ooh. Moon, you're bogging right now, sis. Hmm. No, Moon was talking about Sierra in Love and Hip Hop. The woman that runs the hair salon and stuff, that was, I think she was previously married to Shooter, but she was with that other dust mite that she got engaged to for about a day. I don't know what his name is. I can see his face, but I can't remember his name. That Sierra. So Sierra that runs the beauty shop in Love and Hip Hop. Hopefully you know who I'm talking about. Yeah. There's a lady called Sierra that does like the hair and beauty. She has a hair and beauty store in Love and Hip Hop Atlanta. Yeah, she spells it with an S now, I see. True. Yeah, I did see that episode. That is one of the main things that I do remember, him coming over pretending like he's got a present for the daughter, giving the daughter the present, and then like the bag with the stuff for Sierra and trying to embarrass her. He's a serious dust mite. I don't know why she even like coming out of her divorce and everything. She should just taken a break. Would have been simpler for her to just take a break, work on herself. But to me, it was like he wormed his way in. At the same time, he was good friends with Shooter, so she was going on about he's my best friend, he's my best friend. But there was an episode that I remember where they tried to do it. Was it a friend intervention? Tokyo was there, Carly Red, Mimi, and you had the white girl that was from the strip club that was there, and one of her ex's other artists. And they were trying to explain to her how he was cheating. And she's caught him cheating how many times since that? So it's just, yeah. His name, oh, was it Bo? So, oh yes, that's it. BK Rasco. Trying to act like some weird Don Juan with emotional issues. It gets on my nerves. That's it, BK Brasco. It might not have been the most respectful thing for her to go and take the ring and trade it in for some other jewelry. Legally, in some states you're supposed to return the ring, but I don't blame her considering all this stuff. At the same time, she should have walked away a long time ago. Staying in that foolishness. No, I didn't watch the when Yandy and Mandisi and them got married in Dubai. I didn't see that episode, but I know she was out there with another guy. But BK was online bitching and moaning. I'm glad you found your glasses. I cannot for the life of me find mine. I have mixed feelings when it comes to Yandy. For the different things that I've seen on and off over the years. And then during the pandemic, there was on the on the Love and Hip Hop YouTube channel. They were doing some streams showing past seasons that I hadn't seen. So it was interesting watching a few of those and seeing all oh god, what's her name? Chrissy and all that. Because I'd only seen clips of stuff from like the first how many seasons. So when they were doing, there was a few nights when they did some 24-hour streams going from the beginning, the very beginning of Love and Hip Hop right up until wherever they'd left off with the pandemic. So it was interesting watching some of those. And so it filled in some gaps for me. Yeah, let's talk about it because Yandy, I don't know, some people call her Yandy Luther King, and I'm just like, okay. Is that where we're at now? You can see there's good sides to her in the activism. But obviously there's also some other really shady sides to her. And at the same time, Mandisi's holding him down while he was in prison with all that kind of stuff. And then I did see some of the couples episodes. I didn't get to finish the season where it was like some of the Love and Hip Hop cast from other episodes. Like I do like the counseling type ones and the, oh god, what do you call it? It's gone out of my head. What's it called? Yeah. I haven't started watching this season yet, but I do enjoy Marriage Boot Camp. Like the ones that are teaching couples how to mend, heal, fix their relationships. I find it interesting watching those ones and seeing if there's anything, I can pick up in my school bag or do different techniques with different things when I'm counseling couples and stuff. But they did like a marriage type one with the Love and Hip Hop ones because Little Fizzle Pop and what's her name was on there. There was Yandy and Mandisi's. There was, I think it was Ray J and Princess. Kirk with his, what is it? Kirk and his 2 earrings and Rashida. And I'm trying to remember who else was there. But yeah, when they were doing the sessions with, oh gosh, what's her name? AJ Johnson. It was interesting listening to him talking about being in prison and stuff like that and Yandy living her life. So I was just like, hold on, this woman stayed with you, went through all this, raised these children by herself while you were in prison, still putting commissary money on your books. And you're moaning because occasionally she hasn't answered the phone. And she's running on top of it his company, as well as making more money for him, his business, while he's locked up in prison. I think some of his appreciation goes out the window, but hey. It's her relationship. That's who she chose to be with. That's what they want. So let them get on with it. That'll be interesting to have the conversation with you, Moon. I think they've moved to Atlanta now, innit? That's how they've come to be in the new season. And it's almost like they're trying to start their own sort of like their own slight miniature episodes of their family via like her social media. Yeah, I do have a lot of like even when I sort of found out about how young she was when he got with her and all those kind of things, and just he was her guardian and all that, and I was just like, I didn't know that, like, until I started getting into watching that for a period of time, the Love and Hip Hop, I didn't know until a certain period of time about like their back history. Well, that was a whole, yeah. And then the amount of affairs that he's had. So I'm just like, obviously it's their relationship. They've chosen to stick together, but half of the things that these women are dealing with, nah, boy. I can't do it. I'm gonna get locked up. Locked up, won't let me out. Something's gonna happen. I know myself enough to walk away, okay, from certain things. Certain things I'm just not gonna tolerate or put up with. Other people, I'm not saying that, they chose to work it out, they chose to stay together and stuff like that, which is fair enough. It's her life, but I remember all the seeing the Kirk with the other girl and Bambi and Benzino and Bobby is it Valentino? I think it's Valentino up at the cabin during the pandemic, because I'd seen clips via other episodes and online, but like I said, I was like, oh, it's like a lot of oh moments, because it's like, okay, this is why this happened in this episode, and this is why. I was like, Then it's ironic to see all the stuff that Rashida went through with getting pregnant for him thinking that the baby wasn't his, doing the whole DNA, saying that he wasn't about doing fatherhood and stuff like that. And now, 2021 going into 22, when they were on the couples episode, they can't get the child out the bed. Do you get what I mean? Now the little boy's in the bed cramping their stuff. I'm getting jiggy with it. After the last how many years of everything else. Well, she's with I think the last thing that I saw with Bambi was about her and little Scrappy were potentially heading for divorce. I don't know what's happened since then, because I saw a part episode with Erica Mena and Bambi talking about the issues that they were having with Scrappy and Safari at the time. But I didn't really I don't know if it's on at the moment, but the last season that I saw, it did have Erica Mena and Spice and all the foolishness with Safari and not helping. But I hadn't watched the complete, I don't think in all that season that I've watched a complete episode. Kids want your attention, things are happening, stuff happens, so it's like you get interrupted and forget to come back to it. And then it kind of just got boring for me with the whole, I just think I was over it and just needed a break from it. Certain things I watch for, my vice, and other things it's more like social media projects and just research and information, and you hear the things that people are talking about and you want to get a better understanding. So, and then, during parts of the pandemic, it was just something to watch and catch up on when I saw that YouTube was doing the streams. So I'm glad to see my girl Spice making that money, honey. Make that bag, girl. Make that bag with Grace Noir. Okay. Represent for Jamaica. All right. Get it, sis. Get it. But I don't particularly like her man that's on the show either. I smell dust on that one as well. I think that's the last couple of clips that I've kind of seen with that. So it was with her man questioning about her going back into her career. And I felt like I understand his point to a certain extent. When he was saying about her dancing and stuff like that, I can understand it from one point of view, but then the other point of view for me is you got with her knowing that she was the queen of dancehall. You've been a cameraman for the last how many years before you got into a relationship with her, watching her performances, filming her performances. so you knew what she was about and how she made her money. And then on top of it, with the fact that she was having Spice has been in the industry for over a decade, and she's fought for a long time just to be able to get an album because they just wanted to keep giving her releasing singles. So other artists like Shaggy and there was a few others had to go to bat for her with the record company to allow her to sort of put out an album. So after sort of like 10 years of plugging away at this and having to fight your record company, you finally get an opportunity to put out your album. She's worked on the album for the last how long, and then you're putting it together and all the understand a bit more from behind the scenes, some of the stuff that you're going through with your record company and your management, and you produce how many songs and you're working with different artists, and then the sort of final meetings that kind of take place with the album choice, the choices of songs and things like that, and getting the okay for the final preparations in releasing the album and stuff. And then we've had the pandemic. Do you get what I mean? Everything stopped in terms of how much performances or, concerts, musicians, all them kind of things stopped. So now to be able to get back out there, properly release the album to the public, and then still having the restrictions at the time that we were having, and knowing sort of Spice's history to come with what he was coming with, I felt like that was like a manipulation, a bit of deception to sort of keep his control, because during the pandemic he's had it to himself for a period of time. I'm just reading what Sacred Beauty put in the chat. But Bambi gets around. He knew that was his baby. He was trying to play victim. I think that's in regards. Is that in regards to Kirk? If that's in regards to Kirk and Rashida, yeah, I understand. I haven't been watching. I didn't like Spice at first. She came in too rough with Tokyo. Was this on the last season? So yeah, I get why people weren't feeling Tokyo on the first season. Obviously, she's spicy with it. I think also people were trying to cause conflict with who oh gosh, I can't remember the guy, that the dust mite that Tokyo was dating at the time, but he was playing foolishness behind the scenes. It
Yep.
didn't look like he told Spice the truth about his relationship with Tokyo. Sis, did I hear you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. So, and I get it in terms of when people thought, and it is that body shaming, when she was using certain verbiage and words to Tokyo. On the other hand, from coming from the Jamaican culture, I understand, because the way we talk to each other seems rough sometimes, and it seems disrespectful to others that don't fully understand the context of the language. So, I get where she was coming from, but yeah, that Tobias, fool like duck, okay, fool boy. So, but I like the fact that they've been able to sort of come together and now have a good friendship.
Um, I had wanted to talk about Yandy and her mess of a husband
Go
mid
ahead, sis.
pieces. But first, first I wanted to talk about Yandy and Chrissy. Now the whole Yandy Chrissy situation, Chrissy
I think you're cutting
blew
in
it
and out.
out of proportion.
Oh,
because Yandy, as what's her husband name? Whatever his
you talking about the rapper,
name is.
Jim
Yandy
Jones?
have the money to be blowing. No, not Peter Guns. The one that refuses to marry her.
Jim Jones. Is that his not his name? Jim Jones? Something Jones?
Yes.
And his mama
Yep,
name
that's
Mama
his
Jones
name.
or
Jim
something?
Jones.
Go back and
Jim
repeat what you
Jones.
said, sis, because you cut out earlier. Oh, looks like we've lost her for a hot second. She might be heading or in a dead zone. But yeah, I think his name is Jim Jones. Because I'm sure he. Oh God, what is it? Dipset. Dipset is he was a part of Dipset, wasn't he?
Town.
Sis, Moonflower.
Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you now.
You can hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Before you were bugging and cutting in and out.
But yeah, his name is Jim Jones.
Mhm.
I was saying that Yandy was 100% right to tell Jim that he don't have the money to be blowing it on extravagant gifts for Chrissy because she was his manager, but also his financial advisor.
Mhm.
Their house ended up getting like foreclosed on and all this other stuff. He ran out of money and now he just washed up.
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? I mean, I can see from one point where Chrissy thought she was overcrossing the line. I didn't know she was his financial advisor. I thought she was just his manager. But at the same time, even as a manager, when you're handing over those checks to him, you're gonna kind of know what he's earning and what you're having to spend on his music career.
Yep.
But if she was his financial
And that
advisor,
was
then
the
she had
point
every right to
that
sort of see that.
Yandy was trying to make.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Star Beauty, she sure did. Chrissy got down on one knee and proposed to Jim. And he still was like,
You said that he lost the ring. I was watching that during the pandemic when he lost the ring and then they went to go back and he had his glasses on and he had his head down like a naughty schoolboy when I was having to go and get a replacement. I was like, what?
Blame Mary.
Oh. And then was it in the season when she'd come back? When I had some of the oldies come back, the OGs come back. And it came up about the fact that he's proposed to her how many times over the last few years and she's not interested now. I was like, how the tables have shifted.
Because she spent all those years making a big old fuss about being married. And now she's talking about, well, it doesn't even matter if we're married or not because we're in love.
I can understand at this point being through all the stuff that they've been through and probably seeing the way that he manages himself emotionally, physically, and mentally, the way that he spends money, the way that Mama Jones behaves towards her, and all the other stuff like the foreclosure and all that happening, why she wouldn't want that legal tie to him.
Yeah, it makes sense too, but she needs to just, get her life and move on.
Mm. Well, she could if she really wanted to at this point. You get what I mean? Because it's not as if she's not. I seen a little bit of the stuff that she was doing in terms of the women's money circle, helping to create more
Hmm.
businesses and all those kind of things. So I'm all for, women empowerment and us moving forward. So it's suppose we're in a position now where she doesn't have to. And really and truly, what benefit is Jim bringing to her with the marriage now?
None whatsoever.
So she's happy to continue as they are. Before I would have been of the opinion to get married, and now I'm in a space where I see things differently, and I'm just like, well, if it's working for her, if he still wants certain legal commitments, then I'm learning that there's other ways to do that and make sure that she's secure if anything happens to him. But I can
But
understand her not wanting to be tied to him in certain aspects.
yeah.
Carry on, sis.
What you say, Queen Cascade?
No, I said, go ahead, sis. Say what you're saying.
Oh, I was just about to say about Yandy and Mendices. They a whole hot mess because Yandy had that foster daughter, adoptive daughter, or whatever, and then Mendici
Oh,
came home from.
Infinity. Lord says she cut out again. These dead zones ruining our conversation. Hopefully she'll fall into a better signal range soon. We just have to bear with her. Scarability says it's not. Is it scarred or sacred? Scarred. Scarred Beauty said Yandy was mad about Jim buying Chrissy verses.
All right, I should be good now because I'm starting to get out that area.
I can hear you now.
But yeah, I was just saying it's a whole hot mess because he got out of prison and then the adoptive daughter had to go back. You can still hear me?
Last thing I heard was the adopted daughter. I didn't hear anything after that.
I said the adoptive daughter had to go back after he got out of prison.
Yeah, I saw some of the stuff around that because Mariah Lynn got involved, didn't she?
Mm-hmm.
There was some stuff about her putting stuff on blast on social media. But then recently she was apologizing in part of one of the episodes I saw when she came to spend some time with them in Atlanta. At the time when I saw because I don't know if you can hear right now, Moon, because it's cut out a second. I wasn't sure whether because there's different laws in regards to different crimes, and when you've got a child from social services that you're fostering, or you guys call them CPS, there's certain types of convictions where you and that child can't be in the house together. So I wasn't aware at that point, or do I fully still know if he would have been allowed to be in the house with her at that point. Yeah, that part didn't make sense to me in terms of knowing that you've got a child that there's certain rules and regulations And as you said, Scarred Beauty, a felon for a baby daddy that's coming home to you. But I didn't watch all of that season, so I don't know how exactly things panned out. Do you get what I mean? Like I said, I had the certain episodes that I didn't catch. So I think the next time that I saw Infinity was in the episode that I caught. I think it was a few months back, where she came out to visit them in Atlanta. So oh, it looks like Moon got kicked off. Well, hopefully she'll pass through the dead zone and she'll come back to us. I didn't realize there for a second because I was on my other screen looking at the comments. The last thing I saw was Jim Jones was investing in some kind of weed company or something and selling like accessories and stuff like that. So with Jim and Chrissy, you know, I wish them all the best in life. They're gonna handle things how they deem to handle them. So though it's funny watching Mama Jones with her antics, I wouldn't want to be on the end of it having to deal with that. Same with In Love and Hip Hop, you've got Mama D. She cracks me up. She gets away with some things, boy. Lord have mercy, that woman. It's funny to watch her on TV and watch it pan out, but yeah. She's a character. It makes for good TV. But the messy aunt type character. Yes, Tiff. XYZ too. It's too much. Like when you're having certain scenes and they're dry and she comes in and you know what I mean, it gives some action to what's going on. You know there's gonna be some mess that comes with it. You just don't know exactly what mess is always gonna come out with her. So yeah. Not my mother-in-law, so I don't have to worry. Oh, but yeah, I think she was way in the clouds with the "That's my son" and the whole pedestalizing Scrappy, because look at the issues Bambi's having with Scrappy now in trying to get help with the co-parenting and everything that I saw when she was pregnant. I don't know if she's had the baby since, because like I said, I've kind of checked out of those episodes of what's going on. I was just like, enough, my brain. Watch something else. So, but that's the thing. Characters like Mama D, characters like Carly Red, you know, the messy characters. That's why, you know, the people like Carly have been able to come back season after season because they know that she will bring the mess and the drama. And with Mama D, she's got her own following, you know. There's people that enjoy that mess. And I can see that there's other people like her out there that will identify with her and be drawn to her. So But I was surprised to find out that she used to be a pimp. That was something that I was just like, what? So I suppose in one way it shows how people can change their lives. I'd have to look into her history a bit more because apart from bits and bobs that I've seen of her on Love and Hip Hop, I don't really know that much about her. So, like I said, she makes good messy TV.
Yellow.
I can hear you.
Yeah.
Just through the dead zone. Yeah.
Yes, I'm now a very good distance away. That's why I hate going out there, bro. But no, Yandy, I mean, Mendici be having Yandy looking stupid when they be having to do those marriage counseling sessions on Love and Hip Hop because he just be talking about bullshit. He was like, oh, well, it was sometimes that Yandy didn't answer the phone, or some days she didn't call me. And I'm like, bro, she out here making sure all your kids straight. She out here making money for herself and your children. So of course she not gonna be able to answer the phone all of the time.
I just think it was ridiculous and selfish, like you said. He had businesses when he went into prison that she's having to manage. She's managing her own businesses. I remember seeing something about the launch to do with the Yale skincare and everything, as well
Yeah.
as managing musicians, being on the road. How many kids? Three kids.
And then the
And
baby mama drama.
yeah, all that stuff with the baby mothers, and then having to manage taking on some of his responsibilities because he's not there to be there for the kids. So, and then you're filming Love and Hip Hop. It's just like, wow, there's some days then she's not going to be able to manage, where she's going to be tired, where you're not going to be her first priority.
And then the time he really made an ass out of Yandy was when the marriage counselor, asked him, if Yandy had got locked up, would he do the same for her? And he was like, I can't say that I would.
Hmm. That just was the proof in the pudding for me, because you're judging her by standards that you're not willing to even commit to. Do you get what I mean? What would have happened to the kids if Yandy wasn't around? The ones that you've got with her. And remember, one of them was a baby, when he went in it, wasn't it? So,
Yep, one of them was a baby.
exactly. So it's just like, you don't know how you would have ultimately managed in that situation. And even if you turn around and said, well, I would have been there and this, that, and the other, once you're in that situation, feelings and emotions and things might change as well. So give us yo on that. Or even though I'm a Yandy fan like that, I give her credit where credit is due for holding all that shit down. Because
Yep.
I'd have probably had a nervous breakdown having to deal with all of that. And she did say there was nights where she cried her eyes out and having to attend parent teacher conferences and all this kind of thing, and you're not there. So, and I think that's what some of people who go into prison forget is, yes, you might be there physically serving the time, but the impact that it has on your family and the loved ones that are around you.
Yep. And then for him to turn around and say, well, I don't think I would do the same for you, that shit just a fucking slap in the face.
That's like a box KO.
Definitely. It was just so disrespectful. And I was like, damn, you going out like that, going outside.
Well, I'm assuming, She would have never said that or asked the question to get that kind of response because she's always been sure about the relationship when people were telling her to walk away.
Yep.
Do you hear what I mean?
Hmm.
And even like you've worked in prisons, and I've heard other prison officers talk about how when women go into jail, the men disappear very quickly. There's very few of them that are stay the long haul while the women are married, and how some of them will be on those dating websites like the love after lockup type situations. But
Hmm.
vice versa, when it comes to a woman staying with a man, there's a whole heap of women that will stay with them while they're in there.
Yep, and then even when those men get locked up and they got wives on the outside or girlfriends on the outside, they still be on those like pen pal websites and pulling, women and having them send him stuff and all that other stuff. Whole time he got a wife.
Oh yeah. um like on TikTok, there's a whole prison TikTok, prison
Yeah.
wives TikTok, prison girlfriends. And there's like guys that are just putting out their info when they're raw in prison, showing you cooking, doing dances. It's just, I was just like, whoa. And there's a whole heap of women in the comments as well, like sending them stuff, asking for their details, and I'm like, I'm like, what is going on these apps?
I don't
So,
understand why we're even supporting a TikTok with the prison. Like, first off, they're not even supposed to have a phone. That's a security risk for the COs.
okay. So, obviously, somebody snuck one in at some point.
Yeah. And then I be wondering how they sneaking in these like iPhones, but they also do have people like come and throw packages over the fence and stuff. We caught somebody throwing packages over the fence one time when I was in training. We saw them do it, but the person ended up getting away though, because it's like some woods back there behind the fence. But
Well,
like a lot of the phones that these prisoners have be like those, they be like some itty bitty phones that like are like super tiny, and they normally like track phones. But some of them, they got the iPhones and the touch screens and stuff.
this is the thing because there was a situation here. I think it was just before the pandemic where somebody had used a drone to drop packages over the wall.
Mhm.
So it just pushed. We were like the government was heading towards changing the droning rules here anyway. But when that situation happened, it just tipped it over the edge. It was like the cherry on top.
Yep. They do that here in America too. Have them drones come and drop stuff off. But it's I wouldn't say it's better or worse
Your sound's gone out, sis. There's a whole heap of mummies out there. Tiff says, "Oh,
cameras
you're
and
bogging,
all that
sis.
good stuff, or just COs walk in and you can see it out the window and stuff. So that's basically it. So,
You you cut out for a period of time and you were bogging. You've just come back.
okay, good. But yeah, I was just saying the preferred method among prisoners is having somebody, physically outside the gate and throwing the packages over, because the drones can be easily spotted, on security cameras and through windows.
I can't remember if it was Taz's channel or someone else's channel where it was like a guy had got a whole bodysuit made to escape, but tried to get out of the prison looking like his daughter.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I think it was Taz's channel.
I was like, what in the? But just to even sneak in a whole silicone suit, wig and all that, t-shirt and all that. Do you get what I mean? Full outfit like your daughters.
Yeah, they could have had it sent like in if it was like sent from Amazon. Well, not from Amazon, but made it look like it was from Amazon, and like kind of packaged it differently. They could have got it that way.
Like even opening the package, isn't the prison officers said the post department's supposed to go through the packages so nobody noticed a whole silicone human like suit like some oh Lord. Somebody either brought that in or sent that in. They're telling me nobody saw that.
When you,
Somebody in the inside
yeah, that's a
knows
hot
something.
mess. But when these women when they send the letters, these love letters to these men in prison, they be rubbing their coochie on a piece of paper, and they'll circle the spot and be like, sniff here, or
What?
scratch here.
Scratch and sniff. Oh my gosh. Oh,
Girl,
dear
yes, I
Lord.
hated opening that mail. Yeah.
Ew.
The
I heard of the ones with the perfume, but they're human. Pum pum perfume.
perfume is the perfume normally is to cover up drugs that they put into, like they put it under the stamp,
Yeah.
or they put it in the creases of the envelope. So the perfume normally is to mask that smell. But they write the love letters, and they have the little spot circle where they done rubbed it, down there,
Oh God.
and they be like, sniff here.
Oh, I saw an episode of something a while back where they'd taken the letter and they dipped it in actual drugs and then left it to dry. And when they were going through the mail, they found it.
Yup. And that's a hazard, because some drugs can be absorbed through the skin. So
Yeah.
sometimes those officers have to get Narcan if they don't have their gloves on.
I think some don't understand how dangerous in some ways that job is. Do you get what I mean? Just handling mail that's potentially got drugs in it that can seep into your skin.
Yup. And then like one letter that we had to like skim through the letters and make sure there's like no bad stuff in the letter, like hits on COs, or just certain things. But I
Mhm.
was reading one letter, and this guy was explicitly telling his mom how to send drugs in through the mail.
Mhm.
Like he was giving her a step by step on where to put it, how to put it under the stamp, and who to get it from, and all this other stuff.
Oh, that sounds like some serious mummification, boy.
Yep, yep. I'm like, dang, mama, you really sneaking in drugs? You really
Wow.
sneaking your son drugs into jail?
Possibly lose your liberty over sending drugs into a prison. Not the one. Not the one.
But yeah, that's one of OD is like the largest killer of inmates, because they be in there like literally tweaking. Like if we see them and we can know, like we visibly see that you are high, we can't really do nothing to you. We have to catch you in the act of doing the drugs in
Yeah.
order for them to get in trouble. So like the prison I worked at, it's always been under scrutiny. It's not a good company. It's a private prison. But this guy, he had OD one of the inmates, and he was actually dead for 2 days. So the guards in that unit, they weren't doing their rounds correctly. Like you're supposed to like check for breathing and make sure that you visibly see them move. So whenever I did my checks, I would knock on the window and I would tell them, make him move, but I would not stop knocking until they made their roommate move. But yep, that dude was dead in there for 2 days.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
Yep, whoever worked on that shift got fired, and they probably got charges brought on them because it's the negligent homicide.
Yeah, negligence. Definitely.
Yep, and then you got the COs there that half-ass do their job. Like I told the inmates when I was working there, I come here to do my motherfucking job, and that's all the fuck I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make sure that you alive when I come in and alive when I leave.
Now, don't envy anybody that's currently doing that job or had to work in the services like that. I do remember, like in previous years, going into certain prisons here. But it was more to do with like sexual health or education. Do you get what I mean? Doing workshops because obviously, people get into things in prison regarding sexual health, might
Yeah.
need advice on. And then, the education side of things when some of them were coming or heading towards coming out of prison.
And that's one thing I never understand about CEOs that like to fuck prisoners, especially the male prisoners. First off, let's ignore the fact that he's an inmate. Let's ignore the fact that he probably got some type of STD. The main thing is the nigga is dirty. These niggas, you watch these niggas refuse showers, refuse shower time, because when you're in solitary, you have the option to refuse shower time because we have to walk you to and from the shower when you're in solitary. But when you're in other units, you have free access to the shower. These dudes refuse the shower. Not only that, but they're having people sneak tobacco in and other drugs in to smoke in the cell in the enclosed area, and they stick towels under the door to keep the smell from leaving. So all that residue from the tobacco or the drugs that they're smoking is attached to their clothes and makes their clothes feel just hella sticky, makes them like stale to where like their pants can just stand up on their own.
Yeah.
So like the nigga is just dirty, and you are willing to put a dirty peen inside of you and get a yeast infection.
Sorry, I'm laughing, but ew, this is just absolutely gross. Then I saw,
Yeah,
when
like
was it? Um, because I do watch Love After Lockup. During the pandemic, one of the YouTube channels got me into that.
mm-hmm,
Um, and it was like, oh gosh, in the last, I think it was like 2 seasons ago, there was a woman in there that she had been sleeping with one of the inmates, lost her job. She'd ended up in, I think it was prison for 60 days or something because of it. And
yep,
I spent how many years waiting for him to come out? Phew. Mm-mm.
yep. Because if you have sex with an inmate, even if it's consensual, it's considered rape because you are in a position of power over their prison. They don't got no fucking rights in prison, so it's rape. But
Okay.
not only is he dirty, HIV, the HIV rate in prison is high. So you
Yeah.
running the risk of contracting HIV and going to jail for rape. Like that's just too big of a risk. And then when these male COs work up in these female prisons, they be thinking that they bad. They some bad prisoners, and they be like, oh, I smashed the baddest chick in the prison. Sir, you are a CO. You can't smash nobody on the outside. They got their rights and freedom. We caught this one CO. It was a female. Caught her on the security cameras. She was in the kitchen area and she went like to a little cut and she pulled something out her pants and put it on the ground. And the inmate walked up over there to go pick up what she put on the ground, but another male CO saw, he was like, seeing that he was doing something suspicious. So he walked into the dude and he was like, what's that? And he was like, nothing. Turns out she had snuck like a pound of weed into the prison up her vagina.
Oh God, no. Oh,
And because it was caught on camera, I'm watching this in real time. I'm sitting at the camera desk watching her put it there, him come get it, and the other officer walk up and interrogate him about what it was.
wow. Oh dear. Mm-mm.
And the thing about it was she was only temporary at that facility. But I mean, like, to play devil's advocate for the people who do that, they do make a quick lick. They make like 4-5 bands just off one package.
Wow. So what happened to her after the situation with the guy? Did she get fired or?
So I know she got walked out, put in handcuffs, and I think she was arrested.
Okay.
Now sometimes they'll be like, let's say they know that you've been doing it or whatever, and you come into work, and they'll be like, um, if you walk out right now and don't come back,
Okay.
we won't press charges. So
Okay.
sometimes that can be an option. But she got caught in the act on camera, and like she got walked out in handcuffs. So I'm assuming she went to jail because she got in a police car and was driven away.
I think something similar happened with the one that was in Love After Lockup. I think they said to her, leave. But then she came, if I remember correctly, she tried to visit under another name and she tried to dress up with as somebody in a different wig and she got caught.
See, nah, sis, you should have just left.
You get what I'm saying?
They gave you a second chance, and you was like, nah, bump that. I'm gonna come back. She a dummy. I don't know. I find that just so dumb. Like the inmate ain't gonna get in no trouble, especially if they at a private prison, because
Mhm.
for stuff like that, like even if an inmate assaults you, the private prison cannot, tack on that to that, tack it onto that prisoner's time, unless you go to, like, you have to go to the local police station, file a report, and go through it that way. But
Okay.
like at state prisons and stuff, if you get caught, if the prisoner get caught, then yeah, they can tack on, they can add on to your time. But private prisons, they can't do that. You have to go to the local uh, police station and file a report. So in the private prison, the inmate literally doesn't have anything to lose because they're not gonna get in trouble.
Mm.
But you have everything to lose.
That's the thing. Is it really worth it in the long run? Before 5 bans,
And
it
yes,
might be
MJ,
good in the
it is
moment,
something
but
to ask you.
like if you're gonna lose your job at the end of it and all the other stuff that comes with it is, well, personally to me, it's not worth it.
And then people think they can just do it one time. Because, you know, the inmate, they know how to run game or whatever. They be like, just do it one time, I give you 5 bands, right? But once you do it that one time, that inmate now has dirt on you. And if you decide that you don't want to do it again, but they want you to do it again, all they have to do is write an
Hmm.
anonymous note. They snitch. I've only met one inmate who didn't snitch, and his thing was he was fucking one of the CO. Well, she wasn't even a CO. She was like a case manager, so that's above the CO. They got more responsibility. But he was smashing old girl, and like he found out that she was smashing other inmates. And so he was like, you know what? I'm done fucking you because I thought, you know, I was the only one in here you was fucking. And she was like, no, you gonna keep fucking me, or I'm gonna make your life in here live in hell, and I'm gonna have you put in solitary confinement. And while you in there, I'm gonna have the other inmates go in your room and steal your shit. And he
Oh
was
wow.
like, what? But he was like, no, I'm still not gonna fuck you. Fuck that shit. And she did just that. She got that mind sent to solitary confinement, and then had them other inmates steal all his motherfucking shit out his room, all his motherfucking clothes, his drawers, his food, his shanks, all that shit he had in his cell. They stole his little cell phone. Now he didn't snitch, but you know this was a story he told us. The lady didn't work there anymore, but you know we knew who she was,
Hmm.
and we was like, damn.
Wowzers. Abuse of
You a
power.
dummy for not snitching. But yeah, she did him dirty. And you know, once your clothes get stolen, you know, you can request for new clothes. But it take a while for them new clothes to get back, and then they can deny it too. So they'll be like, you know, on the books it say that you got 5 pair of pants. So we gonna deny it. So now you gotta go through the appeal process to, you know, try to get some more clothes. And
Hmm.
all he had on was, you know, the drawers he had on and the pants and shirt he had on when he got sent to solitary. He didn't have a mattress no more. He didn't have no blankets, no pillow. I mean, they stole all his shit. His shower shoes.
Oh.
But yeah, she did that mind dirty. But he never told though. He kept it a G. I would have snitched. That shit be so fucking crazy to me. I couldn't be me. I couldn't do no fuck shit like that. Uh. Shit. Even I don't know. I just can't like when I hear people be fucking inmates. I just can't get past the fact that we know that these niggas dirty or these bitches are dirty. They refuse to take showers for weeks at a time. They be funky, and you still willing to fuck them? Like, disregard the STD rate, disregard the fact that he ain't got no freedom or she ain't got no freedom. I don't know. I just can't get past the fact that the motherfucker is goddamn dirty. Dirty, stanky, and sticky. That just sounds like such an unpleasant situation to me, but But some people like that shit.
I can't even say if it, like some would say, like, if you like it, I love it, sort of thing, because that's just
Hell
gross.
no. Yeah, we ain't gonna say that.
In this case, that is gross. Ew.
Like I don't know. I feel like me describing it does not do it justice because like these folk like when we have to do like the searches and we touch their clothes, we can feel the sticky and the residue through the gloves.
Ew.
Yes, like it is hella filthy. And they wearing the same drawers day after like they don't just change their drawers every day. And when they send their clothes to wash, it take time for it to come back. So they wearing the same drawers over and over again. Some of them had shit stains in their motherfucking drawers. These folks be sharing drawers and shit. Like, I don't know, like this. It just smell like dick cheese in there.
That's one way to describe it.
But MJ, we did the live for 11 hours. But we just ended the live to start a new one because after it hit 12 hours, it won't repost on YouTube. So technically, this is the same stream. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I just can't get past the fact that they dirty. Like every time I had this conversation, I'd be like, let's not even, let's the STD, let's disregard that. Let's disregard the fact that they in prison. Let's disregard the fact that most of these niggas is ugly. My thing is, my biggest, the nigga is dirty. And we know we work here. We know this man refused showers for 3 weeks. And you still fucking him with no condom, just raw,
Ew.
sucking his dick, letting him busting you. Like it's worse than fucking an animal. At least animals attempt to clean themselves.
God, no. Oh, Lord. I was thinking about food a little bit earlier, but now I'm just like, mm-mm. I feel sick. Ew. Oh gosh, I'm so grossed out right now. I think your description was enough to sort of like imagination and stuff. Ew. Ew. This is the thing with these streams, you never know where we're gonna end up at. Mm-mm. Frowsy. Mm-mm. Hey MJ, good morning. Apologies, just to Moonflower sharing her experience just sort of, took over my brain. Yeah, the mental picture. Oh, mm-mm. I just have to think that there's some kind of level of desperation that comes with that. Because it's just, I don't know.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, I can hear you now. But yeah, it's just I don't know, like they be hella fucking lonely. Just I just can't get past the damn dirt and I don't know. It's just when you touch the clothes, it just feels so. It feel like I don't know. It feel like the way you think a ogre would feel. Like it feel like just sticky and I don't know. Like I can't never get past. That's what I can't never get past. I don't know. MJ, the link um
I've
should be
just
posted at the top of the chat.
thank you for that mental image, Boone.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, no, no. Listen, at the end of it, I'm joking. That was absolutely gross. But at the same time, women need to know what's going out there and what people are doing and not to get themselves involved in these kind of things because it's just like, ew.
It's just horrible.
Hello,
Hey MJ.
ladies.
Good
Hey, how
morning,
you
good
doing,
morning.
sis?
How did y'all get on that topic?
We were talking about Yandy and Mendices and him going to prison, and then we were talking about love after lockup. And I was just talking about all the things that I've seen, while working in the prison, from the letters. Girl, these women really be rubbing their coochie onto the piece of paper and circling it and putting sniff here or scratch here.
Yeah.
Yo,
Yeah.
this gave me I'm scarred from this shit. It was an old black lady, somebody damn grandma, sent this man some goddamn nudes. And the thing about nudes in the prison, right? As long as you don't see the nipples and as long as you don't see like the slit of the vagina or the asshole, is fine. So what they'll do is they'll take the picture and they'll put like emojis on those areas. Or like this one white girl, what she did was she kept her underwear on, was like a thong, but she stuck the little vibrator inside and had the vibrator hanging out, and she took a picture like that. But everything technically covered, and so that shit go through. But somebody grandma, I mean, she looked like she was like 80, saggy titties, wrinkle face, gray hair, sent this young man. I mean, it was a young man too. He was like in his 20s, 30s.
You hitting a
And
lick?
it wasn't just one dude, it was like 15.
Wow.
And the thing about it is, when they get these pictures printed out, they got to either send it into like the picture company and they print it off, or they have to take it into Walgreens and they print it out. So the person printing off your pictures they see all this. The guards go through their mail, so we seeing
Correct.
all this. And then on top of that, most of the inmates, when they get these news, they don't like keep them in their room and cherish them. They tape them to the damn window with the nudes facing outward, so anybody who walked past the cell see your asshole.
Wow.
Yeah. The prison system and everything that goes on there. I have a lot of respect for guards and correctional officers. I have many of them in my family and stuff. And yeah, I have heard those stories, and there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff that does go on. Um, I think it's just because of the nature of the environment, right? Like our prison systems in this country is very unique. It's not like other places in other countries, and it kind of like dehumanize the inmates, right? And I'm not trying to say that there's inmates in there that didn't dehumanize themselves, right? I'm just saying, like, it's just like part of the process. Like they start to think differently, very differently. How they handle things and interact is completely um not normal within the society that we tend to know. That's what I would say.
Yeah, that's right. That is exactly right. Because I
That's a
think in
good way
other
of doing it,
countries,
Ginger.
prison is about rehabilitation, while in
Correct.
America, it's a corporate business.
Correct. And that's the problem. And I think that's one of the bad things that we're gonna have to really deal with in America, because you know we're not trying to rehabilitate any of these inmates who have the potential to be rehabilitated. I mean, some inmates are gone, right? They're far gone. They was far gone before they even got in the prison system. But there are others who probably just actually really just made a bad choice and a mistake, and they should have the opportunity to to redeem themselves, or self correct. And we don't really do that, whereas in other countries, even people who are murderers, right, um their prison system is not like a building where you don't really have any windows, and you have to stay confined to a, you know, 3 square feet type of room, and things of that sort. They literally are able to go out and open. They actually have like a home. They can walk around. They actually can do work. They can do garden work and stuff. They still keep their humanity, right? And in those prisons, the guards don't have to even really have weapons, because for some particular reason, I guess the calmness of how they will still be able to do what they would do if they were outside, they do inside that prison, which basically protects the guards in a way where they don't have to use force the way as it's kind of promoted in the Americas.
Yep. Yep. And then before I go in this gas station, because I'm gonna put y'all on hold. One thing I want to say: there is a company called Doll, and they specialize in nude photos tailored to inmates to meet the requirements of not showing certain things, having certain things covered, so they can order those pictures. And like the whoever made that business, they know they making bukus of money
Whoever
because
made that business is a genius. Okay. They is a genius. They found a need, and they found how to to definitely make some profit off it. If that's a company that can do those new pictures for whoever, and you know have it set up where it fits the guidelines, oh my god.
yep, yep. And then on top of that, well, not even on top of that, we did a search, and, and this is in a male prison. We found like a 12-inch thick as homemade dildo. And dude who was in that cell was like, that ain't mine. Cause then nobody, none of the guards wanted to touch it. So what they did was they just kicked it. They kicked it out the cell and kicked it down the stairs and shit. And everybody looking because it was big as fuck. And he's like, that ain't mine. I don't know how they got in there. Okay.
Hmm.
They make homemade pocket pussies, all that type shit.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, going to prison is not going to stop your, I guess, your sexual desires and lustful needs, right?
Right.
It doesn't stop.
True.
I just like there's so many situations where you're in prisons where assault occurs,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
and because that does something towards a prisoner psyche, that type of trauma can now become part of a desire that they didn't think they had,
Mm-hmm.
you know and yeah, that's why those sometimes those things lead to that. I mean, there's a lot of things that prisoners don't talk about, and they usually keep it amongst themselves, and yeah, there's a lot of pain, a lot of trauma in those type of situations.
Yep. And then if you ever work in a prison, whether it be male or female, well, I'm gonna say this for men. If you work at a male prison, the easiest way to know which CO is fucking inmates is, so when we do our counts and stuff, we have a certain time that we do counts. They're supposed to go into their cell or whatever. They know we doing counts, right? Some guys will wait till you walk up to their door and pull their dick out and start jacking off. And the COs who are standing there at the door and talking to them like, "Hey, you stop that, stop it, stop it." Those the ones that be fucking the inmates. The ones who
Oh yeah,
don't be
definitely.
fucking, they just keep it pushing, and you can write them up and get them sent to solitary for that.
Right. No, no, definitely that. I mean, my son's father is a CEO. So yeah, like the ones he have even told me that the ones who act like they want to be aggressive and punish the inmate in front of everybody, make a public scene, are usually the ones who take them into corners away from the cameras and things of that sort
Mm-hmm.
and do those deeds, because normally the CEOs who don't participate in that, they'll just like roll their eyes and like walk away and just do paperwork, like, because it does happen on a regular basis where someone would try to cohort them, or try to say, hey, you touch me inappropriately, and
Yep.
try to get the CEO locked up.
Yep.
So yeah.
Because when I was in training and I was doing my rounds by myself for like the first time, and I'm on the top floor, and I see on the other side across the way, this one inmate keep coming and checking the window, and I'm mentally preparing myself. I'm like, okay, he on that weird shit. I already know what he finna be on when I walk up to this motherfucking door. So I finally get over there, and he's standing right there, dick out, jacking off. And so, I just ignore him, and I'm like, okay, where your roommate at? Make a move. Okay, he moved. Okay, bye.
Right. Yeah, those situations are bad. I me personally, any form of authority, using their powers as a way to, manipulate or persuade or use someone, it always like kind of rubbed me the wrong way. Especially, for me being sometimes somewhat of an authority figure, it does bother me, because there's so much responsibility in that type of position, and you really can't misuse it. You shouldn't misuse it.
Yeah, you're right. Shout out to all the real CEO officers out there that are handling their business and doing their job and being responsible with it, not abusing the power.
Absolutely. I do commend the ones who are actually just doing their job, and the ones who are not, I can't stand y'all. I hate y'all. So, Moonflower, do you have any debates coming up? Oh, she put us on mute, right? She went to the store.
Yeah, she's probably in the store. How are you, sis?
Oh, I'm doing well. Today is my relaxed day. Normally, I would be at the gym for like 4 hours, but I'm like, today it's not the day.
Self care, self love, take it easy and enjoy.
Yeah, I know, which is quite unnormal for me, because even though I be like in the clouds or in the chat and stuff like that, I'll be doing like a million one things in the process of trying to participate in the chat. So it's kind of
Mhm.
weird to just like slow down and not do anything.
Yeah, I get what you mean. I get what you mean. Sometimes, like, yeah, same thing. Dealing with the kids, dealing with this, that, and the other, and then you're in the kitchen cooking, cleaning, and all the other stuff. So I feel you.
Right. Hi, Scar Beauty. How are you doing, lovely? Nice to see you in the chat. So how have you been?
I'm okay. As I was explaining to Some of the others on the other stream over the last few weeks, I haven't really been around as much on this side. There's been some stuff going on in terms of a death in the family and just
Oh
um,
my.
it happens. Do you get what I mean? We're good. It's just obviously those things take some time to sort out. Do you get what I mean? And just
Absolutely. My
support them.
condolences, and I hope I'm glad that you're doing better and you're doing well, and you're moving forward in a better place.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I'm in a different place with that. Do you get what I mean? Because I understood what that person was dealing with and what they were going through. I suppose it's more to do with the kids. Do you get what I mean? Grief for children is different, so it's more so helping them through. But outside of that, we're heading back into restrictions and everything here with this new situation that's going on. So
Oh, with the
everything,
new variant.
yeah. So with that, I think the
Right.
restrictions coming on Monday. I've just had to, go out, restock, and concentrate on making sure we've got everything that we need to sort of get through the winter. So
Right.
that needed to be.
Let me ask a question.
Go ahead.
Do they provide the booster shots to you guys in the UK?
Yeah, they are providing booster shots for those that have had the first
The first and
Vaseline.
second dose, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Mm.
As far as I'm aware, the last time I checked, yeah, that was the
Right.
case. They're encouraging people now, sending out texts and stuff for them to get their next set. So,
Yeah. I mean, I tell people who do want to, who already got vaccinated to definitely take the booster shot as well if you already started down that path. They're saying now that the booster shots basically prevents you from even getting the American variant, which kind of I'm kind of like you know I guess a little up in arms about that, because it's like, if this is a new variant and you're just now getting like, you know,
mm-hmm.
um, some type of report or dosage on this variant and what it does and stuff, like, you haven't really spent that long processing. So it's like, how did the dosage that you provided in the previous vaccinations automatically prevents this variant that you have no knowledge of?
Yeah, I've actually questioned that myself. And over here, a lot of what I've been seeing is the people that are catching that variant have already been, Vaselined. They've already had their first, their second jabs and stuff. So to me, that's a falsehood that they're telling certain people in order to get
Right.
people still to take it.
Right, and that's exactly, I'm totally aboard with you, because like the only cases of the people who caught it over here was fully vaccinated.
Exactly. So I know from Monday they're saying that, unless you've got your pass, um, I don't want to use the C word or the V word because I don't want the
Mm-hmm.
thing to get taken down. But unless you've got proof of your Vaseline and proof of your boosters, they're not going to be letting you into certain public spaces and stuff like that. But listen, I ain't got an issue with it. I will stay my ass in my home and make my home from playground and do what I need to do from here. It's winter, it's cold. We've gone through in the last month 2 storms. That was the other thing that kind of happened. We had 2 storms. So that's it's cool. We have snow.
Right.
I wish I could stay in my home, but the military made me get the Vaseline.
Oh, Lord, important thing.
It's okay, sweetheart.
They were talking about
You're
something if
gonna
you
make
say
it through.
no. They talking about something if you refuse, you get a dishonorable discharge.
Well, you know how they get down. It's voluntold.
Yeah, but
They be
I'm
like,
just
oh.
saying. One thing I can say though is the Republicans are fighting to make it where you only get honorable and nothing other than honorable if you refuse the Vaseline.
Yeah. They have the reason why is because many people who's a part of that party is against it, and a lot of people you know, they were waiting for the extension, you know, and when I guess the armed forces came down and said, no, it's confirmed, everybody got to get it, and this is what is going to happen. Not too many people was able to get religion exemption or medical exemption from it, because
Yeah, you
like
can't.
those were the actually only two options that
Yeah, you can't do no religious exemption in the military.
well, the thing about it is you could, but the problem is when you have the religious pastors in the military who are telling you to go out and get the vaccination, then you're you know, then you're all down there from, you know, from there, right?
Yeah, but no, you know, you can't do that in the military. They don't allow that because everybody get all their Vaselines when you first get into, you know, basic training. They make sure you got all your stuff, and then they give you something called the peanut butter shot. I don't know what the peanut butter shot is for, but I know that joint is like a live virus that they put in you or whatever.
Yeah, but that's because of all the other type of chemical um neurological agents that we have dealt with in the military. That's why everybody who goes in, they have to basically have their body kind of like prepare for those type of situations if it occur when you go to different deployment stations and locations.
Yep. Yep.
Oh yeah, NJ, I forgot you were a you know, I don't know if this is derogatory. Hopefully, it's not army brat. Is that what? the
Oh,
slang for it?
I'm not an army brat. I'm a vet and I still serve. But
Okay.
yeah, I'm not an army. I'm not army though. But I do work with army.
Okay. Was it you that was saying about? Because this is the thing. There's so many different ladies in my brain. Sometimes I mix people's stories up. Was it you that was born in Germany?
No, that is brother Moses. He's army. He's prior
Okay.
army, and he was born in Germany.
Okay. Okay. See, I'm confusing your backstory already.
No,
Sorry.
it's all right. You know what's so funny? Because I think last night when we was on the live, it was
Mhm,
me, Moonflower, and Black Sun, and we was talking about one of the topics that she had brought up, and it
mhm,
was in regards about training, how sometimes businesses expect their employees to stop and prevent robbery and put their life in danger, even though they have no type of law enforcement training. And
okay.
it was a good discussion because, you know, me, Moonflower, and Black Sun all have
Mhm,
had military training, some form of law enforcement training. And we
mhm,
do know that there's a difference where regular civilians don't understand
mhm,
certain things that they're supposed to do and procedures and how they're supposed to move forward, and to expect that for civilians to do that because you value your property more
mhm,
than their lives, and then eventually they end up not even working
mhm,
at the company anymore if they even survive this robbery or this assault, is
mhm.
like we felt that was very unfair.
Oh, you said. I didn't. I was saying to Moon that I was on it at first, listening to the live, and then somewhere in between, I fell asleep. I licked out. By the time I woke up, it was how many hours later? I was like, "Shit, I've been knocked out for time." Do you get what I'm saying? So I said to Moon, "I'm gonna have to go back and listen to that one."
Oh. No, it happens. See, that's the funny thing. Like, I was able to participate as long as I was because I was at work. So
Mhm,
I was at work and I had it was quiet because over here on the east side it was pretty much like late night going into the morning. So I was like, well, I have to stay up anyway. So
mhm.
it definitely helped. It definitely helped me to stay up and focus, whatever not, by participating on the panel yesterday.
Aye.
Yep, and the conversation was pretty decent though. You know, we had good input, different perspectives for some of the questions.
Oh yeah, I thought it was really good. I thought it was really good. It had a form of, the fuckery, right? Because it is the argument league, right? So it had a little touch of the fuckery, but it was touching on good thing. It did provide guidance, assistance, new you know, hitting new ideas, bouncing new ideas off of each other. Yeah, I thought it had a good flow.
Yep, and then what's his name? Yara came on towards the end and complimented the format. So,
Mm.
What?
and
Yara
I
came on?
yeah, because he was in the comment section, so I asked him to hit the link because I wanted to ask him like what type of questions would he like to see discussed in the next panel. And he gave some really good questions. He really did. We had some really good conversation.
Oh.
So that's what I'm gonna be addressing in the next talk show. We're gonna start naming it the late night show with Moonflower.
That's the hour
Right.
of the moon. Yes, I like it.
Because they were saying something about the pillow talk title. So
It was Adon and Blue. They was like, "Oh, come on, Moonflower, we can't get on no more panels. Talk about pillow talks with Moonflower. My wife walked by. Talk about pillow talk. Who you pillow talking with?"
and then one guy came in the comment section. We ended up blocking him, but he was like, "Yeah, put your face in the pillow, baby." I was like, "What?"
What? What kind of pillow talk did you think this was?
He
Yeah,
was
that was
making
just
sexual
some
advances.
random
I was like,
weirdo.
"No, sir." Yeah, I made a PSA, and I was like, don't come on here with them sexual advances, because if you ain't got no wrench, you're gonna get blocked. And if you got a wrench, you're gonna get cussed out.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, that was just some random weirdo who had seen an opportunity and he
But
took
it
it.
was Friday night thrill on. Came to the wrong place.
Yep, he sure
Wrong
did.
road. Wrong road.
Yeah.
Ooh, MJ, you missed it. Earlier, Real Judah then came back into the comment section, girl,
Oh
and
Lord.
he called us whores.
Man, listen, at this point, anything that man says out his mouth is irrelevant. Like, I really don't even care because you could just tell that he's very emotionally unstable. I mean, 1 minute we're internet thoughts, the next minute where we don't understand, we don't comprehend, the next minute we're bird brain bras. I think that's what he said. And he's gonna have nothing but names because that's all he can do is just name call when you don't have any real logic or have anything um important to say and nobody wants to listen to you. You have to you have to find some type of way to get some type of attention. I mean, literally, Anon told him last night, if you have a problem with Moonflower or you don't like the conversations that she's having, why are you on the stream? Click off, come back when you get to hear somebody that you want to speak. And a logical, emotional, stable man would have just clicked off and did that. But no.
Which is what I was saying earlier when we had the second
Yep.
stream, innit? Moonflower. I was like, well, click off. Come back when somebody else is talking. I don't stay in spaces where I don't like the people that are talking or enjoy the content and stuff. And even on here, if there's somebody talking that, I don't particularly like their tone or whatever about them irks my spirit, just turn the volume down and come back and check if they're done. Simple. But yeah,
Right.
there's a
I
whole
mean,
other
that's what I say.
connection.
Like, you have to really just pay some those type of people, and I'm not gonna just say men, but you definitely have to just pay those particular type of people with that mindset. You have to
Mm,
pay them no mind. Like, everything is a cry for attention.
yeah,
You
that's
give them all the
just
solutions, all the answers that they need to make something better for them, since this is like making their ears bleed, but they still won't take any any of that, advice and use it to good use. So there's no helping them.
yeah, true. Some people are just, they're good with complaining. Like I was saying previously about uncomfortable. They're comfortable in their uncomfortability. And trying
Yeah.
to enforce it on other people. So
But see that, yeah, the funny thing is like, I don't even think it's a form of uncomfortability at this point.
with
I
with
really
him
think that they
specifically, yeah,
enjoy it. You know, they
Mhm.
enjoy it. They get a kick out of it.
Oh yeah, it's like the intention seeking in it, and then having your name and in somebody's mouth and all that kind of thing. There's some that get off on it.
Yeah. That's what it has to be. That's why I was like, Moonflower, don't say nothing to that man no more. After he said what he said in the chat from you, he should be dead to you. DEAD, dead.
Okay, because I was asleep at that point. Obviously, when I go back and watch it, I'll see what was said. But he did come back into when we was on the second stream and was making up noise unnecessarily. But
Yeah,
hold on a
you
second.
remember? I think Queen Cascade, you was on that live. It was about like 2.5, 3 weeks ago when he told Moonflower that she needs to wash her kitty before she comes in the chat because he's having a dispute with her in the chat. And I specifically told him to stop talking to that woman like that. After that, I have no respect for you. Not only did you know her age, you know that you shouldn't be talking to her like that, and she didn't speak like that to you. And why are you talking about another woman's private part when you're supposed to be a man who has a woman? So all those things, when you add that together, I have no respect for that.
I was listening to you, MJ. My daughter's just here, looking beautiful.
Aww.
Yeah, that does sound familiar. You have to bear with me because dyslexia and my brain doesn't work like the average brain. I do remember something along those lines, and then was it Crispy Duck and some others were in the chat saying disgusting things as well. Because that's the thing. There's so many different lives. Like I said, my brain sometimes mixes them all up. But some dust mite emotionals need to just go sort themselves out. Stop projecting their unhappiness on other people and treating people like crap.
Yeah, but it's the new wave, right? It's the new wave. Press people's buttons, complain, whine. You know,
That's
um,
why when it comes to Taz's channel, people will be seeing me in the chat. I've got to a stage of trolling people who are just bitching and moaning because it's just like
yeah, it's just too much. I mean, like I don't even know. I think even in the comment section now, we're having a conversation and there's some of them whose feathers is rusted, and they're like, "Where's Suave? Come save us, Suave! The women are hackling there. Please come save us, Suave."
love you, baby. Make sure you drink your water. Okay. Okay.
Why they
Okay.
calling on Suave?
I think the conversation that we was having earlier with your prison stories disturbed some people's ears. They wanted Suave to save them. Oh Lord.
Shit, I
Suave
mean,
is not
I'm
here.
being honest. This shit nasty.
For those coming into the chat, Suave is not here. Leave a message after the beep.
Right.
Oh Lord. It's voodoo, bro. Chill out. Don't be giving no problems in the chat today, please. Lord have mercy.
Like someone has to coin that. King Shanard, please coin your phrase and put it on a t-shirt.
I've been telling him that
I will buy it.
I've been
Like
telling
that
him
was
this for
I will buy
months.
it and market the shit out of it. It's voodoo, bro. Like
I said to him, I want a black tank top with its voodoo bro in silver. I'm waiting, King Shanard. Shanard, see, this is the thing. We're over here giving him ideas and things that he can utilize. And it's just like, nah. So
right. But we hate him though.
this is the thing. Still willing to buy a t-shirt from him.
It's like seriously, I will buy that shirt. I will buy that shirt. I have so many friends who have the Haitian heritage. They will buy that shirt. Like that would be
Exactly.
a good investment.
See, it's
Indigenous is
Voodoo Bros
back.
t-shirts, cups, mugs, hoodies. Is on about what do you call it? Remedial Saturdays with Shenard. No, you've got some merch there that you could be utilizing and doing something with.
But
I'm
how come
waiting.
I've been like on some panels and watched some lives on Saturday, and I have yet to experience a remedial Saturday with King Shenard. What had happened? What has happened?
He went to go and get chicken wings and never came back. It was at that point in time. I think if that's what I remember correctly, Suave was waiting for him to get his chicken wings and come back, and he never came back.
Yep.
Oh my god! So chicken wings, TBOMTH.
Never came back. You better come back with my t-shirt. No. MJ wants the t-shirt. I want the tank, please, and I'll have a hoodie to match with it.
I want a t-shirt and I need a cap.
I'll only get a hoodie if you put shit tard instead of King Shenard.
Oh my god!
Oh gosh.
Hell no, Sky Breedy. She said King of Timeout.
Yeah, that's awesome! Oh my god!
She ain't playing today.
I love that. Those are good slogans to go on a hoodie.
I know.
King of
Because he
Timeout.
he sure is the King of Timeout. Because every time I see him in the comment section, he getting timed out.
That is true. Like he gets timed out maybe 870 times.
And then come back with a new page.
Anna, how many accounts have you got, Shanard?
He got like 80 accounts.
We were just talking about that last night. How Shit Tard and Dusty Duck got 580 pages.
Wow. I mean, you know what? At least he's a good sport. You know, I would say that. At least he's a good sport. He's like, you know what? It's all right. You're going to time me out. I'm just going to go to my next account. You're going to hear me.
Just like, really?
He'd be like, I'll be quiet now, but sooner or later, I'll be back again.
Y'all, I got a question. Who are these people who be coming in the chat and they be typing what Bass Task or something and it be in weird letters?
Oh yeah, go ahead and block those people because they're sending links to like sex links. That's like a new way. Instead of like going in saying hot free porn with their name and stuff like that, they'll put in like a little link that if you was to type in, it would lead you to a sex page. So yeah, just block those.
Oh, is that what that's about?
I was wondering what those were.
Yeah, because like I'm posting on my YouTube channel just clips and uploads, things that I just want for historical context or to, for us ladies to discuss and stuff. And there's a whole heap of people writing these different words and things like that in the comment section. I was like, what language is this?
Yeah, those scammers they're getting more creative.
Oh, Indigenous, you're back.
What you say, Indigenous?
How y'all doing?
Hello.
I'm not too bad. No, I was saying you thought that was Mandarin. I was being funny.
I'm not sure what it was. I was just like, I didn't know if it was some kind of computer language or, do you get what I mean? It's just like, what?
I thought maybe they were like tagging somebody that we didn't like over here.
Okay.
Oh. Ooh. A little blackmail, huh?
Thank you, MJ, for that info. Because
no problem. Like I just noticed that some of it be according to the black market, if you was to type it into the black internet, that would just pop up to certain like pages, which is have underage sex and all that stuff like that. Yeah, just block those. Just block those people.
Oh, so it's those weirdos.
That's a different level of spam.
Yeah.
See, those type of men we be talking about.
Now I know what part of my job today is going to be doing is deleting those kind of things.
Not
But I
my
was trying to
type.
work out what it was. I was like, what is this they're putting in my comment section on my videos and stuff?
I know, like seriously, like if you if you didn't really have an idea, you would be like, am I losing it, or do I need to get my eyes checked? I don't understand Decepticon. Like, what's going on?
I'm
Not
glad
Decepticon.
it's actually useful. I've been meaning to ask somebody for a few days what this is about, if this is something that I need to be aware of. So I'm so thankful that you've said that, because every time that I've sort of been around people, I forget to ask, because there's certain parts of YouTube that I'm still learning. But,
Sky Beauty, this is indigenous. He was on the panel earlier.
when we were talking about relationships and stuff.
Yeah. And he gave us good questions for Yara. I'm not sure if you were here, but it was him, Yara, and that damn Octobot.
Oh, you mean Octavius Prime?
Yeah,
See,
I
this is why I
talked
bring
about.
up the Decepticons, because I was remembering that name from
Yeah.
earlier on, and that just had me think about Autobots and stuff. And I was like, Decepticons are everywhere.
Autobots, roll out.
No, that wasn't me. Yeah, that wasn't
That
me.
wasn't you. Yeah, that wasn't you. But I
That
was
wasn't
saying
me.
that, all of us were on the panel together doing the questions.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Yep, with
I
Tan
was just letting
John.
it be known.
We got
He said
10
that wasn't me
questions.
though. We gonna clear the air right now. That was not me.
We got
Hey,
10
let's get that
questions
out
for
the
the next
way.
stream.
So, what was one of the good questions that you're gonna actually? Did you was able to write them down, or
Yeah, I wrote
or
down
one of
all
you?
10 questions. Yara's questions were really good. So what the point Yara was making is that women can't be gold diggers because it is, natural for women to find stability, and part of the deal when you're with a woman is financial stability. That's what the woman gets out of the relationship, and the man gets, the loving.
So you're boring, sis.
Yeah, you're bogging a little bit.
Hopefully your signal will pick up. And I was just going for some dead zones.
So my thing with that is I'm in agreement. Yes, I do think that majority of women cannot be gold diggers, and it is within our natural state to go for the best stability, you know. Is self-preservation, and especially preservation for your children if you do have children. So you're gonna go for the most that you're possible to get, right? But what if, let's say, if you're a woman who comes from a stable environment or come from money, would it be a form of gold digging if she already comes from a substantial amount of money and also looking to add on to that?
I think it would depend on the intent of the person. Moon, you're still bugging, sis. Because it would still, even if you're born into certain amounts of wealth.
Yeah,
I think
most countries already have that established.
Yeah, it's natural even then in I suppose a high caliber, high value woman to aim for what's in that bracket or higher.
Right.
I mean, it only becomes socially acceptable now when you see people like what's her name? Felon, the one that's become a supermodel with the Topshop heiress. Those things are recent within the last couple of decades that it started to sort of normalize that if you are rich or wealthy, that you would go below the typical standard, because your parents are really, if you're coming from like elite or wealthy families, they're going to expect you to be on par with them or richer.
Right. So just to play I agree, but just to play like a little devil's advocate a little bit. So
I knew
would it apply would the same standard apply to, let's say there is two family, and I think somebody on the panel mentioned it, that usually in other cultures what they tend to do, they like to grow on their businesses. So that was the whole process of marrying off their children to another wealthy family to create more financial
That's
wealth.
what I said.
Mhm.
And since that is a form of greed, right, with people who don't have wealth who will look at it as a sense of greed, would it fall in that same type of category, or should we say that there's no such thing as a gold digger, or there's no such thing as greed?
Or
Ooh,
capitalism, or keeping it inside of a certain standard to where nobody else can touch it.
keeping it in the family. Um,
I get you. No, no. I was just saying that. I was just saying that to piggyback up of what I was saying earlier when I said most countries actually um perform that, or that's what happens.
Right, right. So it's the norm, right? Like most people in, like you said, most countries and most families who come from wealth, like generational wealth,
Correct.
they
mhm,
tend to want their children to marry another person that comes from generational wealth. They tend to frown upon them marrying someone who is considered a commoner or who
true.
doesn't have money, because they feel that that's actually taking away from their resources instead of actually adding to it. So if we will look at it as two wealthy families who already have generational wealth that can last for maybe at least 4 or 5 generations, right? And they have the
Mm,
connections and power, we will look at them as them being greedy, right? But then
mhm,
if we say the same concept to a woman cannot be a gold digger, whether what level of financial freedom she's in.
What's the separation?
Right, exactly. So then should we get rid of gold digger out of our vocabulary as well as greed?
Mhm.
mm. I think
Yeah.
it
What's the
needs to sort of
separation?
come
What's
out
the
of
difference?
our vocabulary, because within the Black community, our understanding is different of what gold diggers or greed to me looks like when I hear people, when Kanye West was and Jamie Foxx, gold digger and the song, and people's perceptions around it. Whereas, like you said, in the other wealthy societies and elites, their opinion is different. I think it's more so about our mindsets around it and trying to normalize independence so that there's no responsibility and accountability.
Right, right. And that's why I said I'm totally in agreement. I think that, the vocabulary gold digger should be removed. And I think that also the word greed in a lot of situations should be removed too, because there's a different understanding from people who have wealth and who wants to create more wealth than when people who did not have wealth.
Because look at is it the Rothschilds and the Hiltons?
Hmm.
Is it them that own the Rockefeller building and all that?
The world,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, I believe
So
so.
would what's her name from the Hiltons be considered a gold digger because she married into the Rothschilds?
Not
But they
by,
don't.
I would say not by us. It seems that usually, I'm sorry,
Right.
Moonflower, go ahead.
No, I was about to say. I was about to say the exact same thing. When it's like a non-black woman, it's not seen as gold digging.
Mm,
It's applied. It's attached by black men solely onto black women, and I see that as because what we were talking about earlier, how after slavery it was enforced that every man and woman must have a job, and that if a woman were to try to stay at home and be a stay-at-home mom and they get caught out and about and they didn't have their papers to prove that they worked for somebody, that uh that led them to like jail time and things like that.
Right,
So black women weren't afforded the ability to be housewives or stay at home moms ever. And because of that, now that we have the ability to do so, black men are attaching the moniker of being greedy or being a gold digger to that.
True.
Fair enough. Yes, I totally agree, and that's why I say that maybe I'm because usually with the greed, I always hear it like within our community, right? And I do agree, Moonflower. I think that is something that is being taught because of a lack of, because I don't think necessarily if we didn't have the financial restrictions that we have in our community, that would be at the forefront of saying, a person is greedy, or shaming them for actually wanting more.
Yeah.
Exactly. But I was saying that the question that was formed due to Yara's conversation was, is hypergamy among black women detrimental to black men?
Oh,
Is that
say
the
that
question
again. I
now,
had a
or
message
is that
come through.
what you're asking now?
No, I'm not asking it now, but I'm saying that's the question that was formed. And the question
Okay.
is hypergamy among black women detrimental to black men?
Mm, I don't think so.
Because I was about to say, I think it go across the board because I think it's some men that's probably just as much as gold digging than a lot of females. So I
Yes, and that's the point Yara was making, that it's natural for a woman to be hypergamous. However, when you have men that are attempting to be hypergamous and saying they're just gonna leech off a woman while she goes to work and he's gonna sit at home and play video games all day, that is a true gold digger. Whilst women, that is uh um their natural position, so they can rest in their femininity and be the nurturing one of the
the
relationship. So
hornets.
that's the,
Yeah, yeah,
yes,
yeah,
so that's the
yeah,
point that
yeah.
Yara was making.
Yara
Mm.
made that point.
Yes, he
Well,
did.
yeah, he was going there. Yeah, I mean,
And I told him
and
that when
we
I do
we
the
we we
stream.
covered a large area. We covered a
Yep.
large area.
Oh
And I
my
I'm
told
say
him
like
God.
that
that.
when I
I'm
told
gonna
him
say
when I
that.
do the stream, I want him to come back and continue to elaborate
Yeah,
on that point,
you said
because
that.
like the conversation was really
Yeah,
good, and
because
he said yes,
he
he's gonna be
opened.
looking out for it
Yeah,
and he's
yeah,
gonna come.
he
Well,
was saying some things that I was. Go ahead. Go ahead.
no, no,
You
I'm
said
sorry. Please go ahead.
no, no. I was saying that we covered a lot of area, and he went into an area that I wasn't. I ain't gonna say I was shocked, but I definitely was like humbled.
Wasn't expecting it.
Yeah,
Yes.
you hear
So
me? I said,
the back and forth with Yara was very productive
Mm-hmm.
and very, enlightening about like his true perspective on things.
Mm.
And he made some great points. We formed a lot of great questions, like with indigenous. The question was, is infertility a deal breaker? And if you were, on either side, whether it be the man being infertile or the woman being infertile, and if you were faced with that issue, would you choose to leave, adopt, um, like have the person impregnate another woman and then bring that child into the relationship to be raised as your own? And when we say impregnate, we don't mean like artificial insemination. We mean like you let them go have sex with somebody else. And then the last option was, would you choose artificial insemination?
Mm. Those are very deep and well thought out questions. Um, I think with the infertility situation, that's just yeah, I think that's a personal thing.
Yeah,
Like
that,
that's
there's
why I
so
said last
many.
night. I said y'all getting too deep for me. I gotta go lay
I think
down.
that's so personal because it really just
Yeah,
depends on the
that's
two the
deep.
two parties involved. You
yeah,
know,
and that's what I was explaining, that when I do my streams, I'm not really looking to argue. I just want to have open dialogue where people can, either gain a new perspective on a
Yeah.
certain topic or walk away with a better understanding on something they didn't know about at first.
and I think with the hypergamous topic, I don't think that is detrimental to black men, and I do believe that black men wants to acquire resources. They want to require resources, but they're going by the wrong way. They're
Mm-hmm.
doing it
Yeah.
in a way where women supposed to operate,
Yeah.
and I think that that's why it's causing a lot more problems.
And
I
I
And
agree.
want to
that's why
say
you
to
have
the
to
chat,
like. That's why a lot of those conversations. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Moonflower.
oh, I was just saying, I want to say to the chat, don't think that your comments are going unseen or anything, because I took some pictures of some of the comments that were, pertaining to these questions that were making good points, so I
Mm-hmm.
can touch on it again when we do the stream.
Yeah. No, I
Amen.
totally think, like, I don't think men should be hypergamous. I think men should do whatever they're supposed to do to acquire and attain resources and wealth. And that is just a different mindset, right? Even though
Mm-hmm.
hypergamy and attaining wealth is the same goal, but it's a different type of mindset, and how you acquire it.
Yes, it's two different methods to the same means.
Yes, exactly. And I think that's where the confusion lies, because I think what's happening, a lot of men are seeing how women are being hypergamous. They're starting to understand um, that pathology, and they're looking at it as a way that they can acquire it the same way.
Yep,
Whereas other men in other communities, they
Yeah, yeah.
acquire it a whole different way.
exactly. And we came up with ten
I hear
good
exactly what you're
questions.
saying.
We had questions from Tajon, yeah, Tanjon. We had questions from uh that Autobot. Questions from
Hey, what about my boy
uh
Prime question? What? Hey, mention my boy Prime question.
Prime's question. What was his question? It was something about um women and men, and then vice something.
Let's go for
I
choose
when
the
I
one
get,
that we can get
like,
it.
I'm literally like maybe 20 minutes from my house. So once I get into the house, like, I'll be able to look at the paper.
Okay, no problem. You do your thing when you're ready. I mean, I'm
Did
making
he
it
have a good
early.
question?
To me, it wasn't necessarily a good question. It just seemed kind of like a manosphere talking point, but to them, it was a good question.
Oh, okay.
I
Yeah.
think.
So when he asked the question, I could see the bullshit in it and where that conversation was gonna go. But we're gonna have that conversation anyway.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't think it was a manosphere question because if it was or not, I mentioned it last night that I don't even listen to the manosphere to even get caught up in their tangle.
I mean, I understand you don't listen to the manosphere.
Yeah,
However, it is a manosphere talking point.
Yeah.
And he threw at the end, yeah, that works vice versa for men too. He threw that in at the end to kind of try to balance it out. But because, when he was asking the question, I was like, okay. Because I wasn't even going to write that shit down. But I was like,
that wasn't even part of your question, look. That's why it's not sticking out to you right now, which is
hell
good.
yeah.
Which is good. I mean, I'm not saying it should be, but I was saying that I never been posed or never heard that question before. I think it had was it Moonflower that asked that question?
It has some, oh, what is the like the kryptonite to women in relationships that allows them to keep giving to men. Yeah, so I don't know.
Like to
I
yeah,
wasn't
I
too.
do remember that question, but I think it was the other question that stuck out to me. But that's a good one too. We can talk about it if y'all want to, but
Yeah, but
I don't
that,
think
yeah.
time.
Once I get to the paper, I'll be able to read all 10 questions,
Yeah.
and what I'll probably do is once I get home, I'm gonna read y'all the questions, and then I'm gonna end this live, make me a hookah, and then I'll probably go ahead and we can do half of the questions now and half of the questions later, because it's 10, so we can do five now and five later.
That's awesome. I would love to participate in these discussions. I think these are good topics, and as long as we can share our emotions and opinions, but come at it at a logical standpoint, I think it would be very helpful.
Yeah, because the back and forth was so great
Correct.
last night. I mean, like you had
And
some
listen
people.
instead of just judge off the bat.
Yeah, like we had a non on the panel and John on the panel. Like it was so great.
Like,
It's
just think
just
about it.
you had some people on the
We
bullshit,
had T Duck on the panel, and
and
he
he was
didn't get
making some
cussed
pretty good
out
points.
once.
Nope, and he was making some pretty good fucking
Yes,
points.
he was.
Yeah, I will give him props for that. He was making pretty good fucking points. But the reason why Yara's question stood out so much to me because his perspective was something I was not expecting from him. It was almost like I was talking to Taz.
I think
Mm,
behind the scenes, in some ways, with Yara, there's elements that personally I haven't seen to his personality that exist. Do you get what I mean? Like in what you're
Yeah,
saying about how he responded. There's certain people out there outside of Yara that they'll have this personality online, but then when it comes to their own families, their own circumstances, and when you think of like your own daughter marrying
yeah,
a
your own
Steve,
values.
do you get what I mean? It takes
yeah, that
for
is
some, it
very,
takes a
very
different
true.
form. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah, that's very,
Yeah,
very true. It's
yeah.
just, with Yara doing that whole stream about, abortion and shit, this was something that I completely was not expecting from him. Because
Like,
most of the
Wow.
shit he talk about really just be like, okay,
See, and that's the thing. I think
but I think he cut out. But I think in women being around and voicing our opinions, also, it may help some men, not all, some, to understand the plight of what Black women go through, the things that we are having to deal with
correct.
in real life as well as online, to understand that, as some are seeing, that there are issues out there that they weren't aware of. And I can understand why some of them are not aware because some of them don't move in those circles. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, remember the
yes,
other night,
No, no, you no, and you correct. And uh,
Moon, I don't
no,
know
I
who
thought you
was
was done. Go ahead.
Taz was doing the whole dolls and stuff and going into other things. There's people that are not aware that these other rings and these other forms of life and these other ways that people behave are out there and exist. Do you get what I mean? Because of who they're
yes,
surrounded by.
Hmm.
Sometimes coming onto the internet and meeting other people, you're exposed to, various
certain
of
things, yeah.
cultures and ways of living and stuff that makes you, depending on your perception or the way that you deal with things, sometimes it makes you look at your own life.
Yeah, and Indigenous, you were trying to say something, but you cut out. So what were you saying?
No, I wasn't trying to cut over, but what I was
No, no,
saying
I
is,
said
I
your
think,
audio had cut out.
oh, yeah, I'm bad. Am I good?
Yeah, you good now, but I was saying when you were talking, your audio cut out, so we couldn't hear what you were trying to say.
No problem, no problem. I'm back now. Nah, but that's what I was kind of saying, especially about like just like you said, T that was on the phone for the first time and never got cussed out. But what I was trying to get to, and you said Yara brought up even better points. I think the culture that YouTube had allowed for a minute, I think a lot of us had to stay in a certain box, and especially with the energy that's being brought forth, with you, with the this neutral energy, making a lot of us like, especially in our own homes, because of course none of us are like out there just bashing all day, but I think YouTube was a place where people bashed and came out and had their chance to unleash. But now that we're bringing an equal balance to it, now we have to think about like, man, I don't want to do this at home. Like, why am I over here in this? atmosphere to bring that type of energy. So
Yeah,
I'm just trying to I'm thinking. Actually, what I'm doing is thinking. I don't know.
I get what you're trying to convey, indigenous. I do.
I know it.
I think that one of the reasons why the live last night into the morning went so well too is that, remember when I talked on Moonflower about people not putting on their personal their personal experience of how they deal with the opposite sex onto other people. And I think that that's what didn't happen. See, normally when we do have
Hmm.
conversations, people answer at a standpoint as that person being a potential mate, and what you expect for your mate is not doesn't equate of how you're supposed to speak to a woman or a man. So when we have conversations that's dealt within logic, you have to leave your emotional standpoint of how you would interact with your mate out of that conversation. And I just think that sometimes
Right.
we tend to, we it's a hard thing to do, right? And we tend to put people in a bubble of how we interact with people in our regular daily lives. And when someone, they go against it, or they feel uncomfortable about it, that's when it starts to get heated. And I just think we did a perfect thing where we was just being logical, we were just having the discussions, and we wasn't acting like, Moonflower, you're my child, or Indignious, you're my man and you're supposed to do that, and I versa, I'm your woman and I'm supposed to do that. We wasn't talking with that type of tone, with that type of mindset. And that gave the ability to everybody to express themselves without feeling like they were being attacked.
Exactly.
Man,
And
you
that
just
is
said
what I
everything I
was
was saying
saying that
in
I'm
the
trying to create.
go ahead.
No, I was saying,
My bad.
she hit the nail on the head, because I was saying that that's the kind of space that I try to create with my panels. I don't just, want to. I'm not trying to pick arguments with y'all. I just want to have open discussion where we don't have to be yelling at each other, and we can walk away with new understandings of perspectives, even if we don't agree with, or that's not our cup of tea. But we can be like, okay, I didn't see it in that way before, so I understand where this person is coming from.
Correct. Correct. And every time you come to the table, you should take something back with you instead of just giving everything and and leaving with that. You know what I mean? Like that make a lot of sense. I told y'all last night, I'm a man of short words. I try to be. I try to get right to the point, like you said, hit the nail on the head real quick, and I'll be out.
Yep. You know what? This whole
And
time
babe,
I've been getting ready for this wedding, and I don't even know the address.
What?
you did mention that.
Yeah, I just know that it's in Murfreesboro, but they ain't even
You
sent
know,
nobody the damn address.
oh, so somebody's slacking on the preparation.
Yeah, because it's my cousin's wedding. One of my cousins on my daddy's side.
Well,
I said that
tell
my
her,
dad.
like, ask her what's the address, and she'll think about it. Like, oh yeah, we need to put that out there, honey. Or whoever coordinated with her.
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah. I'm
I'm
about
in the
to
backside
text
looking
his.
in.
Yeah, I'm about to text his brother and ask, because these are some cousins on my dad's side. I told you that my dad was killed when I was little, and my mom didn't necessarily like get along with my dad's side of the family, so I wasn't like allowed to see them. So this is like some new family, well, not new family, but family members that I'm about to meet, type thing. But they know who I am, because I'm his only child. So I just be like, hey, I'm Robbie's daughter, and they be like, oh
Yeah.
my god, you look just like your
Where
daddy, and
you
it be
been?
surprising.
Yeah. No, I get that
But
because my family like that too. Like I have like certain cousins and and a side of the family from my especially from my dad's side that I think he hid them away from me because most of them was thugging it a lot harder than my mom's side. You know what I mean?
yeah,
And they was always in the streets. And I mean, I didn't meet some of them until I got into the streets. You know what I mean? But it was that lapse of like I don't remember you from growing up, but you know me now as a man. But at the same time, it's like a couple of my cousins I ain't meeting to high school. Like, man, I know who you is, but you got my man. You know what I mean? My last name plus they got my last name also, but like they like w- w- once they realized who I was, they knew exactly what was going on. I'm saying like
Yeah,
that. I'm trying to be
yeah,
show the word.
that's exactly how it is with me. Cause you know they know how my mama is, and they be like, "Well, I'm glad that now that you grown, you take the time to like meet us and type shit and make your own opinion."
So when is the wedding?
It's at 4 o'clock.
Mhm.
Oh, it's today.
Oh
Yeah, I
yeah,
thought
it's
it was
today.
today.
Oh
Yeah, it's
wow.
today.
Yeah, but you need to text somebody and ask them the address.
Yeah, I'm gonna text somebody and ask them the address, but you know I'm gonna be fashionably late.
They might have gave everybody the address but you.
Shit, they may have.
I'm
I don't
joking. I'm
know.
Someone missed
joking.
the
I'm
assignment.
I'm, I'm joking. I'm joking.
But
Oh, that's
yeah,
nice though.
yeah, I'm gonna ask though. But yo,
I mean, but what if nobody? But I'm surprised that nobody else wondered what the address is neither. If
yeah,
you
I mean
want to get
they
serious,
might have emailed it to me and I just ain't fucking see it because I know I'm in like they look because you know when I RSVP for the wedding it automatically subscribed me to like a little text thing or whatever. So maybe I got a text but didn't see it or maybe I got an email and didn't see it. But I'm just gonna text his brother and be like, "Hey, bro, what's the addy?" Hooey, let me go in this house and see if these goddamn cats then ate each other.
Oh, please don't say that.
Lord.
That
What was
reminds me of like Pet Cemetery.
That movie was so motherfucking scary when Gage came from under the fucking bed and bit his fucking ankle, bruh. Like that shit gave me nightmares. I used to jump out of my bed as far as I could from even though I didn't have like the little opening under there, I had fucking drawers under my bed. I still used to jump across as far as I could because that shit would scare me. And then when I come back to the room, I used to jump to the bed.
Yeah, Pet Cemetery had me, especially the two original ones. Yeah, that was like I'm not gonna be holding pets for that long. Like you're not gonna be turning on me.
Hell yeah. Right. But the crazy thing about it is that movie isn't like it has a backstory that's kind of hidden in the movie. So the pet cemetery is so there's a creature that is over the pet cemetery and it's briefly mentioned when they talk about the Native Americans who were there first. But the creature is called the Wendigo, and it that is what pushes people to put their pets in a cemetery because it feeds off that negative energy, and it's trying to convert more people and more animals into the undead and whatnot. So like
Yeah,
the old man, he made a
it's just
promise to
like
his dad.
What is that? What was that movie? Poltergeist. I think that was called
Yeah, the
Poltergeist.
poltergeist.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Like how it's just like a collector of souls and stuff like that to build the
yeah,
energy, whatever
poltergeist.
that
Yeah,
demon is.
Yep.
yeah, that was
Yep. and
creepy too,
bringing back
And
to
the
say the
so
memory?
least.
that old man, when he made that promise to his dad that he wouldn't go back to the pet cemetery, he kept it until he met the new people who moved next door. And the Wendigo is what like swayed him to change his mind and encouraged them to bury the cat, after it died.
Mm.
Go check
Yeah.
on the kitten.
I don't know. We seem to have such a quite a appetite for the undead.
Okay, it looked like the cats were being good while I was gone.
That's good. Your thug cat didn't eat the other cat food.
No, he was still in the room on the bed.
Okay, because I was about to say we like you're gonna have to nickname him Killer. Like he be like he was like I want your cornbread. Like he did that to that poor cat last night.
Yep, and he still got food left in his bowl.
He probably ate that poor cat's food, and he was like, "I'm gonna eat my food later."
Nah, Coy finished her food last night. I saw her when she finished. Because, since I was up, neither one of them went to sleep. So hopefully they took a nap while I was gone. And I just like how I got this cat a whole bed. I got him a whole bed. And he decided he want to walk up to my pillow and lay his little body on my pillow.
That's his pillow.
He
What do you
got a
mean?
whole bed and two fucking blankets.
He's like, "Nah, your pillow and your bed is mine. I don't know where you thought you was
For
at."
right now, I'll go back to mine later.
Right. I don't know. He think he just gonna Debo shit. No, sir. You gonna get the hell down. But I'm gonna let him sleep there for right now. Hopefully, he take a little nap and be okay.
That's why I mean, like, I think cats are cute, but I can't have a cat. I can't. I had a bad experience with one of my childhood friends' cat. Like me and that cat had a fight over the
Oh,
over the TV. Yeah, it got real.
oh no.
No,
Who's
I'm dead serious.
Uh,
The cat fought me. Like, okay, so I'm sitting there and I'm waiting for my friend. She went to the restroom so she can freshen up and get ready. And I guess we were supposed to go out to the store after school. This is when I was young, a teenager. And she had a cat. And her cat was sitting on the couch. So I was waiting. I sat on the couch and I was like, let me watch some TV while I'm waiting for her to finish getting ready. The cat literally seeing that I changed the TV, looked at me like,
Like what you think you doing?
yeah, like looked at me like, oh no, oh
cause
no,
the cat
this,
said
this HOE
he was
didn't,
watching it.
and literally walked over and put his body on the remote control.
The block is like,
You
don't
can
do that
And
again.
it. No, you
and
just saved my program.
I'm like, excuse me, and I'm trying to grab the remote control, and every single time he hissed
This
at me.
funny. This funny, yeah.
And I was like, and I
And one no
literally
purr
squared
on.
up with him. I was like, listen, I'm about to launch you out the window. You go ahead and scratch me one more time.
This
But
funny.
sometimes when cats hits,
This
they
funny.
won't scratch. Like Salem, he hisses all the time when I'm trying to get him from under the dresser and shit. But he don't scratch or bite. He just hits. So I
But see,
didn't
when
have
I
to stuff
decided that I
blankets
wasn't
and
going to
shit.
fight with him anymore because literally I was about to launch him. And I just said, fine. I clicked it back to what he was watching. He looked at me and started purring. My
Yep.
friend comes out the
Cause
bathroom like, what you in here doing? I said, I'm not coming to your house no more with this cat. Like, this
I mean,
cat think they
cats
are
watch
human.
TV. Yeah, cats watch TV. My cat, Koi, she like to watch horror movies. She like anything with jump scares, gunshots, explosions.
Yeah, see, I was like, I can't do it. He thinks he's human. He think he's supposed to eat human food. I was like, I can't come over your house anymore. Can't. Me and your
You know
cat gonna
what's
square up.
crazy? Koi don't like human food. I didn't try to give her human food. Only thing she'll eat is like some fucking bread or a cracker. I be trying to give her like some human food. She do not want that shit. She'll sniff it, look at me, and walk the fuck away.
Wow, that's a first.
She be
That's
like, "Girl, if
funny.
you
That's
don't
funny.
pour my damn
You said you
Purina
about to
one in
square
this
with a
bowl."
cat.
Yes, I was gonna square up with a cat. I'm not lying.
I heard you. I was waiting to come in with that one. Like, wow, you seriously was about to knuckle up with it The cat purrs, the cat paws.
Listen, I was gonna give him paws. He was talking about giving me cat paws. I mean, I wasn't playing with that cat. He was gonna get launched. Because and the funny thing is, he looked like the cat from the Pet Cemetery movie too. So that creeped me out even more.
Oh, was it one of those skinless cats?
Yes. The ones that look like they protect the underground. It looked like one of Sheba's cats. I was like, oh no.
Don't mind me. I'm just here sorting out some food. MJ squaring up with cats.
I had a full-on argument with him. I'm sorry, I really did. But then I was like, look, I don't care you an animal. You know exactly what I'm saying. Put your paws on me. I was so mad.
Attitudes.
I was so mad. And guess what show the cat wanted to watch?
What?
That he wanted to fight me over.
What?
SpongeBob. Can you believe it? SpongeBob? Raggedy ass SpongeBob. I was so upset.
He said, no, she didn't just switch over my program. Give me back that control. I'm going to sit on this shit and show her who's the boss in here. You're supposed to ask me when I come in.
Yeah, so from then on, I was like, guess I'm going to have to stay with dogs.
Okay. I just switched to my computer. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to change the title. Okay. And I'm going to pick 5 questions. Well, I'm gonna let y'all talk for a little while I go make this hookah.
Hookah?
Yeah, I gotta make me a hookah.
Oh, snap. What flavor?
I don't know. I went to the store the other night and I bought 12 flavors. So.
Oh, so you're gonna try them all, huh?
What's your flavor? Tell me what.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna mix like 2 flavors together, and then I'm gonna take. I got a twist in the front of my head. I'm gonna take it down and redo it while we talking.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so I'll be right back after I finish making this hookah, but y'all just keep talking.
All right, so Igdignius, since you're the only male that's on the panel right now, what do you believe? Do you believe that hypergamous for Black women is detrimental to Black men? Did he sound off?
You might have an issue with his sound.
Oh, if you don't know, Igdignius, you're on mute. All right, so Queen, tell me your perspective, please.
I think. Ask me the question again.
Do you think that Black women being hypergamous is detrimental to Black men?
Yes, I do in one way think it's detrimental to Black men. Because if you look at the way that things are at present, with the mammification, with a whole heap of dusties running around, a whole heap of emotionals, a a good majority of toxic relationships, single married mothers, the domestic violence rates, and the fact that there is a certain amount of power and independence in Black women. At the same time, we've got a certain amount of Black women who are in relationships where there's domestic violence elements of financial abuse. So they're being drained off and they're being leached on. So it's detrimental in the sense of them not having the finances that they're used to having from Black women, if that is cut off. Do you get what I'm saying?
Right.
So it's detrimental for them, but I think it's the best thing for us in terms of cutting that link in certain respects. Because
oh no, go ahead.
Because like we've been talking about, parts of the collective resting in their femininity and thinking that not really understanding what Black feminism is, or the Black feminism spectrum is, and them resting in their femininity, they're gaining. Do you get what I mean? They're comfortable. They're too comfortable.
Right. I'm in agreement. I think that hypergamy for Black women would be detrimental to Black men who wants to engage in hypergamy. I think that that's the death roll and the battle cry that we're experiencing online on different forms of social media, is that these men who wants to engage and enter and follow the path of hypergamy are basically trying to prevent more Black women to have the mindset of thinking hypergamous, right?
Yeah.
I don't really believe that a Black man who doesn't have that mindset, hypergamy will be detrimental to him, due to the simple fact that in so many other cultures, and not to say that their cultures don't have problems, issues, and fuckery, excuse my language, but that's the only way I can call it. But in these other cultures, men are valued by how well their women and how well their children are treated.
Yeah.
And their situation and their status. That's how they are valued. So it will only benefit a Black man who doesn't have that particular type of mindset to join himself with a woman with a high, a hypergamous mindset. It will only elevate them, and also elevate the value of their children, their offspring.
So I agree with you. I do agree with you, because that was the other side that I was going to go into, which is basically what you said. And just the fact that if you're of the mindset of being a provider and a protector, then it's not detrimental to you so much. But in certain aspects, it can be, because of the dust that exists. We see now how it affects the community. In not having proper community spaces because of the trust and because of the fact that Dusties are not doing anything apart from causing trouble, whether it's mentally, physically, or emotionally.
Right.
So overall, to me, with the hypergamy question for Black women, I think it's necessary in certain respects. We've got an age group of women that are, in certain circles waiting on a Black man, or the Black man, or the right Black man. So you've got a sector of men that are just happy to turn around and just let women sit on a shelf when they're hypergamous. And like, to me, it's like, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. I think it's hypocritical for them to go out and date who they want in terms of races, and pull the slavery card when you're doing the exact same thing.
Yeah, I think it's quite disingenuous, right? Because usually when men picks a mate, they're picking the best partner that they see fit for themselves most of the time, right? When they're actually really thinking about marriage, or actually being having a family situation with a woman, they're picking the best. Like, that woman didn't even make it to that level of possibly being his wife, right? And him wanting to share his life with her, if he didn't feel that she was top notch per se, right? So it's just like kind of disingenuous in one breath, where men go after the best for them, but then tell women that their standards are too high per se, that that gaslighting thing, your standards are too high, or you need to settle, you need to choose what is more important for you. I think that that's very disingenuous, because I never met any man who was forced to lay down with a woman that he did not want to lay down with, right? Like, I don't think I have I would say I have spoken to many men, and this is anecdotal evidence, right? Because you haven't seen those conversations that I have or anything like that. But I have spoken to many men that, like, like, they would say that you couldn't pay me to have sexual relations with this girl. Like, there's nothing I found about this girl attractive, right? And that would be the end of the situation. So yeah, I do think it's a little disingenuous in that part. I think that, isn't that one of the things that a lot of times some men complain about, that women are, quote unquote, choosing people that they shouldn't be choosing, or they didn't invest vet enough, or all those little talking
I think
points
it's
that they talk about.
an easy scapegoat point to when some men use the whole, well, you didn't vet better enough, because it releases them of accountability. And don't get me wrong, there are some situations where people know from the beginning that that person is wrong, and have decided to go Bonnie and Clyde and do whatever. Those situations, yeah, I understand. But for the most part, if people have been paying attention to the women that have been on the panels over the last how long, a lot of us, and although people might say that's my experience, but even in general, the communities and the community work that I've been doing, the majority of those women didn't go out looking for a dusty, or somebody that wasn't a provider or a protector. And I think, that whole every girl likes a bad boy image gets hyped too much.
Yeah, that's just a talking point. I mean, there is some truth in that, like, a long time ago. But I mean, like I said, it was the same thing when it came down to school. I mean, like, the the guys were into the popular girls, and the girls were into the popular boys. I mean, it was done on both sides. You know what I'm saying? For whatever the reason is, but it's like, yeah, it is a talking point. I have not heard one grown woman in a long time. I have not heard one grown woman who said, yeah, I'm out there looking for someone to treat me like shit.
Yeah. Like,
Like, I have not heard that. Like, ooh, I like how he treats women like shit. I seen him do it, and that just turns me on. I want to go date him. I really don't hear women saying that. But then again, I'm not a man, and I'm not going to deny that maybe there are women who are turned on by that, but I just don't think that that's like the go-to, you know. And I think that you can vet, you can set boundaries, you can set standards, you can do all those things that people tell you that you can do, but you know, you really are not going to know. And people can hide themselves, put on a facade for quite a long time before a situation triggers them that their, you know, their true self shows, you know.
Oh
and
yeah.
and
There's-
we have to, you know, we have to definitely take that into consideration, um on both sides. You know,
oh,
that's, I mean, there's a reason why a lot of divorces end within the 3-5 year mark. My little sister, she she's a professor at Harvard University. When she was getting her doctorate in psychology, she said in her psychology class that they told her that a person can put on a facade up to, I think, 3 years, act like a whole complete different person before their subconscious takes over. And those are people who have different, they have disorders, you know, personality disorders. They have different side of themselves, which is really hard because, you know, being people in general, we have many different facets of our personality, right? But someone can play the part and be whatever they need to be for you for a certain particular time because, you know, the main goal was to get you, right?
Mhm.
And then their subconscious takes over and something happens that triggers them within the relationship, and then you start to see this complete different side that you never even seen before. Is like looking at a different person. And I think that we tend to be a little bit too hard on people who has experienced those situations.
Oh, no, I definitely agree with you because it's like if you think about it, the acting, singing, performing, even outside of the celebrity realm, our community, a lot of the time, us as people, especially like 80s, 90s, our grandparents' generation, you learned to code switch in terms of your body language and how you deal with people outside, outdoors, within the white community and white society when you're in professional jobs, and then how you hang with your crew and how you talk your lingo and slang and thing. You get what I mean? So,
Absolutely. We do it all the time, right? We have a work face, we have a home face, we have a hanging with my friends face, we have a I'm chilling with my grandparents and around my elders face. We do it all the time. I mean, the society that we live in puts us in a way that we have to adjust to certain different people and certain different scenarios.
exactly. So it doesn't surprise me, and especially like talking to women for the last how many years. And I remember on the anniversary of, I think it was Jamaica's 50th year of independence, I wanted to do a project around the older generation within the Black communities and get their experience and their stories about why they'd actually come to England. Do you get what I
Mm,
mean? I wanted to document some stuff. Unfortunately, I don't have that evidence anymore due to what happened with some hard drives. But at the time, it taught me so much about the reasons why our grandmothers got married during those periods, the
right.
type of communities that were then, the fact that, you know, a lot of them wanted to be able to return and stuff, but due to their husband being the head of household, they
Right.
had to follow what he said, the influences by the religious institutions. And it
Right.
just opened up my eyes to even men within the community that while I had been alive and am alive, I've always known those men to be good men, but they'd had a previous history that I was unaware of. Do you get what I mean? There's a lot of people that, and this is not discrediting their stories and stuff like that, but they forget that before, you know, their grandfather or their grandmother got married, some of them were out in these streets running wild, doing stuff. Do you get what I mean? Sometimes
Right.
it's been that woman that's come into their life and they've changed. That's not the same story for everybody. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah, I
Especially
totally
with
agree.
one.
Like, I think that we have to get away with romanticizing the past that we never experienced, right?
Exactly.
We're not gonna know exactly everything that have went down unless people tell us what have gone down. And I do feel that we do romanticize um how relationships and marriages were formed in eras that we did not experience, right? And I think that yes, you can take some things that might fit in the now, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm.
But you have to look at it as there was positive and negatives at that time. Everything wasn't peaches and cream.
Exactly.
And if you want to start a new way of doing things, and what matters when it comes down to these relationships being joined together, you follow can't follow exactly to the T what happened in the past. You have to create your own path. We got to stop romanticizing. I mean, it's almost as close as a Disney fairy tale. We have to stop.
Yeah. Like, I do have the conversations with the young girls and say, as much as, these Disney films and these fairy tales are around, you do have to have the real conversations about the way that relationships look like in this day and age. Because
Yeah,
that's important. That is
it's
really.
very important, and especially what is the morals and the characters of today. What is important, what is value of today. A lot of back in the day, marriage was based on survival. you know a lot of it was based on survival. People was being put together, you know just for just to survive, and just to have something, right? And nowadays, you being in a relationship, or a marriage, or even being with someone of the opposite sex, or even the same sex, is literally a choice. So we just have to, we have to put that in perspective of what are the things that are more important to us today, what are the things that were more important in the past, and where is the bridge to start the new path that we want.
No, you're definitely on that, sis. Because.
Um. Oh, okay.
Go ahead, Muta. Go ahead.
I was just about to ask, Go Mine, are you there? Are you like actually there?
Oh, I wasn't next to the screen. Hey, Gold.
Hi, go mine.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if he's actually there.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. Um,
Is what?
to any men in the chat, I would like for two or more of you to hit the link so we can include the male perspective on some of these questions. Thank you. But you guys finish talking, and I'm gonna try to find some men to come on. Once we
She
get
gonna
at
go
least,
find a man.
yeah, because we need at least two men to be on the panel, because some of these questions, they are geared towards men, but also we need the male perspective.
It's always good to get the male perspective on these things.
No, absolutely. I think it's definitely needed.
Mm. All right, I'm warming up my food. Now I've got those mental images out of my head from earlier. Thank you, Ripa. Oh, Lord.
You are very welcome.
She's like, I can eat now. Yeah, that was really disturbing though. Like I was throwing up the throw up emojis. I was like, I had to go get me some water.
Because it just felt like the words I was using was not, they were not doing what I was trying to explain justice.
Right. And what you was explaining in that process, that's like a good example of self accountability, right?
Yeah.
It's a good example for that. Like, you know, what that person was doing with those inmates, she made that choice. It was very desperate. In my mind, it seemed very desperate. And you touched on so many things that a functioning a functioning logical adult would have thought before, deciding if it was a good thing to do it or not. And just to see so many red flags within that story it's kind of cringeworthy.
Yeah. I mean,
Where did Indigenous go?
I don't know.
I don't know. 1 minute he was there, and then I asked him the question that I asked Queen's Cascade, and I think he logged off or probably having internet problems. I'm sure he'll touch back in when he has the time.
Okay. Because I was just wondering, because I was just seeing that he wasn't here anymore.
Queen Cascade, I blame you. You made me hungry, so now I'm going into my kitchen.
Girl,
to get me some food.
Get your eat on. Okay, it's the weekend. It's December.
It is the weekend. It's still a work day for me.
But we're still gonna eat, be merry, enjoy each other's company. Okay. Ooh.
Have anyone seen the King Richard's movie?
I haven't seen it yet.
I refuse to watch that.
Why?
Because a movie about the Venus, the Williams sisters should not be about. Like I'm not feeling it. And then
so
the trailer's
movie,
like Will Smith is king.
Oh no, see that's the thing. The movie was actually not about the sisters. It was actually a tribute to their father. And it was also showing the world, the family dynamic, the family unit that actually led to them being great athletes. So they actually did it as to pay homage to their father.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah, that's why his name, because that was what they used to call his father, King Richard, around the area that they grew up in Crenshaw.
Okay. I mean, I do intend to watch the film at some point over this next couple of weeks when I get a hot second.
I think I hope you guys do watch it. I think it's a great movie. I saw it, and it has so much teachable moments in it, and just like the display of the work ethic and how the Black family unit could be. It was amazing. Like you will feel like so much like pride and respect for the father and the mother of Civilian Williams, and as well as their determination, and even with their sisters, the other sisters who went on to do different things. Yeah, it was really great. It was also actually very emotional too. So I thought it was a good movie. You should definitely watch it.
It's on the list. It's on the video list.
Okay, Indigenous 56 Ace. I pinned the link. So it's up there. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna be fashionably late because Murfreesboro is a good 30 minutes from where I am. And I'm doing my hair.
As long as you don't walk at the same time as the bride.
Yep. I mean, I'm gonna sit in the back anyway because Hey, Indigenous, you're back.
What up? What up?
Okay, we're just waiting on at least, one other male to join, and then we can get started.
Get started with what?
We're gonna do like a pre late night talk show. We're just gonna ask like 5 questions, 4 or 5 questions.
Oh yeah, you did make it back home because you were supposed to go over that list. I just thought about it.
Yeah.
No,
Yep.
I had ran to the store. Yeah, once I left the house, my internet.
So I have a couple questions that I have marked for right now, but we can do a quick vote on what questions we want to do now. How many questions we want to do? We can pick between 3 and 5 questions.
Well, we can see, I suppose, what your time is looking like with the maneuvering after we sort of finish the third question. And if you're still sort of good on time, then continue on to the fifth. I suppose
Okay.
it makes sense to me.
So I'm gonna read off some questions, and then if you like the question and you want to go over it now, just let me know. So the first question we came up with is, what's the black man's role in fixing the community going forward? Okay. The
I'll
second
wait to answer because I'm moving rooms. So go ahead.
the second question is, are traditional gender roles important in modern times? Okay. The third question is, what is the traps slash kryptonite for women that allows women to keep giving to their man and vice versa? Question 4 is, are men bothered by women living life as if they don't need a man? Question 5 is, how do we
Hey.
hmm?
No, go ahead. I didn't realize. I thought you were just telling me what the topic was. I didn't realize you was going down
No,
the
we're
list.
gonna take a quick vote on
Not
which
caught.
questions we want to do now.
I'm getting it. I'm caught up.
Okay, just stop me when you hear a question that you want to talk about right now.
Oh no, I'm gonna let you finish first.
Okay, so question 5 is, how do we cultivate an environment where entrepreneurship is a priority? 6 is, what made interracial dating readily available to the Black community? 7 is, how does rap music shape Black men's views on Black women and the difference between white rappers and Black rappers? Question 8 is, why does sex sell the way that it does, regardless of the ongoing violence against women? And that's like in sex sales as in music. 9 is hypergamy among Black women detrimental to Black men? And then 10 is infertility on either side a deal breaker? Would you choose adoption, leaving, impregnating someone else and raising the child as your own, or artificial insemination slash surrogate?
You know what? You know what about that last one? I
Mhm.
believe. I believe that. I guess it depends on how comfortable um your partner is with you being able to have sex with somebody else and not going back.
Yeah.
I think that would be the biggest.
But yeah, so those are the 10 questions. So are there, any questions that stand out to y'all that y'all would like to discuss right now?
That was a lot to chew. I'm pretty sure nobody has nothing to say until somebody else brings something up. Am I right, MJ? Because Queen went to go get something to eat, didn't she?
I thought she was standing there heating up food, but yeah, they probably stepped away. I probably have to reread them when they come back. So because it don't sound like MJ is there.
Sorry, I missed some other questions. I was moving from room to room.
Can you
Um,
hear me?
what's the
Miss Moon,
question?
can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, Indigenous.
Mhm.
Oh,
I can hear you.
my earpiece. Oh.
We hear you. Can you hear us? But what's the last question you think you heard, Queen Cascade?
Sorry, I didn't hear like because I was moving the room and my daughter was talking to me. I didn't hear all the full questions and things like that. So if you don't mind, could you go back through it? Is that okay?
Yeah. Okay. So question one is, what is the black man's role in fixing the community going forward? Two, are traditional gender roles important in modern times? Three, what is the traps or kryptonite for women that allows women to keep giving to their man and vice versa? Four, are men bothered by women living life as if they don't need a man? Five, how do we cultivate an environment where entrepreneurship is a priority? Six, what made interracial dating readily available to the Black community? Seven, how does rap music shape black men's views on Black women and the difference between white rappers and Black rappers? Eight, why does sex sell the way it does, regardless of the ongoing violence against women? Nine, is hypergamy among Black women detrimental to Black men? 10, is infertility on either side a deal breaker? Would you choose adoption, leaving, impregnating someone else and raising the child as your own, or artificial insemination slash surrogate?
I think if we start at number one
Mm-hmm.
and work our way through.
Okay.
I think those are really good questions.
Mm.
Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna start with question number one. What is the black man's role in fixing the community going forward?
Can I speak first?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Actually,
Go
I
ahead.
had switched
We can
earpieces.
hear
Okay, am I louder or lower?
you. We can hear you.
No, okay. Either way, I feel you. I'm sorry, but nah, but fixing for a black man, the road to fixing the community, I believe it starts. I mean,
Oh, we lost him.
We did.
Do you hear him?
No, I don't hear him
yeah, I
anymore.
could. Yeah, I'm bad. I'm bad. I know it happened. Every time I'm on my phone, so every time my phone like the screen dies, my voice too. So I'm noticing that from
Oh,
last night. So, but I I believe one of the best things that us as black men can do is teach our young ones or little ones or kids a trade.
I believe we'll get a lot farther in a commendable trade like carpentry. I want to say plumbing. I like I respect plumbing, but I, I don't like to get in. I don't. That ain't for me. And but everything ain't for everybody. Because actually, I have a degree in um auto body and collision. So like I
Mhm.
actually like weld. I want to say like welding, like underwater welding. Yeah, I was listening to someone mention welding last night, and I'm like, that's my field. Like I was great at welding, but I believe if we started like with some of the fundamental aspects on like certain trades, we'll get a lot farther than going to somebody's school learning sociology. That was my take.
Okay.
Okay. I think just repeat the question for me, Moon.
What is black men's role in fixing the community going forward?
I think black men as a collective, those that are viable, should be getting together and having the real conversations about what's needed in their different communities. I think there needs to be, once people sort of get themselves together and get themselves straight, a kind of networking convention type thing for them to get together to look at the different elements within our culture: education, social, entertainment, sciences, I don't know, professorship. Do you get what I mean? Because
Hmm.
there's so many different elements within our community that need attention, is to have those different circles with those different men and them all sort of feeding information back to each other about how they're going to move forward, creating the projects, the mentorship, creating like he was talking about trades, but actually having the apprenticeships. They need to start making money circles to be able to create businesses. We need fathers that, if they're not in a position to work, um, but have time to be able to volunteer within the community, and their criminal records are, you know, um, clear, and that person is of good standing and moral character, that can be doing things unlike the dad's patrols, and start having workshops with young people. The whole brothers and sisters and mentoring situations, I feel, needs to come back, um, in terms of life coaching these young men. Um, in the community, we need more men that are willing to go out there and start to get the other young men that are on the streets in gangs out of those situations. There's different elements within our different communities, that need attention. So, gang and gun violence, and then you've got the drugs. So there needs to be more community programs, really and truly, by Black men. But what the Black collective doesn't seem to fully understand is that those that are higher up are not feeding that money back down in the way that other cultures feed that money back down within the community. So there are deficits, and the way that our spending is, with people just interested in buying Jordans or buying computer games, instead of donating their time, instead of helping with community center trips, volunteering that time, doing these workshops with these kids to keep them off their streets, is adding to the deficit. So, you've got men that are on computer games when they're going home at night after, like, every man's situation is different. But we can't say that we don't have a whole heap of dusties out here that are just sitting on computer games and not doing what they're supposed to be doing. So it's time for them to spend less time on the computer games in virtual reality, in that sense. And just like they're building on these games that have no consequences in terms of the build in the game, a lot of these men have fear about doing those builds in real life. It's time to find that confidence, that self-esteem. You know what I mean? With the victimhood and the defeatist attitudes that I see out here, there's a lot of work that needs to be done in terms of therapy, in terms of more men who have educational qualifications that need to go into mental health services to be able to help us with what's going on in the community. So,
Okay, that's
Yeah, and thank you for that. Can I add on to what I was saying earlier?
mm-hmm.
Because I think I missed. Because I was listening to what she was saying, and basically, what I want to add on to it, I'm gonna get to the point. I caught that clue. But I think just the whole family structure, I think, needs to be really implied to. I'm not gonna say just be. Let me set up because I was sitting back listening and trying to get a deeper clue on how. Because when you reread that question, something stood out to me of how should we conduct ourselves, and I'm thinking like I said, the one thing that's missing in that is the family structure and how important that should be implemented into each. I mean, growing. I mean,
Indigenous, your audio has been lost.
I got into my
Okay.
soliloquy. Nah, but I think that's the one thing that's being lost is the structure on how what's the best method on trying to raise a family. I mean, I know things happen. I mean, we all suffered it. I mean, some people grow up with one mother, some people grow up with one dad. I mean, vice versa. Oh, you too wild. I got to send you to your dad.
Okay. Well, we're waiting on him to come back. MJ, is there any?
God
Oh, there
dang.
it is. Okay.
Okay.
No, 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 go ahead. See, every time I get in my soliloquy, I put my phone down and once my it
Oh, that's
times me
okay.
out.
So yeah, I would say the first thing that black men would have to do to fix the community is they have to take back ownership of the community. Um they have to believe that it is their community. As of right now, they're saying that, a lot believe that the community is the way that it is because they're not running it. But even the lack of them not running it is still be them being a part of that community. They have to remove the things that they do not want to see in that community. You have to be that force. You have to be that stronghold. Yes, it's dangerous. Yes. Um Potentially you can get hurt. Potentially you can be murdered. Potentially your family can be affected by it. But if it's a group collective doing it, isn't that something to stand on? You have to remove the violence out of the community. You have to show them that this is not accepted here. And if you're not accepted here, you're not going to be here. You know, anybody who wants to be a part of what you guys decide to build as a collective, they will have to understand how they have to come. So I'm not trying to say um, people cannot be rehabilitated. People can't make mistakes and self correct and move back in. But if there's a pattern and you like you're noticing there's a pattern, a consistent pattern where is someone saying I messed up, but they continue to do it again after you like, all right, well, please now please don't do that again. Like there has to be that wall. There has to be that wall where people know, listen, we are now taking control of the community. This is how our community is going to look. And then after that, you have to take back your image. You have to take back your image of how you guys are perceived to the world and also to the women and children in your community. You know, the image that anybody uh, thinks about black men is something that not only that they allow, they also created. It didn't really come out of the sky and say these things are happening. Some people have had these experiences where they'll say certain things, XYZ. So you have to be in control of your image. I know that there is men who are doing what they're supposed to do, but they cannot cover the image of all black men. And you know what? It's not fair for them either, because it also takes a hit. They take a hit. They take a hit when things don't go right and when things do go right. You know what I'm saying? Like they take it all. So it has to be more. After that, after we deal with like cleaning out what we don't want in our community, then fixing up the image, then at that part it is for you to also help. I would say it will also be for you to help motivate and inspire the women and children's image in your community, because the women and the children's image is also a sign of you and how you handle things, your leadership. you know that also, that's also plays a part in that. I do definitely believe with Queen Cascade about we need to bring back community centers where everybody is involved. Everybody know what's going on. um I do believe that we have to bring back the like getting the community together, like they used to call it like block parties and things of that sort. Even help out with assistance with certain people, families struggling. Father lost his job or whatever, not, or a single mother lost her job, or the kids are, they go to a school that's not providing them, you know good things to eat, and they're getting sick all the time. I think that's what, we have to have that community initiative, and men do have to run it. I do believe that they should be the forefront of that. um there's many things to touch on that I can kind of list it step by step, but not really off my head. But yeah, I do think that the first thing you have to do is you have to take ownership of your community. You have to declare and demand that this is your community and this is how it's going to run going forward.
Okay. So to build off of that, I would say that when we're having these conversations about black men making suspicious comments towards underage girls, there needs to be an environment where there is enough pushback to make these men feel uncomfortable, or the men who are talking about promoting gang violence or violence against women. They need to feel uncomfortable in the space. They need to feel uncomfortable in the community in order to really start to see change. Because with these people feeling so comfortable and knowing that they're not going to get as much pushback, that pretty much promotes their behavior, and it spreads easily and quickly to the coming generations. So,
No, I
anybody
get
else
what you're
wanted to
saying.
add anything?
What's that? No,
No,
I was saying that. Do I have an echo?
no. You go.
Oh, no, but exactly what you were saying. Like, I just wanted to add to that because, like, I mean, you're right because that that um should be that actually what I'm thinking of. That shouldn't be a place where men feel comfortable. And actually, what we should do is make them feel uncomfortable by being that type of pervert or whatever they want to be.
Indigenous, your audio.
Can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
God, God damn. I got to keep my phone on my hand. But
Yeah.
I put my phone down. But regardless, I mean, we do have to like make sure that that place or that space of men being able to get away with all this creepy, weird stuff, it shouldn't be allowed because my daughter just turned 10, and I remember when she was born, around 5 or born, either way. I held her up and I said, I hope you don't be the reason I go to jail, because not just saying that like that's what I'm looking for, but I just don't want nobody to do her wrong enough to where I have to step in. Cause I want her to live life. I ain't gonna try to live it for her. Cause I'm not a female. If your mom hopefully instilled enough in you to where you can see it, but I can only now if it was a boy, it would be different. But a lady, I'm gonna let her try to let her. Hopefully, I pick the right mom so that she can.
Your sound's gone out again, Indigenous.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
here now.
No, I was saying. Yeah, I was saying like I'm gonna sit back to a degree to let her mom teach her those mom things. You know what I mean? And as soon as I step in, I'm coming with a different like I'm like she's good at sports and she's an athlete, and y'all was mentioning earlier about that the Serena Williams and Venus movie, and somebody mentioned that it was more about the dad than the girls. And I was like,
Your sound has gone out, Indigenous.
dang, if I don't watch this phone, I have to keep sliding it up.
You're gonna have to keep it in your hand inside.
Yeah, but no, I'm done. I was just ranting, but what she was saying kind of stuck out to me about that. I'm gonna let y'all go. You got it, Queen.
Um, I think there needs to be a push from Black men to work together as a collective. Um, I know that everybody's kind of there are a minority of men that are working in smaller circles, but really and truly, to get you guys to a point, which is going to take some time, you're going to have to learn how to trust each other again. You're going to have to learn how to actually build together. And that
Mhm.
takes sometimes some outside help. I think although everybody wants to say, let's do it by ourselves, let's do it by ourselves, let's do it by ourselves, it's like the last 50, how many years has been spent in certain regards trying to do it by ourselves. I don't think there's anything wrong. Everybody's like the white man this, the white man that, buy things from the white man and everything else. I don't think there's anything wrong in getting the helping hand with the benefit for the children, because sometimes we're forgetting, we're looking at things from an adult perspective of how it affects us and what we don't like within certain elements of this society. At the same time, those things are affecting the younger generations because of our ego, because of not saying, okay, I'm going to put certain thoughts and feelings aside and I'm going to maneuver like this because it's for the benefit of the next generation. It's like there's how many women that have been protesting and fighting and all the BLM things, even it down to being lesbians that started, females, Black women that started that. It's time for them to, if they've got issues when it comes to child support, when it comes to courts, when it comes to different things, it's up to them to get off their asses and go and sort it out. Just like the hair discrimination and everything else that we are fighting for as Black women, which indirectly has an impact on you as Black men, they should be doing really and truly, the same in regard for themselves, for their own benefit. All these things that are happening in regards to laws and other things, really and truly, to me, at this point in time, Black women don't owe you shit. If you're a grown man of a certain age and a certain capability, it's time for you to sort of push forward. And those, we can't pretend that we don't have, um, obviously, if Black men are dating out at 3 times the rate and we've got 6 minimum generations of biracial children, then a lot of those men are not so much within our community, they're more so within their partner's community and playing comfortable in that. Now, that's not all, but that's most. So, really and truly, what is wrong with splitting the time with the other community? Because the fact is, you've chosen to be in, commingle with the other community. But see if you can redirect some of that time to this community as well. Because although you might have married into another culture, your children are of those two cultures. There needs to be more balance in the way that biracial children are being brought up, because I'm seeing on TikTok and social media and different places biracial children talking about their experiences with having Black fathers. So all those other things needs to be taken into consideration when they move forward, because that's the life they've chosen, but it still has an impact on our community.
Okay, those are good points. So we're gonna move on to question number 2. Are traditional gender roles important in modern times?
Oh, I guess I'll go first. Can you say the question again, Moonflower?
Are traditional gender roles important in modern times?
Okay, I would say that they're important, but they need to be remodified to catch up with the modern times. And the reason why I say that is because, like I was speaking with Queen Cascade earlier, the reason why we had gender roles, marriages and relationships back then was for different reasons, as into why we get into those situations today. And we romanticize about our grandparents and our great great grandparents being together for 25 plus years, 50 years, 57 years, 60 years, and so on and so on. Talk about, wow, I want that relationship. I want that type of dynamic in my relationship. You don't know all the ins and outs of your great grandparents' relationship. You know, you don't know what your great grandmother or your grandmother had to go through. You don't even know what your great grandfather and what he had to go through. Things that he probably didn't even tell his wife at that time. I think we have to stop romanticizing what we think we believe traditional gender roles were. And I think we need to just take the basics and create our own that fits the modern time of today.
Okay, that is a very good point. They do need to be updated and modified. It is time to, out with the old and in with the new. So, is there anyone else who has anything to add on to that?
I think MJ summed it up perfectly, to be honest. I
Yeah.
think there is some positives in the gender roles. It's just redefining them for the modern family. And I think everybody's individual relationship is different. So I think the couple within that relationship have to look at their strengths and your weaknesses and the things that you need to work on, and look at the different roles that are best suited to your situation. Do you get what I mean? In terms of setting goals, having, meetings every so often so that you can keep abreast of what's going on. And it takes communication, it takes a lot of communication.
Okay. Okay. What about you, Indigenous? Do you have anything you want to add?
Man, I think you, MJ, Queen, I think y'all touched on the subject to a degree where I'm scared to ask for number two.
No, go ahead. Your
But
opinion was your opinion.
no, I mean, no, y'all said it all, and I agree with it. That's why I ain't come in interjecting or had anything negative to say about anything. Cause
Okay. So we're gonna move on to question 3. Okay. What is the traps, or what are the traps slash kryptonite for women that allows women to keep giving to their men
oh,
and vice versa?
I'm out of this one. Y'all have to answer
No, you're not out of this one because you
that. I'm trying to hide.
and Octobot came up with this question.
I'm hiding. I'm gonna let y'all go first.
No, I want to hear what our indigenous has got to say.
Yeah, you go first, Indigenous, because you want to tell us
Oh
what that.
Lord.
Because y'all had a
So
whole
what do?
conversation about the
Hold on.
kryptonite.
Uh, but I mean, it goes without saying. But it's wow. Um, I, I I'm gonna say I don't know how it works, but normally
Did he go out again?
It sounds like it.
all
But
right,
so
no,
what
I
I'm
said
going
no, I said I did everything from A to Z. Could you repeat the question again so I could answer it more respectfully?
okay. What are the traps or kryptonite for women that allows women to keep giving to their men and vice versa?
I don't know. I think it's companionship, somebody that's willing to be there, that's committed to being there and to show them that they um are worth anything in this world, regardless of whoever say it, and that's there to be there. I'm gonna say that.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna say that I believe the kryptonite or trap that women fall into when in relationships is that old saying that a piece of man is better than no man, and that
Mm.
gives an excuse to men for shitty behavior and gaslights the women into putting up with said shitty behavior just to have peace of a man.
I'm not gonna argue.
Cause
My grandma told my sisters, but that sounds
to where how they
see. That almost sound like it. It beats training.
So, indigenous, it sounds like
Hold
it.
on, Indigenous, because you're moving around a lot and we can't really hear what you're saying. Or
no.
maybe you need to.
I was saying that almost sound like what my grandma used to, or used to saying growing up that it beats training a new.
You may need to go out and come back, Indigenous, because we cannot hear anything that you're saying. But ladies, do you have anything to add on to that?
Um, can you say the question again one more time? Moonflower, for me, I had to step away to throw something in the garbage. My
It's fine.
apologies.
It's fine. What are the traps or kryptonite for women that allows women to keep giving to their men and vice versa?
I would say hope. I would definitely say hope and uh this blind type of loyalty that women have to their mate. Um, my understanding as a woman, usually when a woman do decide to be with a man, she made her decision that she wanted to be with that man, right? And that comes with all the hate, the hope and trust and loyalty within that man, because she also trusts herself, thinking that she made the right choice of being with that man. So I think in the aspect of it being per se a trap to women is because she, with her idea of what her man's supposed to be and how he's a be in the relationship, she tends to forget that he does come with error. He does come with baggage. He does come with things that probably wouldn't fit in your lifestyle if you actually know, right? He had a whole excuse me, he had a whole different life before he even met you. And in the process, when certain habits do start to surface, um, you know that you don't like it, right? You feel it in your bones, you feel it in your gut. You know your intuition is sending off this alarm, but you still have the hope and the initial kind of dream per se of what you expected that your relationship was supposed to look like. And then you also start to, like, tell yourself that, I didn't make that mistake. I didn't do anything wrong. So it has to be something there. It gotta be something there, because there's no way that I hit it wrong all across the board, right? So I do feel like one of the traps is that our own egos get in our own way.
Okay, and what I wanted to say to build off that, you made me think of I heard a person say that, when women are in relationships with men, women tend to see potential, quote unquote, in the men, and that's what leads them to stay. However, you people fail to realize that the potential you see in your partner is actually not real. It's what you would do if you were in their shoes. So,
Right. That's what I'm saying. And that's why I say that it's our ego. It's our ego in that aspect, that we believe that whatever we perceive or predeem a person supposed to be is supposed to be. And we have to, like, literally, we have to get it right. We're not trying to take that, like, no, I was not wrong across the board with this one. This guy, yeah, I mean, he had certain aspects about him that were decent, and I tend to focus on that, and that led me to this situation where I'm in with him. And then with all the other ones, you treated you at the particular time, you didn't think that they were serious. You didn't think that they were serious. You was like, oh, I mean, I let that slide. I let that pass. Yeah, I don't like that. That's just a little a little hiccup here and there. So was you actually really being, like, kind of honest with yourself if you know that there were certain things that you didn't like, and you didn't actually remove yourself from that, or say, hey, I just really cannot deal with this particular situation,
right.
Wow, that's deep. And I wanna throw this in because I'm thinking about the topic and um I don't know why I'm asking this. Probably because I never did it. Um, do you think if a man put his hands on somebody, would that I don't know, but I hear about situations like that and it seemed like that doesn't matter.
It's not that it doesn't matter. It's when you're in that type of relationship, as she said earlier, it's the hope that, you know, he will change. And then you also see the good times that you guys had, the good memories that you had. And when things are good, things are great. But then when things are bad, it
They
becomes
get worse.
horrible. Right. But because you had those good times and good memories and you know that he has a sweet side, you try to be
Overlook it.
be the supportive woman and try to guide him in ways to get him help, whether it be professional or things that you guys can do at home or together that would encourage change. But as I said earlier, that the potential that you see is actually what you would do in if you were in their shoes and not what they're feeling or how they would react. And that's why it's fake, and that is why, you know, it would be considered a trap, because the potential you're seeing is actually how you view yourself.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It is. It's a projection. It's a projection of how you want to be treated, because you would treat somebody like that if you were in their shoes. And we have been taught that saying, treat people how they, how you want to be treated. But what we forgot to teach our children and other adults is, yes, you should aim to treat people how you want to be treated, but you treat people how they treat you.
Yes. And
Yeah.
it's such a negative connotation on treating somebody how they treat you, and it's seen as, oh, you're bitter, oh, you're holding a grudge or something like of that nature, when really it's not.
I mean, I think in terms of the question, I think kryptonite when it comes to women, I think has been sex, um, stigmatization for some. Um, I think kryptonite for women when we were children was the whole young men not learning to take accountability and the whole thing that we used to hear that, oh, he's a boy, he's immature, uh, you know, in that regard to things that used to happen back then. I think kryptonite for women has been older women within the community that have an older generation mindset, in saying stick it out in certain situations. I think kryptonite for women um, has been the ride or die mentality. But also, when you look at the religious institutions and some of the vows, and that till death do you part through good times and bad times, I think that has held a lot of women in place and staying in certain types of relationships. I think kryptonite for men and women has been really not having the kind of healthy role models in fathers to show them how to conduct themselves in relationships, as well as the signs and other things that people need to sort of look out for that you may learn from a fatherly role model. So sometimes you go into certain types of relationships and you don't know those signs because you've not had that kind of guidance.
Yeah, I definitely believe that what you said, Queen, about the sex situation. I think that sex is a kryptonite to both men and women.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
And the reason why is that there's such a fixation on the moment or the feelings that transpire during sex, even though there is actually a hormone that
Mhm.
creates that sensation.
Yeah.
And it becomes like the pivoted of mental state that everybody wants to be in. And it's quite sad when you think about it, if you feel that the only time that you're in a great situation or a great mindset is during sex, but then everything else is okay or mediocre. That says a lot. Like, people are not really having sex 24/7 a day. I mean, besides porn stars and sexual entertainers, probably.
Mhm.
But regular people are not having sex the moment they wake up, all throughout the day. People are going to work, people are having outside activity, hanging with friends and stuff like that, whatever. So for sex to be like whatever you feel mentally, spiritually, and emotionally, to be at the forefront, where you have to feel like that all the time, and that's the only type of enjoyment you get, there's a problem. There's a serious problem. Like, no relationship should be the high point of is how I feel sexually with you. And that's on both parties. If you only feel like that with that person, with like that in that type of situation, then you really got to ask yourself, are you really in that are you really in the best relationship for you? Because you can't do it all the time. There has to be other aspects to it that is just as enjoyable. Yes, it might not be the same sensation, but that other sensation you get by even having communication or mental stimulation with that person should
Mhm.
is not one better is not one that is better than the other. They're both equally important.
Facts. And what I wanted to say to build
And I'm
off of the conversation of old mindset is that we need to stop teaching young girls, that if a boy is mean to you or if a boy hits you, that just means he likes you, because it
Mhm.
teaches them to associate violence and rudeness
wow,
with love,
accept.
and that puts them in jeopardy of being a victim to a domestic violence relationship, whether that violence is emotional, mental, or physical.
Mhm. Definitely.
Wow, I'm glad you said that because, like, um, um, you kind of threw me off, but I was kind of thinking about what was said earlier, and sex wasn't like I tried to stay away from that kryptonite. You know what I mean? And but what was mentioned made me decide to bring it up. Because I try to monitor what I say on live,
Hmm.
but either way, um, I think the main reason is, I mean, let's be real with it. I mean, a lot of times somebody handling their business, and they probably
Your sound's gone out, Indigenous.
you catch me right on cue because I thank you. I set up, so I'm good now. I mean, I'm at the house, so either way. But a lot of times when somebody handling the business, they get the. I mean, a lot of times I ain't gonna lie to you, they be the crummiest dudes on the block. But somebody that's trying to handle their business probably not handling it in bed, get the ridicule.
Your sound went out again.
I think I understand what he's trying to say.
Yeah, I do understand what he's trying to convey, though.
Yeah, I do. I
I
understand
do.
what he's
I
trying to
get the
say.
gist
And
of it.
it does happen. Um it shouldn't happen. I just think that we have to, as both of us, men and women, have to look at the bigger picture, right? And we just can't enforce that in women, because most of the time I do hear men say that women should choose men not just because of looks, not just because of sexual prowess, and all these superficial things. They should actually look about character, morals, and things of that sort, which they're not wrong. But the only issue I have with that is that's only being pushed to women.
Yes.
That's not being pushed to men. There is many men who have children with women that they say that they can never see themselves in a relationship with, or they said that they never even saw themselves being in a relationship with that person, but then they still put themselves in a predicament to have a child with that person. And then now they have issues where with the mother per se, may may or may not be a fit mother, right? Or a fit mother to how or to mother their child, right?
Right.
And I think that if both parties were looking at the bigger picture in regards of what they need for a mate, not only with, sexual prowess, which is important, right? Because that, is a stimulating, it's a stimulating factor. It's needed. It is definitely needed on both sides. And looks and things of that sort. But if you're looking at the bigger picture of like, do I really want to see this person 20 years from now? Can I really
Exactly.
hang out with this person 15 years from now? You know, if we're actually thinking about that, like, yeah, I can really, even if I wasn't with this person, in a sexual type of way, would this person look like somebody that would be in my circle? If you can't answer that question,
Can I live and grow old with you?
right? You know what I'm saying? Like, seriously, because when you get older, you're not having sex like that. I'm telling you, you're not going to have, you don't have it in you. Your heart can't
They could
take it.
try.
But
So
then on
So what are you going
Nothing
to
from
do? You're gonna
MJ.
have to be
I
around
heard
somebody that
it.
you can
I'm
sit
trying not to
there.
laugh.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're gonna have to be around someone where you can sit there and watch
Can
TV
I grow
shows
old
with.
with you?
You know,
I know people don't think, obviously we've had the pandemic and things might be a bit different with the USA, but trust me, I remember there's been a couple of outbreaks in certain elderly people's homes once they've reached a certain age and they're in certain types of retirement homes. And I've had to go out to, to deliver sexual health in elderly people's homes. So
oh,
some of them are getting it
well,
in.
the older people they do get it in. The ones who still got it don't got no heart problems. You can't tell them nothing.
Since the invention of Viagra,
But do you
and
know
other
what's so
things.
funny about that, Queen? They're so cute. Like, have you seen the videos of the old grandmas and grandpa when they're in a relationship? Like the he's in a wheelchair. There was guy was in a wheelchair. He could barely see and anything like that. But he knew he wanted to marry the
Mhm.
other older woman in the same nursing home that he was, and he had all the nurses get involved. He went and got her ring, rolled up in a wheelchair, got her ring and everything, and balloons and flowers. They be so cute
They are
because
cute.
it'd be
Really cute.
more with them. It'd be more than just like I find you attractive. They at that time they
That
really
is
love
just
that person as a
something
being.
else.
Hey,
and
can I interject this?
Go ahead.
yeah.
Go ahead, Indigenous.
Um, cause I'm thinking about the title. I'm thinking back, but it hasn't been brought up. But the kryptonite for
Mhm.
men, I want to say for women, but I want to say the kryptonite to men is something.
Your audio went out.
Indigenous, your audio.
It seems when he's about to say something profound, it always goes out.
But one thing I wanted to
It's a
say
good.
was
It's a good thing. It's a good thing, and I'm trying to. I'm gonna clean it up.
one thing
No,
I
but
okay.
the kryptonite for a lot of like the topic was the kryptonite for men. I know what was it? Why do black fem not even black? Why do
It was
females
for women. It was actually for women.
Yes, and he threw in vice
correct,
versa
correct,
at
correct?
the end.
And I was
Oops, your audio's gone out again, Indigenous.
saying I was gonna give you a perspective on the man's kryptonite.
Mm-hmm. Just say it.
Go ahead.
Ah, man, my phone keep doing that. I'm gonna let it go.
But
Free.
God dang, my phone.
what I wanted to say was to
It
build
timed me out
off
in 2 seconds that time.
what I wanted to say was to build off MJ. saying that looking for someone with character and things like that is solely pushed to women. I wanted to build off that by saying that is true, and that's when we get into the conversation of men being able to sell women dreams, women that they don't even want to be with, sell them a certain thing that they're looking for, and then
Oh,
turn their back when the woman gets pregnant or
They're called
when things begin to get serious.
they're called future fakers.
Yep.
Do you know what's also in between that, what you're saying, Moonflower,
Mm.
is the other part of that kryptonite is when you're between your 20s to 30s, that's when you're getting a heavy amount of your body genetically having oh god, what do you call them? It was in my mind a second ago. um ah, what's the feeling and emotion called? It's to do with the fact that you
are
want
you
to have
saying
kids and you want to settle
very
down.
attracted to how you look?
Oh, that's it. Sorry, body clock. Body clock. When women's body clocks start ticking, it happens more so regularly between the age of 20 to 30. And I understand why it happens genetically, but then obviously when you've got the future fakers that are selling you those dreams, um, and depending, each woman's slightly different in terms of the periods of time that her body clock starts ticking. But I found, like, in speaking to some women after they've come out of the days of their body clock ticking and they've gone through that future faker, by that point they're pregnant, they're in a different part of their life, and they realize after that sort of 2+ years of having sex with that person that their opinions and their mindset are different because they've been with that person for a certain length of time. They've come out of part of the days of that future faker situation.
Yeah, the future faker situation is very prevalent today. This is why I would say a lot of women are in predicaments that they're in. If you actually sit down and speak to a lot of women, they'll tell you everything or even expose themselves of everything that went on in that relationship that they had. They'll say, "Oh, this person was doing this, he was doing that, he was great. We had those talks of plans. He said that, yeah, he agreed, he wanted to get married within a year or 2 years. He agreed, he actually said that he wanted to have children by me. He didn't just say it through, through intercourse or anything like that. It was actually spoken about, many plans of doing things of that sort. And then when it gets to the progression of those plans, then that's when the issue starts to transpire, you know? And it's like, what the hell? Like, what happened? What happened at the point where those things change? And it seems like when that change does happen, and I'm not saying that any party, the man or the woman, don't have the right to change their feelings about certain things, but there seems to never be a discussion when that change occurs, right? It just seems like everybody's in preparation of making the changes without the other party knowing that it's happening, and then it's just like dropping bombs on them.
And you're exactly right, MJ. The person who's not expecting the change feels completely blindsided, and they're like, okay, what went wrong?
Yeah, I mean, I can definitely for say that, like, I didn't have that experience with my son's father. Like, we communicated with each other. We actually knew when the time of the ending of our relationship, we was both on the same page about it was the time to end the relationship. And I think that's one of the reasons why we are still great friends today. We're great co-parenters. I love his girlfriend and future wife, and everything is just well because of the simple fact that there was a level of communication where we both was there, where we like, you know what, It's not working, and I think we need to eliminate this part of our relationship, because I mean, I'm going to always have a relationship with him because he's the father of my child, but we agreed to let go of this type of relationship that we had, because if we don't do it, then it's going to turn into resentment, then it's going to turn into hate, then it's going to turn into disgust, it's going to turn in something that was built on love and care and and uh feeling a sense of duty to each other. It was going to turn all into the negative things. So I just think that that communication is being missed now. Like, everybody wants to have a one up on the person that they believe in their mind hurt them in the relationship, and they go by doing it. I'm going to set myself up, I'm not going to let that person know, and then all they're going to do is just wake up in the morning and know that I'm gone. Certain situations that does need to happen, but if you're not at that level yet in your relationship, I don't see why that conversation can't happen.
I mean, exactly. And then it gets into the conversation of respect, because men who don't respect women are more likely to partake in that type of behavior.
Oh yeah, it's definitely respect on both sides, and you have to, and
Yeah,
that's the thing, you have to respect the person, right? Not
Hmm.
just what the person is to you. You have to respect the person.
correct. And I'm gonna say amen to that because I'm kind of well, well. Let's be short. I am in that situation, like you saying, like me and my baby mom knew that, like we reached our threshold in so many words, and nothing from this gonna transpire. So
Right. And that's good. I mean, that's good to be honest, right? With each other. Yes, I would say that even though my son's father did not want to end the relationship, he did understand that we was at the finish line. And
correct.
the love that he had for me, he was willing to separate so we can both be happy, not just only solely
Yeah,
his happiness. Because at the end of the day, if we would have stayed and he thinks that it's going to be the relationship that he wanted, and knowing that I'm not happy, he would end up being sad and hurt anyway. So why do that? Just it's best to just, you have to sometimes just let things go. And when you have that respect for that person and that type of love that you said that you have for that person, right? Loving them inside and out, it's hard, but you will understand why you have to do it.
especially at the end because I mean, knowing that I care for you, but actually not in this way no more. But we still gonna be friends. But and we have a child that's in the middle of it. Why am I beating you up or fighting with you every day? Like why put us through that and the child?
And then to build off that, what I want to say
Now I'm
is,
saying why put us through that, you and the child? I think that's where I broke up at because my phone did. I
yeah,
ain't holding it.
but to build off
God
what
dog.
MJ was saying, I was just saying that one thing we should stop telling our children or people in general is that if you love something, let it go and it will return. No, if you let it go, you don't need to have that hope that it will return, because then that's going to leave you, one, feeling empty, but two, trying to still reach out or hold on to something that's just not
Not there.
right. Yes, it's not there, not going to work. So we don't need to be trying to instill that type of false hope into children or into adults.
Yeah, I think it's just a miseducation, Moon, right? Like
Right.
you said, we do tell them, hey, if it's meant for you, it will return. But if it left you, it wasn't for you. right? So in
Exactly.
so many ways we kind of contradict ourselves, right? And
Hmm.
we like to brush it up with only these few type of scenarios, but you know, we say, you know, rejection is the Lord's protection. Maybe this wasn't for you, or it's time in your life, this person in your life has finished his time, right? And we have to just be more accepting of that.
Correct.
Exactly.
It's it, man, especially in your not matrix, but like you hit it right there when you said maybe this time is up, maybe your time is up, maybe my time is up, and until we really realize that, it's hard to move on until we hit that. Like I remember that one. I remember that one when the woman's fed up and nothing you can do about it, and I remember hearing that song and
Indigenous, your sound's gone out.
God
He breathed. That's what
But
happened.
you remember
damn. That,
you,
yeah, actually I had a hiccup.
yeah, but you said that you heard that song in what?
I hate to mention the I'm gonna say it made me realize when a woman's fed up, there's nothing you can do about it. And I was the one that would try to I'm talking about one of my past situations, and I'm like, I tried, but when it's over, it's over, and we both need to be humans and respectable enough to realize that it is. And I don't have no harmful or hateful um intentions behind it, but like, why in the world did I not see this right before then? What
Right.
I'm saying, and I should have known, but me being egotistic, I'm like, I'm over here, I'm tearing it up every day, you know what I mean? But a lot of times
Your sound went out again.
that's what I
Yeah.
was trying to bring in from earlier. My phone cut out again. I seen that.
Yeah.
Uh, no,
No,
but I
but
mean, you know,
I mean, it goes
we're
both ways.
Yeah.
But
no, I was just gonna say, you know, we're creatures of habits, right? And that's another reason why it's very hard to let go of situations that doesn't, you know, serve us, whether in a positive way or even serve our families, right? It's just that you get into a habit, you get into a daily norm, and that becomes something that you're accustomed to. And to break away from it, even though it could be a daily norm that you know that makes you uncomfortable, makes you angry, upset, mad, whatever, but that is a part of your lifestyle, that is a part of what you have accepted that is going on in your life. So when it's no longer there anymore, it gives you a sense of anxiety.
Yep. Yep. That's how it was for me
and I hear exactly what you're
when I
saying,
left my
because
boyfriend.
something that normally
That
say it
normally
again.
was. I said that's I was just saying what MJ was saying is what happened when I left my boyfriend. To me, that's what happened with me. Like it was part of my daily norm, and just the thought of letting that daily norm, cease to exist sent me into a panic attack that landed me in the hospital.
Yeah, it does happen, it does happen so much. And it's
Mm.
like it's hard because, like I said, we live in a society where we have our daily norms, right? We
Mm.
are taught from when we're younger that we have to get up and brush our teeth, wash our face, and wash our ass, right? We're
Mhm.
taught that we have to clean our house. We got to keep tidy. We have to keep our bedrooms tidy, like things that we do subconsciously. And when you're around someone and and you interact with them on a regular basis, that does become a learned behavior.
Hmm.
And now when that doesn't happen anymore, it gives you the same type of anxiety of how you feel when you suffer a death of a close friend, a close family member, a parent. You know, you feel that same type of anxiety or panic where, oh my God, I don't know what to do, because now, I mean, I lived my whole life, or I lived a good part of my life having this person in my life, and now I have to figure out how to navigate not hearing from this person anymore. And we do the same things with our relationships without even knowing it.
Yep.
Yeah, and I'd just like to add, I apologize
And you're
if
right
I'm
about that
repeating anything
because
that anybody else said.
living
If
daily
there's,
life becomes a normacy.
that's true, it's a pattern. I had to step away for a second, so if I'm repeating what somebody's already said, I apologize. But I think part of the kryptonite has been with our children is not always giving them a voice in the past.
Mm-hmm.
Um, putting them, sometimes with different circumstances, children pick up on things, and sometimes they don't want to be around certain people. You know, they pick up certain vibes, and sometimes us as adults, believing the best in people, have them around certain people that they shouldn't be. Do you get
Yes.
what I mean? Creating the safe spaces for children to voice their opinions, and have a voice um, about what's going on with school, with the thoughts in their heads, especially when they're getting from 8 to sort of like 16. The amount of things that you're going through in puberty that you don't really understand. Um, I think that's been partial kryptonite when we look at, the state of mental health today. I'd like to say that we are getting better, but I feel like on the other end of it, while women are heading towards making better strides with our mental health, there also needs to be the emphasis with mothers in regards to our children with counseling and therapy, because we're not perfect. Do you get what I mean? There's a lot of my journey and other women's journeys that I've seen over this last how many years, where it's taken that cognitive behavioral therapy to be able to break certain patterns, you know what I mean? Or things that you picked up in your youth that you thought were normal that are really not normal, or not morally right. So I think as our kids are growing up at different stages, and even when sometimes we try to teach kids certain things, depending on their perception, depends on their mind state of how they're perceiving what you're saying. So it's always good, if possible, to involve mental health services and get our children to being more comfortable with expressing themselves in a safe space outside of us as well.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, is there anything else anyone wanted to add before we move on?
Nope, I think we're good.
Okay. So the next question is going to be, are black men bothered by black women living life as if they don't need a man?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes. Because it's like every other, like, going through this pandemic, like in real life, I've been hearing it for years. But then coming on the internet and seeing it, through the different spaces, and even spaces where people are supposed to be just focusing on how men are supposed to be doing better, and they're supposed to be focusing on their progression, we're still hearing our name as black women, or the community, or whatever, come up in those conversations when the focus shouldn't even be on us. Do you get what I mean? It should be about getting yourselves together, becoming, the man that you want to be, or growing in your social or economic or entrepreneurial standards. So
Yeah,
And I'm
I
glad you
do
said
think
that
so.
because I feel like, go ahead.
No, please go ahead.
Did your
Indigenous.
sound go out, Indigenous?
No, I rather she finish what she was about to say.
Oh, oh no, I was gonna say yes. And I was gonna just piggyback a little bit off of what Queen Casse said. I said yes, they are bothered by it, and the reason why I think that they're bothered by it is because they do put relationship with women at a forefront for themselves. I mean, a lot of men do say that them going out there trying to get more resources and money and things of that sort is, or even to look nice or dress fly, they all say that it's in regards for women. They say that men don't care really about how they dress and stuff. So for them to have swag, they're doing it to impress women. And I think it hurts them in a way, or hurts their ego, I say, when they feel that women are not doing the same thing, even though some do believe that women are doing it in regards of how they dress, how they wear their hair and things that I saw, that competition that they love to hear and they get giddy with in regards of women competing for men. I do think that it does hurt them when women say, you're really not at the forefront of anything that I'm doing right now. Especially if you're not going to be able to do anything for me, especially if you're saying that you're not going to do anything for me. I think that does bother them.
Mm-mm. So,
Okay, Indigenous.
I can almost answer that, and you probably, I mean, you spot on. But me personally, I don't let none like that get to me psychologically or in that atmosphere. So I can only speak for myself, and I really, to me, that's shallow, and that's where I'm at in life, I guess. And
Okay.
No,
yeah.
I could definitely understand that. Yeah, definitely. But like I said, I do think, I said it also has to deal with mindset, right? There is some men who truly feel that women should not be thinking about anything but men, or the men that they're dealing with, right? Like that should be their main focus, is how to pleasure and take care of their men and fulfill whatever desires that they need, as well as um provide and produce the family that they want, the family unit that they want. So anything outside of that they think is abnormal, and they think that you're acting out of your femininity if you're not thinking that way.
Mm.
Exactly. That's a really good point.
yeah,
Even the
that's
whole
yeah. To
sort
me,
of
that is
um,
crazy. But I'm not a like I think I got in trouble yesterday for saying I'm not a Bible thumper. But my granddad a bishop and my dad a preacher. So I mean, I understand every aspect of that book. So when
Your audio.
indigenous, your audio.
He had
how,
to
how
stretch, y'all.
yeah, I realized my phone when I go ahead. God, oh, if I don't hold this phone, man, I'm out of it.
Carry on,
No, but go
indigenous.
ahead. You,
No, we were waiting on
I
you to
mean,
finish.
no, I was just saying that like my granddad. No, but okay, let me land. Um, I was just trying to clarify the reason why I say that certain people are Bible thumpers because I grew up in that culture, so I feel like I really lived it and understand it and know it in so many aspects that I can criticize it because
Indigenous, your sound's gone.
No, I was saying that I rather somebody like me that criticizes, that grew up in that Bible culture, that has the opportunity to really live it, instead of somebody that criticized it and had no backing or no understanding of exactly what they're saying. I'm done. I was trying to land real quick. A crash
It's
course.
okay. I think that in different ways the focus is on different on women for different reasons. Part of it is you do have the minority of good men that are out there that are holding down home, and their wife or their partner is in the forefront of their mind because they've got the best intentions for that family, and the providing and protecting and everything else. And then on the other hand, when you look at the way that the pump and dump culture is, and the need to satisfy, as well as like what you were saying with the manipulations and all those kind of things, as well as we've gotten to a point in time where there's people that want to get dolls to replace us and stuff like that, and have to have inanimate objects that are submissive to them in order
Hmm.
to dress them up to look like us. That shows you how much obsession is out there. Do you hear what I'm saying?
Exactly.
I
Yes.
agree. Don't stop. Keep going.
Does
I hear
anybody
you.
have anything else to add?
Mhm.
Um, I'll just say that I think that to remedy that situation is what Queen Cascade said before. Um, the focus should be on men to be focusing on what men need to do for yourselves. And I think that maybe you wouldn't feel um any kind of way in regards of women not putting nowadays, I guess, not putting men at the forefront of 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 what's on their mind, of what they need to handle, especially if the man is not their man, right? They're not their man, they're
Yep.
not in their home, they're not in a relationship with them. I think that will help kind of control uh the mind, the lustful mindset in regards of, I'm thinking about you all day every day. you know you should be feeling the same way that I'm feeling, you know and I think that that will help men so much, in a way where they won't be getting play for the women who are looking for them to be thinking about them 24/7, because they can spot you. They can spot that that's what's on at the forefront of your mind and what you need to do. And just like, we have predators that prey on men, there are women who prey on men who lets their desires, fall at the forefront.
Okay, okay, okay. So the next question is, how do we cultivate an environment where entrepreneurship is a priority?
I think that that comes with the need to sort of redevelop parts of the education system, um, because for a lot of the Western world within the education system, it's more a focus on a good majority of us becoming becoming lemmings, and sort of following that 9 to 5, or I'm not sure what the times are in America, but standard here is 9 to 5, um, and taking up the lifestyles that the schools provide opportunities from. Do you get what I'm saying? I feel like there needs to be more classes in schools about entrepreneurship. I don't know, do they still do um like careers day, and having parents come in and talk about their
Yeah, they still
We
do
do like a
career
long
day.
one.
But the thing about it is, career day nowadays is not how it was before. Career day is like a fair, right?
Mm-hmm.
And just have a whole bunch of schools have brochures. You walk up there and you ask them about their school, you ask them about their programs and stuff. It's not really um it's not for the person who doesn't have an idea of what they want to do and they need guidance on how to get there. It's more so as, hey, if you don't know what to do, try all these and see which one works. And that's where how our career, our career fairs are now.
I know we have
I hear
career
you.
day
You
where
basically saying that's a
alumni from the
cookie
high
cutter.
school come back and explain what their job is now and how they got to that spot. But that was just in my school. So
Say it
I
again.
I
My bad.
I
I was
I
talking.
do think that as us moving forward, as a if we're going to move forward as a community, we yes, entrepreneurship is very important, but I think that we have to simultaneously also create subject experts, subject matter experts, right?
Sure.
We have to create experts for who's already in the fields that we already are in.
Mm,
And because a lot of people don't really have the business mindset, or don't really like the 365-day a year business plan of how to be successful, right?
mm,
And they'll get discouraged, right? Or
mhm,
lose inspiration, and then it becomes a lemon, like Queen said. I think it would be, if we do those simultaneously, we have a few people who can start the think tank. We have the few people who have the ideas to create the entrepreneurship in that. And then we also simultaneously focus on creating our professionals to become the subject matter experts that everybody wants to go to, everybody wants to learn from, right? Um that will be catching a lot of the areas that we're lacking in, because, and to me, and this is my opinion, I just feel like the community in general is a whole bunch of jack of all trades but masters of none.
yep.
And that's why a lot of things don't get done or completed.
I hear you.
I think within parts of the school system, we need to be showing more transferable skills on how they relate to life, especially today in the modern age. Do you get what I mean? There's some things within certain subjects that unless somebody asks you probably a question in 20, 30 years, it might be relevant if you remember. But to be able to move with how we're developing with the technology and stuff like that, it also means us as parents reinforcing the confidence and self-esteem, because it's showing recently, how much technology is having an impact on young people.
Mm,
So I think in terms of the technology use, we need to be more focusing them not so much on the celebrities, but the community heroes, the people that are the entrepreneurs, the young people that are in their age ranges, because everybody's got kids of different ages, that are doing things that are inspirational, whether it's in the community or whether it's, in other fields. Because, you got kids that are interested in sciences, you got the ones that are musical geniuses. We need to be more highlighting all the different aspects of the positivity of the young people that we have out there, and working more
So you
because with
saying no Travis Scott videos or
no,
concerts?
no.
Lord, Lord, you have to
Nah,
put me on
I
the
was
list.
willing to say that.
But I wanted to share this good news yesterday. Did
Because
anybody see
you
the
mentioned music,
stats?
but go ahead. I'm sorry.
His
No, that's
stats
okay.
for
That was a good to lighten the mood, right? It was good. Did anybody see the stats that they put out? They said that I guess the throughout the course in America, throughout the course of the pandemic, that Black children who was homeschooled scored 30%
Yep.
higher on standardized tests than the black children that went back to school.
I believe it because you actually have a chance to really learn something about something instead of being indoctrinated and subjected to nonsense.
Yep.
Yeah, I saw
I'm gonna
that.
say it like that. I
Um,
And
was being quite
I think
and
quick.
then the,
somebody, I
the
think
homeschool
somebody was
curriculum is
tweet.
slightly different than the in
It is.
school.
It is because my son is homeschooled. My son
Yeah,
is homeschooled. He been homeschooled the whole entire time the pandemic start. And when my son was
I
in
believe
public
it.
school, he was having a little trouble. There was a couple of teachers that I did not like. I seen how they were, they sometimes they do try to set up your children, and even when your child is being a child, they'll try to set up your children as they might have issues and
Wow.
problems. And
Yep.
as soon as my son went into homeschooling,
And it's
you
funny
know
you
his
say that.
his grades and everything like flourish. He picks up
Improve.
everything. He codes. But he already knew how to build his own computer by the age of 3. I taught him. Like, but he a lot of things started clicking faster for him. And I think that shows a lot in regards of where we probably need to start moving back towards, and also probably what these schools are actually teaching our kids. I mean, that's a big dramatic change that kids who are not in school are actually understanding and having the comprehension to pass these standardized tests, whereas with the children who are in school most of the day with these teachers are at this particular percentile.
Yep. And I think it's when you're beyond school, you kind of are forced to pay attention, whereas when you're in class, you can just look to the side of you and talk to someone next to you.
I did see over here that I did see what you were talking about, those stats, MJ, as well as I saw stats for here in the UK showing that um, the girls, a lot of the kids performed better from home, but especially the girls. I think the girls were like 4 times the amount in comparison to the young men in the
Hmm.
way that they've passed exams and the way that the kids have benefited from being at home. And I've seen a lot of women saying that since being going through this experience with the pandemic, that they're interested in, some of them doing more home-based businesses, to see if they can be able to homeschool and continue the homeschooling, should I say. Even in regards to speaking to my daughter and her friends, they've said they've learned so much, being home, being able to set our own schedules, being able to be flexible with certain things. I'd love to be able to continue it, but I'm just not in a position. And she's about to do her exams, so you know what I mean. We'll continue the way that we're continuing right now, but I will be doing more projects and stuff, and just trying to pump more and have another type of communication with the school in terms of, just making sure the gaps are filled as she progresses forward. So
Yeah.
Oh,
I
that's
think
beautiful. That's beautiful. Yeah. I just
in
wanted to
general,
share that good news, for anybody. And
That's what's up.
um, and if you could have the opportunity, maybe definitely look into, homeschooling your child. My sister that I told you about, who's a professor at Harvard University, she was homeschooled.
mm,
Hmm.
She was homeschooled by this is my half sister. She was
mhm,
homeschooled by her mother, and her mother was a teacher. And she's now a professor at Harvard. So,
Yeah.
that has a lot to say with it. I know that's, anecdotal evidence, but it is some evidence.
mm. It's relevant
Can I
because I've
can
seen
I
other
show you
people.
where I'm at? Can I give you a horror story?
No?
Who?
I'm gonna be quick. A horror story.
Okay. Go ahead.
Did he say a horror story?
Yeah.
I think so. Indigenous, she sounds gone out.
right. I put my phone down again.
No, don't put
Either
the phone
way,
down.
my horror story is. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, my horror story is my baby mom went to school to teach. That's how I met her. Cause either way, I'm gonna cut the shenanigans. I'm gonna get right to the point. I wanted to homeschool my daughter, and her mom was so indoctrinated.
Oh, sound's gone out again. Indigenous.
You're right. Man, that happened quicker this time. I think they taking my phone down fast. But either way, I wanted to homeschool our daughter, my daughter, her daughter too. So I said our, and and but her mom went to school for education. Like she was an English teacher, and apparently by me saying that let's homeschool her, I think that's what was one of the first things that was a deal breaker in our relationship. Cause I kind of said like, are you too indoctrinated to even sit back and listen?
Oh,
I don't know if that was wrong either way, but
I was
but that was a go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. I wouldn't necessarily say it was wrong. It was just about how it came off, right? So it was the way how you addressed the
Yeah,
situation that probably triggered something in her.
but she the teacher. Why wouldn't you want to teach your own daughter?
I mean, my grandma on my dad's side is a teacher, and she taught all my cousins from
You
like.
know,
Yeah, I
it's
mean,
not necessarily that she doesn't want to teach, teach her own daughter. It's just that possibly is that with her daughter, like what she would teach with her daughter is going to be, I guess, more in depth than in regards of how she would teach someone else's kids. And since she already does it as a profession, I guess she didn't want to just take
no,
on
she
the.
did it. She's not a teacher no more.
No, I
Actually,
understand.
I ain't gonna lie to you. Actually, actually she worked for SAT.
Oh, okay. No, but what I think it is
And
that you know how you have your parent dynamic, and you have your with your parent dynamic, you give your guidance, like you show your kids something to do, and then you also try to keep a type of relationship, with them, a bond. I think if she would have put in her teacher hat, she would have felt that she might lose the bond that she has with the child. And I maybe she understood that about herself, that she would have to sacrifice the bond that she would want to have with her child, like the closeness, if she wanted to actually put on her teacher hat, because you have to understand what type of teacher mindset she has when she's actually trying to provide this information. She probably might be like a nose bar, you know what I'm saying? I have no
oh,
time for understanding, get this done, da 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 da, you know what I'm saying?
I hear
And
you,
maybe that's
but did
why
you
she
think
didn't want to have to
about that when
sacrifice.
you was homeschooling?
Huh?
Like, no, what I'm saying is, did you think about all what you're saying as an excuse to me as her trying to homeschool?
Well,
I mean, do you think everything you were saying went through her brain and she went to school for teaching?
I mean, you can definitely put it, say what I'm saying as making it seem like an excuse. I'm just trying to show that there could have been so many different levels as to why she didn't want to stay home and only solely teach her child. And
Yeah.
the approach of how you went by it could have been triggering, because it didn't seem,
Yeah,
it
but
could have,
why would you
she
go to
could have
school
took
to
it as,
teach if
not
you
as a
can't do that at
suggestion.
home?
Hmm.
Why would you go to school to teach if you can't even do it
I
to your
mean,
own upbringing?
everybody, even women are different in terms of their teaching techniques, the things that they learn. Just because you're in a profession teaching children doesn't necessarily mean that you want to be able to do the same exact thing the exact same way with your children that you have at home. And sometimes people find themselves in careers or taking paths that really sometimes isn't where they want to be. Or sometimes it's a case of, in the past you've taken on things or done things or got things educationally because your parents or your grandparents told you that was the way to go, but it might not have been the real career path that you wanted or the direction that you see that the family is going in. There could be a number of reasons. Like, that's an individual thing. You'd have to listen to her explanation of it, every woman's feedback on that, if they were a teacher.
But I also went to school, and can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
I heard you say something about breaking up. Oh,
No,
Mm-mm.
no,
okay.
you're fine.
I also went to school, so no, I also went to school also, and I was willing to go through this, and I was going to lean on your backing. I mean, not yours, but hers as
Oh,
Okay,
it
your
sounds
audio
like
went out.
You had to drop the phone again.
yeah. No, I was saying that I ain't gonna lie. I went to school for physical education, and once I learned that I had to go through the same things as an English teacher, I opted out, and I went into nutrition. That was one of my backing or backgrounds, but but I was like, man, I'm dating my tutor. You know what I mean? So you should be way more smarter than me. And when I bring up homeschooling, once you have a kid, why is that? Why am I getting feedback?
Right. It's because she didn't, like Queen Cascade said, it's a possibility that even though she was a tutor and even though she was a good tutor and even though she has a profession in education, that might not be what she had for her her goal um for the remaining of her life. And you know that when you do start homeschooling your child and taking on that um
Responsibility.
yeah, taking on that responsibility, you have to go 110% because there's nobody going to hold your hand.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying? You're not going to have
I'm a
any,
thousand.
you're not going to have any guidance and everything. You're going to have to be a part of every little detail of, helping to grow that child's mind and understanding and comprehension. And
Instead of letting somebody else manipulate it.
right, but like I said, that in her eyes, it could have been a possibility that she might have
That's why I
felt
said
that
she had to
her
be
child might not
indoctrinated.
be manipulated in that way. You know what I'm saying? Like, she might
Because she
not
don't feel
wanted to
she
take that
was.
full on responsibility of you know being in sole control of her child's education. That might not have been
Hmm.
the long-term goal that she wanted. And it also could have came off like maybe because you were so irritated that you didn't understand her being an educator, why she didn't want to take on the educating aspect of her child. It could have
Correct.
triggered her in that way.
yeah. I mean, sometimes people go into certain professions and you think that's the profession that you want to stick in, and you do it for a period of years or,
Why do
see a
it if
certain
you don't?
time, because of your student loans, paying that off, and sometimes it's not where people want to be. But whatever her explanation is, I
Yeah,
mean, if
I
you said
don't.
you got educated, so would you have stayed at home and
No, no.
homeschooling?
We're not together.
Okay. Because like some parents, we have different
I think that was
relationships.
one of the deal breakers because I, for you saying that to me, just threw me off. Everything we stood on crumbled. I'm gonna be honest because that's how much I wanted to homeschool or have my daughter, but I can't do that because you're the mom and I can't gain custody because
Your sound's gone out, Indigenous.
yeah, and I can't gain custody because of who you are, and I want I want to homeschool my daughter so bad, but her mom, being the educator, granted, she do work at SAT. I give it that. Like, but everybody that I asked or that she talked to that know me and her of that asked her like what kind of tips can you give me for my son or daughter to pass the test? And she like, well, I just score it. I'm an overscore. I can't tell you what answers because everybody answer gonna be different. I understand that. I bypass that. But what I'm saying is, like you can't even. I understand you probably gonna do it on the back end.
Indigenous, your sound's gone out again.
Yeah, what I was saying. Don't wait till them to sit back and wait for it. Give it to them before then, so you don't have to correct it.
I just think it's a
I'm done.
difficult one because if I use myself as an example, yeah, I've been doing the relationship counseling and different things over the years with sexual health, and I've picked up a variety of skills with that. When my daughter was a bit younger and things ended with her father, and there was different things going on with the family, I wanted to make sure she was good, so I put her into counseling. At first, I tried to do it myself, and because she wasn't interested in going to the counselor. Do you get what I mean? She didn't really want to go to a counselor. So I was like, okay, I'll speak to some counselors, I'll put my techniques and stuff together and come up with a plan and work it with her. When I tried to work it with her, it didn't work. After a period of time, she came to me and says, yeah, mum, I'm ready to go into counseling. Can you sort out a counselor? So I sorted it out. So just because you might have the skills and expertise in that field doesn't mean you're the right person to have that kind of relationship with your child. We have to also understand our children have different types of personalities. Do you get what I mean? And in certain types of settings, it might not match, it might not mesh, and then you've got your home personal relationship that conflicts because of the work that you've brought home. Is what I'm saying making sense, Indigenous?
No, no, no. I'm listening. I
Yeah.
was just trying to show that how nowhere in the world I could be a Dusty.
I never said anything about being a Dusty.
No, no. I'm kind of joking. I was
Oh, okay.
making other people
Take you
smile.
and your 3 trash bags on somewhere.
Yeah, just because it's like a doctor treating, having their son or daughter as their main patient, or you can look at it from a variety of ways. You might be able to do something with that if your husband, your father's a doctor in certain things, but treating your son, sometimes treating your family can be a conflict of interest when it comes to certain things. So,
Mm-hmm. And that's a no-no.
mindful of the
No, no. Thank you for
And
that.
then
I
they might
mean,
not
I'm
the
definitely listening.
the
You
child or
got it.
person may not feel comfortable with you being the one doing it too. So you probably won't get the results that someone else would get from doing it.
yeah.
And that's why I want to break up from the topic because I feel The only way for a man to realize what's going on to see another man doing it in front of him. We could talk all day, but if you don't see nobody in front of you doing it, it's gonna be it's gonna be hard. I'm done.
Shit, my bad.
All right, Moonflower, you want to move on to the next question?
Yeah, okay. So, what made interracial dating readily available to the Black community?
Sorry, repeat that again. Um,
What made interracial dating readily available to the Black community?
Wow, that's wow. I don't know how to answer that. I'm gonna let y'all handle that.
I mean, 13 years off the plantation, Black men began petitioning the courts for the right to marry Becky. So they were denied, but then the Loving case, a white man with a black woman,
Uh,
finally paved the way for that to be available. Because as I
yeah.
was saying yesterday, when we talk about this, we have to address the fact that black men have been interracially dating far longer than black women and far more often.
Yeah,
right.
but even the loving the wife in the loving wasn't a black woman. She was a mixed race woman. She was a
Yeah,
mulatto. Under her death certificate, she's a mulatto. She was of Native American descent.
Isn't it the whole thing that the one drop rule placed her within
hmm,
the black community? So that's
yes,
what they assume.
Yeah,
yes,
they assumed that, but yeah, she was definitely a mulatto woman. But yeah, that it was. I will say that it was, like you said, Moonflower. It was actually a white man that opened the gates to interracial dating and relationships. Like you said,
right,
yes, black men did go out to seek that, but it was a sealed deal when a white man went to actually seek it as well.
exactly.
I think it's happened in different periods at different points in time. Do you get
Hmm,
what I mean? Through the different decades and stuff. I think
hmm,
here, from what I understand and see, and speaking to people about history and stuff, you have people like Bob Marley, who, if people don't know the history, people think he's black and he's considered one of the blackest men on earth. But his mom is a black woman and his dad was the slave master's son.
Yes.
So if you don't look into that history and understand the different things and dynamics that were going on back then, as well as I see another wave in terms of the migration in the Windrush generation, which my grandparents were involved in,
Mm.
and where the Caribbean, because of the war and everything that had happened with the United Kingdom, they needed reinforcements, they needed labor workers and stuff like that. So a lot of my grandparents' generation, the baby boomers and stuff, came over at that period in time to help Queen and Country. There were a number of men that were in that generation that came over that were either sort of, you had the ones that had a family back in Jamaica and just decided once they got here, instead of sending for their family, that they just set up with, a white woman that was there. You had the ones that, they've got families and they were the Rolling Stones, or,
Ooh,
had the um, secret family on the side kind of things. Do you get what I'm saying? So I think through different periods in time in different countries,
Oh
there has
yeah,
been.
I mean definitely like, the Vietnam War itself alone created so many mixed race children, right?
mm-hmm.
Um we have many wars in history that created mixed race children. We have to also take into consideration that a part of colonization was the capture of women and children and the mixing out of the race. The mixed race experiment of Brazil, of Colombia, of Cuba, removing and removing the black people of those particular islands. So, it's been readily available throughout history. It was some situations it was used, strategically used, and in other
Correct.
situation it was just off a circumstance.
Facts.
Eh, let me throw this out there.
Mm-hmm.
Do anybody remember that bombing that happened in Japan? It was called Nikosakwa.
Mm-hmm.
Nikosakwa.
Mm-hmm.
You talk about Hiroshima?
That
Yeah,
was the
Hiroshima.
no, the Nikosakwa.
Yeah, I think it wasn't in Nicaragua where it
Okay,
happened.
yeah, Hiroshima was the bomb that
You're talking about the atomic bomb, right? The first time it was used.
Your audio went out.
and
Okay.
actually that was the darker people of that culture that probably mixed with I ain't gonna say us. I'm gonna say the darker people of that town or um, geographic. But if you really do research, you'll realize that um, the Nikosakwa, they call them Nikosakwa, but the Hiroshima dropped on them, and they put all those black people separated them into that one area. Just saying.
Yeah, you've got
And
the
I was just
mixing.
trying to piggyback on what y'all was saying on how because I guess what's the question again about how
How
interracial
interracial
dating?
was ready
Yeah,
available.
correct.
I think even
I was
that
trying
was.
to figure out how I was going to drop that in there.
Do people remember when it was like the mail order bride sort of years,
Yeah.
where
Mail order, yeah,
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Well,
do people
that's
remember
yeah.
that when that season happened? Those
I'm not
seasons
laughing,
happened.
but I still lived through it because I knew I used to. Mm, 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 mm.
So you had the
I
mail
ain't gonna
order
say
brides
that.
coming over from, the
Yeah.
Philippines, from different Asian
Hmm.
countries. There was that period in time.
It's still happening now. It's
Yep.
still
Save yourself,
going
black
on.
man.
That's what I'm about to say. And some of those mail order mess with everybody else but the order. I'm gonna leave it there.
Mhm. I mean,
Yeah, but definitely interracial, like I said, interracial relationships, whether it was by force, whether it was by choice, whether it was about circumstance or events that bring it together, has readily been available as as far as other races have been, you know, been in the presence of each other.
Yeah.
mm, definitely.
Is there anything you wanted to add? Indigenous.
No, y'all here, y'all. I mean, man, y'all get me. I'm scared about number five.
I mean, just answer it.
Oh no, I did earlier. I mean about dating outside your race. I did bring up a certain point, but if you want me to get
Your
Indigenous, you
audio.
sound one.
I gotta hold my phone really, but I ain't trying to use that as a crutch. But man, but I feel you kind of was hitting everything on exactly what I feel we got out of it. I don't want to. I mean, I can, especially with the dating out of your the race. Could you repeat the question? Let me shut up.
what made interracial dating readily available to the black community?
Yeah, reality. See, that's loaded. But
I mean, y'all the one who wanted to ask it in response to me dating interracially. So
But I ain't running away from the question. I'm gonna answer it exactly where it stands. What made it a battle?
and I mean, I stand by what I said. What made it readily available is the one that the fact black men perpetuated far more than black women. When black men do it, it's seen as normal, it's seen as a one up, seen as an upgrade. But when black women do it, there's a double standard of you
Yeah,
sleeping with
we
master and you a
overlook it.
queen and you a sellout.
Yeah, you would be. I mean, my queen gonna be a black woman. That's the only thing I put on the pedestal. But the see now I have to wonder why dudes do it, and I'm
Your sound's gone out, Indigenous.
that was quick. Um, I say my woman gonna be a queen, and I'm gonna try to give you my perspective on why they would do it. Okay, but either way, but um, why? Wow, that's loaded. Because either they lost faith or it's loaded. I think I usually come in with like short answers, but I'm gonna have to.
I think that it's a deep subject to talk about why they do it, because there's many reasons why people interracially date. Um, like I guess what Indignious was trying to touch on is there's some people date because they had very bad luck or very bad experiences with men or women of their community, and some do it because of maybe some type of perceived type of upgrade, or being
Or what
accepted
happened
into
to
another
them
community,
before?
or what.
My bad. I just came back in. I think it had something to do with, like you said. I said I had to piggyback on this one, and you basically said that a lot of it came from their previous experiences.
Right. I mean, but the previous, their previous experiences doesn't necessarily mean negative or bad. It could just be something that they felt at that particular time that, okay, I know that I'm going to get this from this particular type of community, and I don't want that. So I have to go to another community where I know that this is not going to happen. It could be something negative, it can be something positive. Or people interracially date because of who is around in proximity to them, right? If you was born in middle class, upper middle class, whatever not, you will tend to date people who is in upper middle class or in the area that you're in, versus someone who might be from a lower class, or a area that is pretty poor or lower class. It could be many reasons why people date, even up to music, right? It can even be certain habits and traits of as why people do it. I don't, like I said, I think that's a very deep conversation, and there's so many different loopholes to it. We can attack it at so many different areas. I just really don't think that is that much important as in the reason why. It would be more so about the results that we
Correct.
get from interracial dating.
That's what I was getting out of it, but I was trying to go deep with the. I was trying to go deep with it, and I can, but man, you was in everything on the head, cause like wow, like so you so you basically saying that That's the only reason why I stepped out.
No. I don't want to say that the only reason why, like for instance, if you stepped out of your race to date, right? Or in Moonflower decided to date interracially. I don't want to give I don't want to give the perceived notion that the reason why you did that is solely on the base of you had bad experiences with people
Oh
of your community, and or you saw something within that community that you don't want to be associated with, and you felt that you had to go to another community for it. That might not be the only reason. They
no,
could
that
be,
that
they could be who you was around. Like, you got along with a coworker, you know,
yeah,
at
and
on
you
the
had a
job, and y'all
connection.
y'all hit it off and y'all cool, and then oh,
Correct.
oops, now you're in a relationship. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's so many reasons
Boop,
behind
there
it.
do. You know, but I'm trying to be funny.
But as like I said, in
Mm,
regards of when it comes down to interracial relationships, when it comes down to the black community, I do I do get the impression that it's something that is being planned. I do give the impression that it's something that is being put to the forefront of the movement that needs to be made, whether or not if it's disagreements on both sides. But I don't believe that is organic as to why it's
beneficial.
happening. I do believe there is hidden things behind it.
So you don't believe that? See, I think the question was it beneficial? And I definitely on the fence with that one. But beneficial is a word in that topic.
Oh, I didn't know it was benefit. Moonflower, was it beneficial or readily available?
I thought it was readily available. I
Because if
heard.
we're going to talk about beneficial, I'm going to have to just tell you my standpoint. The answer will be
Go
no.
ahead.
No,
Jeez.
that's my standpoint, and I have a child who is mixed race, so my standpoint would be no, it's not beneficial to have interracial relationship for the black community. That is taking away from the black community, and you just have to be real about that. Now, whether or not if it's beneficial on an individual standpoint, we can argue that all day. I'll say yes, but as a community, no, it's not.
Yeah, I mean, we see the long term, after how many generations, we see the long term implications of what the community looks like. So, this is
Yeah,
the
I'm not
state
gonna
of the
argue that.
community
I'm not.
at this point because of what's happened. I think some things can be learned from this period in time moving forward, knowing now doing the research and looking at different things and seeing how things have played out with generations of interracial relationships, what the consequences are, or the negative aspects that impact on the black community as it stands right now.
Right. I mean, like I said, me, I just definitely feel that interracial relationship is just only a benefit on the individual. Interracial relationshiip have not done anything to benefit the community. It has not changed the
Correct.
views and the behaviors and the mindsets of the
Thank you.
other communities that are part of these interracial unions, how they feel generalizing of the black community. It has not created any finance to or provided any resources to the black community. In fact,
Thank you.
interracial relationship has brung a gateway for other communities to steal resources, take ideas, take inspiration, admirations, and other things, and dab in another lucrative market, which is within the black community. So yes, we have to
And
think
and
about it.
and And I think that's the reason why I say, hey, but either way, that's why I feel that like worrying about what somebody do at home had nothing to do with the whole collective movement moving forward. And everybody always worry about what you doing at home, which I'm not in a racial relationship. Let me be clear about that.
Yeah, but that's just something that happens within our community, right? It's like we can't, it seems like when it comes down to many different programs that people want to set off and get popping, it becomes very personal about what people are doing, in their house, who they're laying with, and all that.
Correct.
Even who they pray to. It all gets like thrown in and up to be judged. And oh well, this can't happen. This can't go through. And I think we just have to get out of that kind of schoolyard type of, if you're not down with everything, you can't be down with anything, right? And I do believe in standards though, right? Like there's certain things that we have to put in, we have to put boundaries on, like, just for the community not to suffer. But yeah, this whole hyper focus on what's happening behind people's closed doors is kind of cringy.
Yeah,
I mean,
that,
I think
yeah.
we've got to a
Okay,
place in
somebody
time.
else saying something.
Sorry, I didn't mean to
Hmm.
cut you off,
Go ahead.
indigenous. Um, we've got to a point in
No, you
time
good.
where technology has grown so much, and pop culture, and going through the whole sort of like Survivor, Big Brother, all the sort of reality TV that kind of started back in the day, kind of opened the doors slowly to what we have now, because there's a certain entitlement, and from some people to the people that they follow, or on social media, on YouTube, posting our breakfasts, posting that we're going to dinner, posting that you're traveling. Do you get what I mean? Indirectly, people, because of the way that this social construct has got to, people feel that like they're indirectly a part of your world, and that they're entitled to know every aspect of their life, because of the way that we've opened up. And I think in general, inside us as people, because of the way that we've gone from like television to streaming and internet and social media, and even down to, was it a month ago when WhatsApp crashed and Instagram crashed, I think, for a day, and everybody was having a meltdown and running to Twitter and nearly crashed Twitter.
Yeah.
Shows where we've got to in a point in time with our voyeurization and our need to outpour.
Yeah, I think that happened because we just removed the stardom from celebrities to regular smuggler citizens, right? Once we got the capability that anybody can become their own little star, everybody can form their own little fan base, right? Then what happened? The whole cheerleader squad, the whole kind of K-pop fan, K-pop army kind of thing, where they have to know everything you do, and what toothbrush you use, what toothpaste you use, you know what I'm saying, what face wash you use. That's what happened. The entitlement where people start to feel that they own anybody who has become a public figure to them.
Mm-hmm.
And then that doesn't allow that person no longer to be a human, right?
Yeah.
And God forbid if you find any type of, human type of bone in them, or a point of breakdown, or mental frustration or trauma, people use it against you with the quick, with the quickness. It just, yeah, it definitely high entitlement to people's personal affairs.
Yeah. Indig- Indigenous, you there? I'm going back in for dessert. Melt in the middle Belgian chocolate pudding and some Bailey's extra thick cream.
Oh, that sounds so delicious. But I gotta go to work soon, so I can't have a little drinking, a nice little drink night. But it's okay. It's all good. You're gonna have it for me. Have the Baileys for me.
I'll eat a spoon for you, my dear, and I'll
There
eat a
you go.
spoon for MJ and
Yes,
Gold and Indigenous.
exactly. Just like just take a nice big scoop.
Well, there's a little small diddy looking something. So probably by the time I do 5 bites and cover the panel, there won't be enough. There'll probably be crumbs for the chat. It's like one crumb for Reese's Pieces, one crumb for whoever else is in the chat.
So, Moonflower, do you want to move on to the next question, sweetheart?
Okay. I'm sorry. I was looking for my other fucking shoe.
It's okay.
That's okay.
Um. Okay. So the next question is, how does rap music shape black men's views on black women?
Mm. Hmm. A lot. I mean, I'm just gonna go straight out and say that rap music has shaped their view, shaped black men's view on black women, and definitely not in a not in a positive way. I'm just gonna be honest. There was one point of time where, in the beginning of rap, they did show and represent the love and the respect that they did have for black women, and the music that we see today is exactly what they feel about black women today. You know, um, it goes hand in hand, and it also does teach the younger men to, and the younger boys to have the same type of view about black women. And if you are going to have them in your life, or if you are going to deal with them in any form of way, how to address that. And also, it also teaches them how to address other women and other races in these rap music, right? And then within the rap music, it also teaches them how to address other men that looks like them too. So, you know, I think it's something that, I guess level-headed minds need to come together and figure out, if is these the images that we want to push out on our women, is these the images that we want to push out in regards to other women of other races, and if these are the images and representation we want to push out how we feel about each other, because all those three aspects are happening within the music.
And I just want to add to what NJ said, because we have to remember that black men started out as black boys, as black children, as black teenagers. And, for the ones that have been brought up around rap, there's a lot of them it's ingrained into the culture, it's ingrained into the streetwear and fashions, different people's way of lives. And the terminology and the hoes and the bitches and all this kind of stuff. Like, for a lot of artists, music is a form of therapy. Um, Rap is supposed to be what? The rhythm and poetry. And people are, some of them, writing down the different things they feel at the time about what's going on in their lives. We can't pretend people like Beyonce or Jay-Z or, other people that have come down the line from back in the day who started out in certain areas. 50 Cent, you know, were all about, Coolio, and I'm trying to remember the other names that I kind of got faces sort of floating through my head from people back in the day that were within the rap industry. that are now, dead or involved in gun and knife crime, and the perpetuation of it even more to be in gang life. And you see it with the Crips and the Bloods and the gangs, and it even more being prevalent. At one point, I remember it was banned, certain types of rap. Do you get what I mean? Or when it came to going to the shops or going to um, the CD store, the record store back in the day, it had a lot of certificate 18s and stuff. You wanted to get hold of it, you needed a parent to come in there and purchase it. Do you get what I mean? So there was a whole heap of people that weren't going to go to their parents to go and purchase it, but you had mixtapes and stuff that would drop on the street, or getting your older cousin to go buy something from the record shop under, without the knowledge of your parents and stuff. So we can see over the years how drill music, gangster rap, and then even within the rap genre, it's become a whole genre by itself, in terms of conscious rap, in terms of drill rap, in terms of rock rap. Do you get what I'm saying? Mumble rap, which I don't even get. I'm just like these new mumble rappers.
Mumble rap is rap under the influence.
I'm just like, what the fuck? Like, sometimes, like, obviously, because my daughter's generation is kind of growing up with it. I'm like, what the hell is he saying? Translate for me.
He's not saying nothing. That's the point. He's just like, it's more, mumble rap is more about you admiring the beat and how the beat makes you feel, right? Whatever type of feeling you're feeling.
Oh.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, like I said, the music, I mean, I totally understand about expressing yourself, and I totally understand about expressing your everyday life and all the stuff like that. It's just that it promotes a sort of exploitation, right? And is a exploitation not of only of women, but of also Black men, that they don't take into consideration, right?
True.
Like they can put out like, yeah, it's just music, but we don't really care about these girls. But even in the lyrics and even in the videos that they shoot when they make these songs, you're also teaching other people outside of your community to treat you, right?
Yeah.
So if you have a quote unquote bad, video vixen who's of mixed race, or of a woman of no color in your video, right? And you brag about how you was able to get her because of your resources and your finances and the money that you have. You are showing and telling these same women that this is all I have to look like to get you. This is all I have to look like to get the bag. Like I said, and these are just like subliminal messages that you're putting out there, and later on, you cry and whine about why people you know perceive you in that way, or why somebody's doing that. you know um we have to be a little bit more mindful about what we want to put out there. I know I'm not talking about everybody has to be preaching a choir, or you know always have to be you know at a righteous standpoint, right? Because that's not what music is. Music is raw in general. But there is a time and place for everything, and there is also a way how you can still get your message across without adding on any other annotation to other things that you say if you was to have an interview that you don't agree with, but it's completely different than the music that you put out.
Wow. Who was that speaking?
That was MJ.
You said a lot. I'm uh, and I feel you on every aspect. So. I have no interjection. Wow. You actually open up my ears, like for a male to like sit down and try to deal with how am I going to deal with the next generation, especially my offspring.
Indigenous,
But
let me ask you a question. Do you feel like you've been impacted by rap music within your life, within your
um
generation, within the things you see
um
around you
you want me
happening?
to be honest? Like when I was like,
Indigenous, your sounds gonna.
yeah, I say you would never know this about me, but how I got to college was in a chorus degree. I used to see by listening to me, you will never know. But if you knew how I lived, you it would have been blind. What I'm saying is, of course, music impacted me. I play the bass guitar. I grew up playing the trumpet and trombone and all that silly stuff, but I sung in chorus. Music always impacted my life.
Well, when you say silly stuff, I don't necessarily think some other people might think
Yeah,
that playing the trombone or playing an
correct.
instrument is silly. I don't think it's silly at all. I think it's a wonderful thing. You know, music and melody has an impact on the brain, a significant impact. Do you get what I mean? In expanding our horizons and things. So I wouldn't call it silly. I know there's some men out there that might look at it that way, but I think it's a wonderful thing.
That's why I said that. I said it to undermine, but I was giving you the truth. But I said it to undermine for who not listening,
We don't need to
because it's
undermine
not
it.
an easy topic. Like when I tell people I used to wrestle, they'll look at me crazy, like, "Oh, you just like to hang up on the other dudes." Like, see, that's why I really don't bring up a lot of things that man, my background is extensive.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Um,
Just because some other people are not ready to hear that doesn't mean that it's not true. But don't undermine yourself with the fact that you used to play, an instrument. There's nothing wrong in it. Some kids out here dreaming to play an instrument secretly. Indigenous, your sound went out.
Okay, y'all. I'm getting ready to go.
Whoop
that's
whoop.
no,
Thanks
no.
for
I
letting.
said I actually started playing in church.
All right.
Who's
Well,
But I may
oh
Moonflower, you have to go. I want you to have a great time
thank
at the
you.
wedding, and I would say thank you for letting me be a part of the panel.
Of
This was
yeah.
fun. I
course.
enjoyed all the conversation. I enjoyed everybody's different opinions and what they brought to the conversation. I greatly appreciate it, and thank you for entrusting it with me for me to receive the information that everybody wanted to share without being judgmental.
Of course,
Oh,
my love.
MJ. Is this MJ?
Yeah.
Indigenous, yeah, I think your sound's gone out. Moonflower, thank you. I hope you have a wonderful evening this evening. Please have a dance for me and a sip of some champagne for me while you're out there and shake a tail if you feel like it.
Yes,
Um,
ma'am, I will.
it's always a pleasure being on a panel. It's good to, have a chilled vibe and, like-minded people that can converse and talk and have the real sort of conversations. And I'm thankful for being in, you know, the presence of yourself and MJ and Indigenous and Gold, even though he's disappeared. So probably dropped asleep.
Hmm.
Gold just dropped the stamp, the thumbnail, and just kept it moving.
Sometimes he'll walk away from the thing, and sometimes he's there listening, and then he'll fall asleep. I think he just enjoys listening to some of our voices. But have
Oh,
fun.
well, I definitely do too.
Okay.
I definitely do though. I mean, but it's a good balance to be able to have the opportunity to see every side of the spectrum instead of just looking at it one sided in your own fear.
Yeah.
I'm saying like that.
But I may or may not do a stream tonight, but I'm definitely gonna do one tomorrow.
Okay, no problem. Do your thing,
Girl,
girl.
go have a good time.
Yeah,
Enjoy
handle
yourself. Don't worry
business.
about trying to put on a stream. Tomorrow is another day, and who knows, some people might have better questions that they will want to ask or even participate. But it's Saturday. Just go enjoy yourself.
Thank
Amen.
you, ladies and Indigenous. Y'all have a nice night.
All right. Take care,
All right,
everybody.
good
Enjoy
night.
your weekend.